Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 1: Wizard Apprentice and Magic. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Wizard Apprentice and Magic. Dry throat, sweltering heat, exhaustion. Under the influences of intense discomfort, Lin slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a cobweb-covered ceiling, and the unfamiliar surroundings made Lin's mind go blank for a moment. This was a small room, less than 30 square meters. Probably due to years of disrepair, the wooden walls looked very dilapidated, covered with dust and traces of insects' erosion. The inside of the hut was also in chaos, with many miscellaneous items and garbage piled up in the corners. Dozens of uncovered books were scattered on the floor, leaving only a narrow path to walk through. Where am I? Could it be that I was kidnapped? Lin rubbed his slightly dizzy head and struggled to sit up, feeling uneasy. He was certain that this was not a place he knew, so Lin had to prepare for the worst. There was a high probability that he had been kidnapped. Lin subconsciously asked in his mind, but after several seconds, there was no response. Even the auxiliary intelligence has been blocked? Lin's heart sank immediately. He instinctively turned over and got out of bed to find an escape route, but unexpectedly found a sharp, short sword placed at the head of the bed and a crumpled parchment in his right hand. Lin instinctively gripped the short sword in his hand, finally feeling a bit of security. After hesitating for a while, he opened the crumpled parchment. It was filled with complicated symbols that looked like scribbles. What puzzled him even more was that he could actually understand the writing. Time is running out. The priests of the Judgment Court have discovered our tracks. We will rendezvous at the agreed place in Wooter Town before the moon rises. The moment he understood the text, an inexplicable fear surged up in his heart, followed by a vague memory emerging in his mind. In a spacious square, a noisy crowd gathered, their expressions fervent and excited, shouting something incessantly. In the center of the square stood a giant high platform. In front of it stood a bishop in a white silk robe. Amid the crowd's fervent cheers, he raised his staff high. The next moment, crimson flames soared into the sky, faint figures struggling desperately in the sea of fire, and painful screams echoed endlessly. What is this? Is it a movie shoot? The cruel scene that emerged in his mind made Lin shudder involuntarily. But why are there these inexplicable memories in my brain? And who is this Johnny at the end of the letter? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Lin quickly rushed to the large water tank in the room and stared at the reflection in the water. His pupils immediately contracted. His slightly trembling fingers caused ripples on the water surface, but Lin still clearly saw his current appearance. It was a young man about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a patched burlap robe. He had a slightly slender build, a pale face covered with dirt, messy brown hair, and black eyes full of fear. Could it be that I have transmigrated? Lin took a sharp breath, his heart giving rise to this absurd idea. But besides this, he couldn't find another explanation. Though in his time before transmigration, the Federation had made significant advances in brain development and neuron research, and brain chip implantation technology was highly advanced. The idea of transferring consciousness into a second body to achieve rebirth was pure fantasy. He also did not believe that anyone would go to such great lengths to deceive him. Realizing this, Lin ceased to have any hopeful thoughts. He sat down heavily on the ground. Amid the shock, a flood of complex memories surged in his mind again. After spending half an hour sorting through these sudden memories, Lin barely managed to understand his current situation. He had transmigrated to a place somewhat resembling medieval Europe, a world with many nations constantly at war. The most powerful country was the Sika's Empire, where he now resided. Above the earthly monarchies was an entity known as the Church, which worshipped a god called Ella, a classic monotheistic religion with creationist doctrines. Apart from spreading faith and deceiving people, another primary goal of the Church was to hunt wizards. The particularly bad news for Lin was that the young man he had transmigrated into seemed to be a wizard. No, To be precise, he was an apprentice wizard who was currently wanted. Lin looked at the crumpled parchment in his hand with some annoyance. What a mess this all was. It was bad enough to transmigrate here without any decent treatment, already finding himself in a state of being hunted and almost burned at the stake any day. Speaking of which, his previous self had been quite reckless. He was the illegitimate son of a viscount in the Sika's empire named Karl Seidlon. Although he wasn't well regarded usually, at least he didn't lack food and clothing. In this chaotic world of constant wars, having enough to eat and clothes to wear was already a blessing. With this identity and relatively stable environment, combined with the knowledge from his previous world, he could likely thrive within a few years. Triggering an industrial revolution and overthrowing the church wouldn't be impossible either. But this kid was deceived by a wizard named Crow, abandoning his good life to become Crow's apprentice, constantly wandering and often going without food. 4 days ago, his mentor Crow tried to abduct the Duke's daughter, but failed. The next day, the Judgment Court received the news and captured Crow before he could escape. After hearing this news, Karl hid in this secret base, living in constant fear. In the past 6 months of following his mentor Crow, Karl had witnessed wizard apprentices being burned at the stake, fearing that the priests of the Judgment Court would suddenly break in and capture him. This fear eventually led him to lose consciousness, and then Lin transmigrated into his body. "This is troublesome," Lin muttered with a headache, even considering whether to betray everyone. Besides him, Crow had 6 other disciples who were probably still at large. Moreover, he knew their names and appearances, so being a turncoat might be a way out. At worst, he could pretend to convert and repent later. But after some thought, Lin decisively dismissed this dark thought. He couldn't trust those who preached doctrine all day and wanted to burn all the wizards. Even if he surrendered, there was still a good chance he'd be tortured. Selling out his companions was not an option. He wasn't that kind of person. Getting rid of such unrealistic fantasies, Lin forced himself to stay calm, concentrating on how to evade the Judgment Court's pursuit. In an ancient world without cameras, relying solely on sketches and impressions to identify criminals, disguising himself and fleeing might be a good strategy. Once out of the Duke's territory, capturing him again would become incredibly difficult. Fortunately, his previous self seemed to have practiced some swordsmanship, gaining the Viscount father's attention a few years ago and even single-handedly dealing with a few bandits who harassed the territory. Of course, all this was on the premise that he kept a low profile and didn't casually reveal his magical skills, lest he attract the Judgment Court's pursuit. Wait, magic? Lin suddenly paused, then focused his mind, searching his memories. Gradually, his expression grew more peculiar, because he realized that his previous self seemed to know some magic. These weren't the usual tricks and illusions of ancient charlatans or some random sleight of hand, but real magic. Chapter 2. Magic is Science. Chapter 2. Magic is Science. Did I really travel to a magical world? After a brief moment of shock, Lin quickly gathered himself. After all, he had traveled through time and space and couldn't even determine if he was still in the original universe. Nothing seemed impossible anymore. When it came to magic, Lin was naturally extremely interested. His strong desire to explore, even temporarily, outweighed the fear brought by being hunted by the church. As a wizard apprentice who had been training for just over half a year, Karl knew very little about magic, only 5 kinds. Among them, the basic material decompilation skill, condensing water technique, and Mage's Hand were the most fundamental zero-circle spells. Although important, they had no offensive capabilities. The higher-level one-circle spell, Fireball technique, required the use of corresponding magical materials. As for the other one-circle spell, Frostblade, Karl hadn't managed to master it yet. Lin reached down and fumbled with the pouch hanging at his waist, taking out all of his limited assets one by one. 2 red firestones, 3 cast silver coins, more than 10 copper coins, 7 drafts with complex magical formulas drawn on them, a yellowed elemental analysis book, and a small bag of gray powder. The casting material for Fireball technique red fire embers. Lin picked up a small pinch of the fine powder, feeling a surge of excitement. Carl's memories contain the complete casting steps for fireball technique. First, use the basic material decompilation skill to analyze the casting materials. Then, use Mage's Hand to make the red fire embers vibrate at a specific frequency to trigger the magic. The entire process sounded cumbersome, but the most time-consuming part of analyzing the casting materials could be done in advance. Once skilled enough, the fireball technique could be triggered in just 1 second. Lin was eager to experience the supernatural power, but he ultimately held back. This small pinch of red fire embers, worth 5 cast silver coins, was only enough to cast the fireball technique 3 times. It couldn't be wasted carelessly. For the first spell, it was better to choose something simpler. After thinking for a moment, Lin chose the condensing water technique as the target for his first spell. As one of the few essential zero-circle spells, if the basic material decompilation skill was key to using magic materials and Mage's Hand was a wizard's best assistant, then the condensing water technique was an apprentice's introductory lesson. This basic magic, like its higher-level counterpart Frostblade, did not require pre-prepared casting materials, or rather, the casting materials could be directly extracted from the elemental world. Following the method given in his memory, Lin closed his eyes and meditated. Perhaps due to Carl's excellent foundation, he successfully opened the door to a new world in just 2 or 3 seconds. With his eyes closed, he saw an incredibly magical world. Under the sensing of his spiritual power, Lin could clearly see countless magical elements glowing with faint light filling the entire room. Billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions? No, their vast number couldn't be calculated with values alone. They shone like stars in the dark universe. Most of these elements were very active, constantly changing their positions. The most abundant element was called Silu, making up about 70% of the total, and was referred to as a useless element by his mentor, Crow. The magnificent scene left Lin deeply impressed. It took him a long time to remember to focus his attention on the use of magic. The steps to cast the condensing water technique were very simple. He just needed to extract 2 elements related to water and fuse them at a ratio of 2 to 1. The first type of element had a relatively high proportion in the elemental world, about 20 to 30%, while the second type of element was rarer and required extra effort to find. Thanks to Carl's obsession with magic, these basic spells have been practiced hundreds of times in the past. The foundation was solid, and Lin quickly grasped the method after initial discomfort. However, the casting process made him feel strangely familiar. When Lin opened his eyes again, a marble-sized water sphere was hovering in his palm, supported by the Mage's Hand. Lin's lips curled into a slight smile, but he lost focus momentarily, causing the water sphere to disintegrate and drip through his fingers. Like being doused with a bucket of cold water, Lin quickly freed himself from the joy of successfully casting the spell. As a wizard apprentice, he was still being hunted by the church. How could he be complacent over such a small achievement? Not to mention that this marble-sized water sphere was practically useless in combat. It was barely enough to quench an enemy's thirst. However, he had seen his mentor Crow use the condensing water technique as a precursor to cast the 2-circle spell group, Cold Ice Blade, in battle. Dozens of fist-sized water spheres instantly condensed, then transformed into solid rhomboid ice blades that shot like locusts towards the attacking bandits. In just one strike, the attacking enemies were completely defeated. Thinking of this, Lin planned to sense the elemental world and try again. Perhaps due to the fusion of memories after the time travel, Lin's spiritual power was much more abundant than Carl's, and he could also mobilize more magic power. Using the condensing water technique just now had caused him negligible loss. He had a premonition that he could achieve more. Lin closed his eyes and quickly entered the elemental world again. This time, he didn't rush to cast the condensing water technique. Instead, he tried to use his spiritual power to influence every kind of element he could find around him. Chapter 3:2 Magic is Science _2 Underscored too, the appearance of these elements was diverse, vaguely giving Lin a familiar feeling. Some were incredibly heavy, and merely moving them slightly made him feel mentally exhausted. Completely immersed, Lin suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. The elements floating in front of him were being absorbed into his body at a peculiar frequency, only to be expelled again, repeatedly circulating. So, a wizard's body frequently needed to absorb these magical elements? This question suddenly appeared in Lin's mind. Upon closer examination, he made a startling discovery because this phenomenon was clearly caused by his breathing. Wait, isn't this just oxygen? Lin was momentarily stunned, gasping. In his eyes, the high and mysterious image of magical elements instantly collapsed. Previously, he hadn't recognized them immediately because he wasn't directly seeing these elements. Instead, he was using a mystical method to perceive them through spiritual power and then influencing them with magic power. Moreover, the proportion of chemical elements in this world's air was slightly different from his previous life, so Lin hadn't initially thought in this direction. But with this theory, the previous process of capturing elements to create water also had a new explanation. What is water? It is an inorganic substance composed of hydrogen and oxygen. So, was he not performing magic just now, but conducting a chemical experiment? Was a wizard essentially a group of chemists? This conclusion made Lin pause, but he quickly shook his head. This world had an extraordinary existence called magic power, and from his recent spell casting, it seemed that magic power could manipulate matter at a microscopic level. If there were no limitations, wizards would be akin to gods. According to the scientific theories of his previous life, all matter in the world is composed of atoms. If magic power could manipulate matter at that level, it could create or destroy anything. Lin quickly fell into deep thought, sharply realizing how terrifying his knowledge of chemistry and physics from his previous life would become when combined with magic. If the scientific theories of his previous life could create various machines to transform the world, wizards could directly convert those theories into magic, wielding immense power. Lin extended his hand again, and the hydrogen and oxygen in the air around him were separated and formed a small water ball floating in his palm. This time, Lin was not satisfied with just that. If his hypothesis was correct, the key to the so-called first-ring magic Frostblade was to change the form of water from liquid to solid, thereby enhancing its lethality. To achieve this, he needed to lower the temperature of the water. Lin recalled his previous life's physics lessons. The faster the molecular motion of an object, the higher its temperature. The slower the molecular motion, the lower the temperature. In other words, he needed to slow down the movement of the water molecules. With a thought, the highly active water molecules in Lin's palm slowed down under the influence of magic power, condensing tightly together. Almost instantly, the small water ball froze into a clear ice crystal. Just as Lin was thrilled by the realization of his hypothesis, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Special energy detected. Origin unknown. No records in the database. Lin was stunned at first. Then his face immediately showed disbelief. He could not have been more familiar with this voice. But hadn't he traveled through time and space? Even his body had changed, so the auxiliary chip previously implanted should no longer exist. 071. Do you know how he traveled here? Lin urgently inquired. System shut down and restarted due to unknown reasons, the system replied. Lin frowned, feeling a bit disappointed, but he quickly composed himself and asked again. Since he had arrived in this other world, constantly facing the risk of being hunted, Lin could only find ways to survive. The accompanying auxiliary intelligence was an unexpected delight. Although due to the Federal Amendment Act, personal auxiliary chips had limited intelligence. Thanks to his previous life as a data storage specialist, 071 stored a lot of technological information from his previous life. In this unique world where science and magic intertwined, the importance of this information was self-evident. Energy remaining 37.6%. Special energy detected, can be used to supply system operation. The system continued. Special energy, did it mean magic power? Lin mused. The various characteristics that magic power exhibited amazed him. If he were still in his previous life, he would probably have thrown himself into the laboratory by now. Unfortunately, he was currently a penniless, powerless wizard apprentice being hunted by the church. Whether he could see the sun tomorrow was uncertain. Lin sighed, then spoke solemnly. Loading into the database, the system responded. Taking advantage of this interval, Lin turned to look at the diamond-shaped ice blade floating in his palm. Due to the infusion of magic power, this ice blade differed from any ice he had seen before, continually emitting a chilling cold, with its head forming a pointed cone and its overall shape streamlined. Chapter 4. To Magic is Science, _3. _3 The so-called Frostblade was more aptly described as an ice arrow. This form was known as the Crow configuration, capable of minimizing air resistance as much as possible. It was evident that Crow's mastery in fluid mechanics was quite profound. Lin remarked to himself with a touch of sarcasm, his expression turning somewhat peculiar as he compared the frost blade recalled from his memory. The one in his hand was indeed much smaller. Despite this world's air having a higher hydrogen content than his previous life, even if it could all be collected, it still wouldn't be enough to create a substantial water flow. Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help but wonder how his mentor managed to cast the second circle magic group Frostblade technique. Did he instantly extract the hydrogen, oxygen, and water vapor from a radius of hundreds of meters? If Crow had such an ability, he wouldn't need to cast multiple Frostblades. His enemies would suffocate themselves to death from a lack of oxygen. Unable to figure out in a short time, Lin didn't dwell on it too much. He glanced at the floating Frostblade before him and suddenly had an idea. 071. Pull up information on armor-piercing arrows and barbed arrows, Lin silently chanted in his mind. The next moment, a massive stream of data flashed across his retina. Countless pictures, data, and simulated 3D models overwhelmed Lin. Replace the materials with ice. Lin rubbed his chin and spoke again. The images floating on his retina quickly faded, and within a second, a brand new 3D model appeared before his eyes. Lin firmly imprinted the 3D image in his mind. With his right hand forming a loose grip, the floating frost blade suddenly disintegrated. Zero-circle magic, material decompilation skill. The instantly disintegrated frost blade was reduced to its basic elements, compressed tightly in his palm under the constraint of magic power, continually changing forms to match the retinal image until it stabilized quickly. The newly condensed frost blade was much narrower than before. The pointed tip was modified to be more triangular for easier penetration and bloodletting. Below, there were two long barbs, suggesting that once the frost blade hit its target and pierced into flesh, it would render the opponent speechless from the pain. The success of this magical improvement experiment gave Lin a glimmer of hope for survival. However, the power of the frost blade was limited. No matter how optimized the form was, it was hard to achieve a significant increase in potency. Thus, Lin quickly shifted his focus to the second, one-ring magic in Carl's repertoire, the fireball technique. Unlike casting the frostblade, where raw materials could be extracted from the air, the fireball technique required a magical material called red fire embers for activation. Lin speculated that this must be a flammable substance that could quickly expand and ignite under the constraint of magic power. If he was correct, it would mean he could potentially use other flammable materials to cast this magic. 071. Search for the production and usage methods of white phosphorus, Lin silently chanted in his mind. White phosphorus is a colorless or pale yellow, semi-transparent waxy substance with a strong irritant effect and a low ignition point. Once in contact with oxygen, it burns intensely, reaching temperatures above 1,000 degrees Celsius. Even more frightening is that white phosphorus fire is hard to extinguish and has strong adhesion. Once it comes into contact with the human body, it rapidly burns through the skin and muscle down to the bone, with its combustion gases being highly toxic. In his previous life, Lin had seen the site of the Federation launching a new type of white phosphorus bomb as a data storage clerk. It was a horrific scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The moment the missile exploded in the air, a rain of fire spread across the sky, igniting an inextinguishable sea of flames within a range of several kilometers. The scorching, high temperatures, unquenchable nature, and horrifying toxicity meant that even those hiding in bunkers could hardly escape death. Because white phosphorus bombs were so terrifying, they were classified as anti-human weapons and banned as early as the last century. The Federation could only secretly research them in private. However, the process of making white phosphorus was not actually complex. The auxiliary smart brain had detailed records. As long as he found the materials, even without instruments, he had a way to produce it. As Lin was mulling this over, a dull thudding sound suddenly came from the door behind him. Lin's expression changed dramatically. He was currently hiding in the slums of Nordland territory. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb him. Unless the Judgment Court's witch hunters had arrived. P.S. New book, seeking recommendations, favorites, monthly tickets, and continued reading. Thank you. Chapter 5, 3, Witch Hunter Blaine. Chapter 5, Chapter 3, Witch Hunter Blaine Evening, Seek His Empire. Outside the slums of Nordland territory, two unexpected guests arrived. The man leading the way was around 30, dressed in tight leather armor with a long knife hanging from his waist. His dark golden hair trailed behind him, making him stand out against the decaying and filthy slum. Naturally, he immediately attracted countless malicious gazes. Starving rioters and thieves lurked in the shadows, their sharp, knife-like stares sweeping over the two men. But as soon as they saw the holy light seal on the two men's clothes, those prying eyes instantly withdrew. In Asika's empire, there might be some who didn't recognize the empire's flag, but no one would fail to know the holy light seal. It was the emblem of the divine messenger. Except for the clergy wearing temple robes, the only ones with the holy light seal on their clothes were the witch hunters. Rumor had it that each witch hunter was blessed by the gods and possessed skills far beyond those of ordinary people. No one would dare provoke such targets. Noticing the figures in the shadows disappearing, Andre sneered, though the faint stench from the dilapidated streets soon made him wrinkle his nose. As expected, Bishop Anluoke was right. Andre looked at the stains and excrement lingering in the dark corners of the street, covering his nose distastefully as he complained. "We should be more cautious, Andre. This time we were dealing with no ordinary characters." The man leading the way was somewhat dissatisfied with Andre's flamboyant behavior and couldn't help but remind him. A few days ago, a major event occurred in the Duke of Nordland's territory. A wizard named Crow tried to seduce the Duke's second daughter. Fortunately, the guards discovered it in time, preventing the young daughter of the Duke of Nordland from being beguiled by the devil. The brutal scenes of that encirclement battle were still vivid. To capture this audacious wizard, the Duke of Nordland dispatched as many as 2 squadrons of guards to pursue him. Even so, the losses were significant. If it hadn't been for the timely arrival of the bishop from a church, the Duke of Nordland would have lost face completely. And their target this time was the wizard apprentice, who was also a wizard. "Don't worry, Blaine," Andre sneered. "This time we're dealing with just an apprentice who has only been exposed to magic for a few months. These people usually know only a trick or two." He had participated in several witch-hunting missions during the past 6 months since joining the witch-hunting team. Initially, Andre might have been afraid of the wizards, who were said to be inspired by the devil, but after direct encounters, he realized they were not as terrifying as he imagined. Most posed no significant threat. Their magic was limited in power and sometimes less reliable than bows and swords. As for those apprentices with little skill, they were nothing but worthless. Once distracted, they couldn't cast magic in battle and were only waiting to be slaughtered. The most satisfying part for Andre was the high bounty for capturing these wizards. The Duke of Nordland was especially generous, offering 6 whole Sika's gold coins for live capturing an apprentice, enough for a lavish period of spending. Of course, if killed, it was worth only half the price. Blaine glanced at Andre without rebutting, but he didn't lower his guard. In his experience, those witch hunters who overly trusted intelligence often didn't live long. The slums outside Nordland territory were not large, with few people flowing through. Using their witch hunter identity, Andre was able to confirm the hiding place of their target with a bit of intimidation from a vagrant. It was a structure hard to describe as a house, with a red brick wall full of green vines and a door that looked ready to collapse at a gentle push. The target they sought was right in front of them, but neither of them moved immediately. Andre stopped. His partner, cursing silently. He then stepped forward and pressed his palm against the door. His calloused fingers strained to pull the bolt, but the door remained immobile, clearly blocked by something from behind. Angrily, Andre kicked the door with force. The loud crash resonated, and the door broke open, revealing the interior of the hut. The narrow room was a mess, with trash piled in the corners. On a side table, a candle was lit. It swayed briefly from the force of the door burst, and then went out. The originally well-lit room became very dim, with only some faint light coming in through the open window, barely illuminating the tattered blanket dragged from the bed to the window. Blaine, who followed inside, quickly had his eyes drawn to the piece of paper on the floor. Andre also noticed it, bent down, and picked up the crumpled paper. His face turned grim after reading its contents. "Damn it, looks like we came too late." Andre cursed angrily, piecing together events from the room's condition. Their target, the wizard apprentice, had received a warning before their arrival and fled prematurely, leaving everything behind. But from the still warm candle and the warmth remaining on the bed, the target shouldn't have gone far. With that in mind, Andre grew impatient, ready to move. After all, this was about 6 Sika's gold coins. There was no way he would let the target escape. If the target joined other apprentices, capturing him would become even harder. More importantly, Andre worried some other bounty hunters might get him first. Wait, just as Andre hastily tried to climb out the window, Blaine stopped him, pointing to the side table with a look of annoyance on Andre's face. Andre turned his head to look. Besides the extinguished candle, there were several copper coins and papers with strange symbols and patterns scattered on the table. After a brief thought, Andre quickly understood his partner's meaning. If the wizard apprentice had received a warning and left, he wouldn't have left behind easy-to-carry coins, let alone these valuable magic manuscripts. With his hunting experience, Andre knew most wizards would die to protect their so-called research notes. This meant the target was likely still hidden in the house. Andre sneered as the scattered blanket, open window, and fallen paper suggested the target had fled. It seemed the wizard apprentice had played a clever trick, trying to mislead them elsewhere, possibly into a trap. He almost got fooled. At this moment, Lynn, hiding in the darkness, was sweating profusely. In this potentially fatal crisis, his senses became highly alert. Under the influence of his magic power, his senses radiated outward. He could even influence airflow to extinguish the candle and breathe soundlessly. Thanks to this, he was able to hide right under the witch hunters' noses. Blaine ignored Andre's awakening, scanning the room until his eyes landed on a dark red cabinet against the wall by the open window. The cabinet, shoulder-high and covered in dust, was unremarkable in the drafty, run-down room, yet was large enough to hide a curled-up adult man. Chapter 6, For the Reckless Die from Recklessness. Chapter 6, Chapter for the Reckless Die from Recklessness. Blaine imagined it in his mind. If he were to search this cabinet unknowingly, the other party could easily launch a sudden attack using the cover of clothes. If unsuccessful, they could jump out the window to escape. This was undoubtedly the best hiding place in the entire room. Realizing this, Blaine didn't hesitate for a second and unsheathed his sword without warning. The soft hum of the sword blade sliding against the scabbard rang out in the room. In an instant, the silver-white blade pierced the wooden cabinet like a knife through butter. Then, with a horizontal slash, the sealed cabinet was cut open, with chips mixed with shredded cloth scattered into the air. However, the expected scene of blood gushing did not appear. Blaine frowned slightly, a bit surprised. Did he misjudge? Was the target this time simply careless and left these things behind in the room? Andre, who was startled by his companion's sudden sword draw, was about to mock Blaine for his misjudgment when a short sword suddenly extended from the narrow gap between the bookshelf and the wall, aiming directly at Andre's neck. It was Lynn who made the move. When Andre and Blaine discovered the money and manuscripts on the table, Lynn knew he couldn't avoid this encounter. The narrow gap he was hiding in was not covered at all, relying solely on shadows and visual misdirection for concealment. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous place, but the two came too quickly. Having just experienced a crossing, Lynn's mind was in utter chaos, and he didn't have time to find a better hiding spot or make arrangements. He didn't even have time to pick up the parchment that had fallen on the ground. Once the two discovered that there was no one hiding in the cabinet and started searching the room carefully, they would find him soon. So Lynn struck without hesitation. Within 3 steps, the short sword was far more reliable than the magic he had mastered. He chose the moment when Andre saw the flying wood chips and relaxed his mind. However, this seemingly certain strike missed. The moment Lynn struck, a strong sense of crisis surged into Andre's heart. Before joining the witch hunt squad, Andre was a renowned mercenary, constantly walking the edges of life and death. This ingrained feeling was all too familiar to Andre. His keen instinct saved him once again. At the moment the short sword slashed down, Andre barely twisted his body, avoiding being beheaded. But Lynn's ambush was too quick. Even though Andre moved to evade immediately, he couldn't completely avoid it. The sharp short sword left a deep wound on his neck. Scarlet blood continuously gushed from the wound. Andre was both shocked and furious. The pain from his neck warned him that he was almost dead. Andre roared in fury, swinging his sword down to split Lynn in two. The strike was both quick and heavy. Lynn barely had time to react, but his body naturally made a defensive move. The sound of sword and blade clashing echoed continuously in the room, causing one's teeth to ache. Before this, Lynn had never drawn a sword to attack someone before. But fortunately, the original Carl was well-trained, and his muscle memory still existed. Carl used this excellent swordsmanship to deter the ill-intentioned neighbors in the slums. However, this time his opponent was not an untrained thief, but a witch hunter armed with divine power, far more agile than ordinary people and ruthless in his attacks. Andre's swordsmanship was unsystematic, but each strike was vicious. After just 3 clashes, Lynn's hands were in intense pain, almost unable to hold the short sword steady. Andre roared, sweeping his long knife to knock the short sword aside, extending his left hand with thick knuckles to grip Lynn's throat tightly. With his throat clutched, Lynn's face turned red, and his consciousness quickly began to blur. Warning, target of the pact is under severe life threat. According to Article 37 of the Federal Intelligence Management Act, the nearest law enforcement personnel will be automatically contacted. The sudden alert sound in his mind pulled Lynn's consciousness back from the abyss, igniting a glimmer of hope in his heart. Warning, no signal. Warning, failed to connect to the network. Please proceed to the nearest high point to search for a satellite signal and promptly call the Federal Emergency Hotline. Shit. Lynn cursed inwardly, remembering that he had crossed worlds. He couldn't even be sure he was in the same universe. Damn, he should have saved the money he spent on the new ship and upgraded this annoying contraption's intelligence. Where was he going to find a satellite signal now? Even if he could, would the federal officers come flying in to rescue him? But at this moment, Lynn had no time for regrets. The hand gripping his throat tightened like the grasp of the Grim Reaper. Warning, no signal. Activating emergency protocol. Analyzing highest survival probability. Based on user agreement, autonomously connecting to neural network. The alert sound in his mind became more urgent, yet Lynn couldn't hear it anymore. He felt as if his brain was exploding, his soul seemingly detaching from his body, observing the world in a strange state. Lin's dispersed spiritual power spread like ripples, and his perception of elements grew increasingly clear. Seeing that Andre had easily subdued the target, Blaine released his grip on the sword hilt, glancing at Lin a few times. "Quite capable, little mouse. Since you're so good at hiding, let's cut off a hand and a leg," Andre said with a sinister smile, touching the bloodstain on his neck with his left hand. Whether it was an illusion or not, Andre vaguely felt that it was becoming hard to breathe, and the anger kept rising. If it weren't for the thought that a living person was worth more than a dead one, Andre would have killed Lin immediately. For his companion's cruel suggestion, Blaine wasn't surprised. He casually reminded, "Just cut off a hand. Otherwise, you'll have to figure out how to carry him back." Andre, who had his back to Blaine, couldn't respond. His face was turning purple and blue. The long knife in his left hand fell heavily to the ground. His previously chaotic breathing became even more labored, and now he looked like a fish out of water, feeling as if his lungs would burst. 10 years ago, when he was swallowed by a massive whirlpool in the Mist Sea, Andre had experienced this suffocating, death-craving sensation. Breathing was a luxury. If it weren't for his good luck, he might have rested at the bottom of the sea. But now, he wasn't under the deep sea, and the attack just now didn't seem to have cut his trachea. Andre gasped for air, yet his condition did not improve at all. Instead, it worsened. His gray eyes bulged in their sockets. What kind of witchcraft is this? Andre immediately understood that the wizard apprentice in front of him was up to something, but the severe suffocating reaction made him miss the chance to retaliate. The grip on Lin's neck became weaker. At the same time, Lin, with his head lowered, suddenly moved. His tightly shut eyes snapped open, and at that moment, all the oxygen around him was drained away. A short sword shot upward, stabbing directly into Andre's throat. Chapter 7, 5 Lin. Since I don't need to inhale oxygen, how about nobody inhales it? Chapter 7, Chapter 5 Lin. Since I don't need to inhale oxygen, how about nobody inhales it? A few breaths ago, with his neck being pinched, Lin entered an extremely peculiar state. All the pain seemed to be swiftly fading away, and in its place, his brain's thinking activity was increasing several times over. For a moment, Lin couldn't help but wonder if he had already passed to the afterworld. However, he hadn't. He could still clearly perceive the blood and oxygen flowing to his brain being forcibly cut off, his body gradually losing vitality. It wouldn't be long before he truly died. Faced with such a perilous situation, Lin unexpectedly felt no sense of panic. In a situation where someone's choking you, causing oxygen deprivation, how do you counterattack? Of course, it's an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If I don't need to breathe, then nobody should. Lin sensed the vast sea of elements in the void. With a thought, he used his spiritual power as a net to sweep out the active oxygen molecules, instantly extracting them. What happens when a person continues breathing in a low-oxygen environment? Andre was the perfect example. A large amount of ineffective gas flowed into his lungs. His blood pressure rapidly increased, and within a few breaths, the symptoms of oxygen deprivation appeared. Lin keenly noticed the hand gripping his neck weakening. Now is the time. Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and based on his earlier memories, the positions and reactions of everyone in the room transformed into data flooding into his mind. Lin could even perform a detailed force analysis of his neck based on the angle Andre raised his arm. Countless complex data were sorted out in an instant, and Lin constructed a 3D scene in his mind that was 100% restored, deducing the optimal sword strike plan. Lin's arm lifted and simultaneously thrust out the short sword. The hulking man before him, under the intense reaction of oxygen deprivation, completely lost his ability to resist, only able to helplessly watch as the sword tip penetrated his neck. The fragile neck was clearly unable to block the sharp short sword, and crimson blood spurted like a fountain, splattering all over Lin's clothes and face. Andre's eyes widened, his mouth involuntarily opening and closing, hands desperately gripping the gaping wound in his neck that kept bleeding, falling to the ground full of fear and unwillingness. Without hesitation, Lin kicked Andre's body the moment he broke free from the hold, sending the corpse flying toward the stun Blaine, while he himself used a rebound force to escape the low-oxygen zone. Blaine never expected the situation on the scene to suddenly reverse. A look of astonishment immediately appeared on his face, his reaction slowed a beat, instinctively catching Andre's corpse. Upon seeing the other's death state clearly, his pupils involuntarily shrunk, a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his heart. The cyanotic face, blackened lips, and dilated pupils all proved that Andre had suddenly choked, leading to his unguarded neck being pierced. How is this possible? Blaine was utterly terrified. Earlier, it was clearly Andre who was choking Lin's neck, yet he inexplicably fell into asphyxiation. Could it be some strange spell that harms both friend and foe? Breathing rhythmically and regaining strength in his limbs rapidly, Lin's brain throbbed slightly from being choked for a full minute and forcefully manipulating a large amount of oxygen elements. Although he had luckily killed one of them using the principle of asphyxiation, Lin dared not relax even a bit. The brief exchange just now made him understand the gap between them. According to his memory, these witch hunters were skilled elites. Original Lin's swordsmanship was adequate for dealing with a few bandits, but when facing witch hunters dispatched by the church, it fell short. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin's mind, followed by a ringing prompt. Lin's body paused involuntarily, realizing that his sudden increase in elemental control was due to the aid of the intelligent brain. Then, let's try magic. Lin's gaze sharpened, tightly gripping the blood-stained short sword in his hand. His spiritual power once again spread through the air, frantically capturing hydrogen and oxygen elements. A mass of water appeared in the void, then quickly condensed and took shape. First circle magic, Frostblade. The icy blade, exuding a chilling air, shot forth like an arrow. Blaine's expression hardened. He didn't choose to confront it head-on, but slashed out diagonally with the sword in his hand, striking the side of the ice blade and knocking it off course. Yet, in that brief pause, the spell preparation was complete. Gray powder hovered in Lin's palm, then exploded into a blazing fireball. That was Lin's other first circle magic, fireball technique. The temperature in the room sharply rose. Though both were first circle magic, fireball technique was much more powerful compared to Frostblade. The critical point was, in this cramped room, there was simply no way to dodge. Blaine smelled the scent of death, kicking a shattered cabinet towards the raging fireball, then flipping Andre's corpse over to use as a meat shield. The next moment, the fireball hit the shattered cabinet, explosively expanding, and the scorching flames instantly filled the entire room. Lin stared intently at the scattered debris ahead, breathing heavily. He had no exact concept of the power of first circle magic, but judging from the effect, it wouldn't be weaker than a grenade combined with an incendiary bomb. If taken head-on, even if not dead, one would be seriously injured. While pondering, a sharp longsword cut through the smoky haze, the blade reflecting the firelight, slicing straight towards Lin. The speed of this strike was astonishing. By the time Lin realized it, the sharp longsword was already close at hand. Fortunately, at this moment, thanks to the connection between the neural network and the intelligent brain, Lin's reaction speed had increased several times, and his body's coordination had also improved significantly. His right hand held the sword horizontally, his left hand supported his right wrist, his body slightly crouched, and the sword tip braced against the mottled wall beside him. Clang, a sharp, unpleasant thud resounded in the narrow room. At the moment of contact, Lin only felt intense pain in his hand. The sword tip embedded deeply into the wall, and a fine crack appeared along the blade. So heavy, there was only this sensation in Lin's mind. He dropped the sword, falling to the ground, and rolled several times, narrowly avoiding a whipping kick. The fierce wind gusted over his head, followed by another muffled thud. Lin turned his head to look, The mottled wall had already been kicked out with a concave groove. 75 tons, probability of North American bison collision about 65%. In an instant, data analysis flashed through his mind. Lin's pupils shrank. If he were kicked head-on, his internal organs would definitely burst open. Body modification? Cyborg? Battle chi? Lin knew perfectly well that a normal person, even with the most scientific professional training, could never kick with such terrifying force. This completely exceeded the limits of the human body. Chapter 8:6. This is my final magic. Chapter 8, Chapter 6. This is my final magic. Such a character is merely a witch hunter and used to capture weak wizard apprentices like me. Lin found it hard to believe, but reality was not a battlefield where opponents of equal strength were matched. Begging for mercy and surrendering had no meaning, only a life-and-death battle. Frostblade. Lin raised his left hand and aimed at Blaine. His mastery of the condensing water technique was becoming more proficient. In a split second, another ice blade appeared in the void. However, the spiritual power that could touch the surroundings had already exhausted the scarce hydrogen atoms, making the ice blade unable to pose enough threat to the enemy. Lin was keenly aware of this, but had no way to change it, and a strong desire surged in his heart. He needed more hydrogen and oxygen. The instant this thought emerged, Lin felt as if his brain had been struck heavily, like countless silver needles piercing through. Following that, the magic power in his body rapidly depleted, transforming into a large amount of hydrogen and oxygen elements. At the same time, a strange rune was deeply imprinted in his mind. One ring high-level spell, multiple frost blades. In a mere second, several sharp ice blades appeared in front of him, scattering like a rain of arrows. Lin's sudden outburst exceeded Blaine's expectations. In haste, the long sword turned from offense to defense. Although the reaction was extremely swift, one frost blade still bypassed the defense of the long sword and pierced his abdomen. Blaine immediately felt a bone-piercing cold. Crystals of ice began to rapidly spread from the wound on his abdomen. Being fully aware of the bizarre nature of the magic, Blaine did not dare to slack off. He grasped the ice blade with his right hand and forcefully pulled it out. Due to the special structure of the frost blade, barbs embedded deeply in the flesh made it difficult to pull out forcibly, causing bright red blood to spurt out. Severe pain made Blaine tremble uncontrollably. The wound on his abdomen was a mangled mess of flesh, and terror grew as the cold rapidly spread, quickly numbing the wound area. However, Blaine's ruthlessness was beyond Lin's expectations. Realizing that the wound on his abdomen would affect the upcoming battle, he grabbed a burning cabinet handle and pressed it directly against the wound. The scorching flames mingled with the mangled flesh, causing veins to bulge on Blaine's face as he roared in fury. Light smoke rose from the contact point, and the mangled flesh was nearly half-cooked, with no more blood flowing out. The bone-chilling coldness vanished with the flames burning. This horrifying sight made Lin shudder. Whether it was Blaine heartlessly using a comrade's body to block a blade or cauterizing his wound with fire, it made Lin realize this was not an easy opponent. Taking advantage of Blaine's distraction, Lin didn't hesitate to crash through the door and escape. Losing the protective short sword, he had no chance of winning in the narrow room. Blaine glanced at Andre's charred corpse, clenched the long sword in his right hand, and gave chase. In the evening, outside the Nordland territory in the slums, two figures, one chasing and one fleeing, traversed the narrow, decayed streets. The sky had grown darker, and one frostblade, after another whistled past, striking the ground and walls aimlessly. Each time he cast a spell, Lin's brain would throb with pain, but he couldn't afford to care. Once he stopped casting, his opponent would rush forward and pierce his skull with a sword. In contrast, Blaine, who was chasing Lin, seemed at ease. His sharp eyes caught the incoming ice blades, occasionally dodging them while maintaining a close yet safe distance from Lin. Blaine was so cautious because this clever wizard apprentice had proven to be exceptionally cunning. from the misleading notes in the room, the sudden ice blade and fireball technique injuring him, to the deceptive witchcraft. That killed Andre. It had left a deep impression on him. Despite his opponent seeming exhausted, Blaine didn't dare act rashly. Like the most patient hunter, he meticulously drained Lynn's energy, waiting for the moment his prey would collapse and die. As they continued their chase, the distance from the town grew, and a foul stench filled the air. Blaine then realized that Lynn, in his desperation, had fled to the long-abandoned lower district. The entire Nordland territory sloped from north to south, with the main city built along the northern bank of the Ain River. Over a decade ago, the Duke of Nordland, returning from the Holy City, was displeased with the chaotic, foul-smelling state of the main city and ordered artisans to dig a small channel, directing all the city's waste downstream of the Ain River. This decision brought misery to the impoverished living in the lower district, who relied on the Ain River for water. But the Duke of Nordland cared little for the lives of these wretched souls, so the lower district slowly fell into disrepair, with only a few scavengers lingering in the area. Blaine couldn't help but worry about other wizard apprentices hiding there. As he resolved to end the fight quickly, Lynn, who had been fleeing, suddenly stopped in a varied height alley. It should be concentrated enough. Lynn confirmed one last time. The strange rune in his mind activated, summoning 7 frost blades that sparkled in the remaining light of the sunset. Forcing large amounts of magic power to convert into hydrogen and oxygen had severe side effects. Lynn felt his brain was about to explode. The magic power was squeezed to its limit. This was his final spell. In the next moment, the ice blades split into 2 groups, shooting in unpredictable directions, blocking all of Blaine's evasion routes. Blaine's face grew somber, his eyes focused. Even he couldn't block such a quantity completely, but if he risked injury. Fortunately, the ice blades seemed to lack accuracy, most only brushing past, with only 3 aimed at him. A fight to the death. Blaine's face showed a sneer. During the chase, he noticed Lynn's spell casting wasn't truly out of thin air. At least, it had a significant mental toll. Clearly, the opponent was nearing his limit. Blaine's lips curled slightly. His long sword slashed precisely at the approaching frost blades, failing to notice a red sphere mixed among them. Clang, the sword's edge struck the sphere, creating dazzling sparks. The odd impact made Blaine pause, realizing he had struck a firestone. New book requesting support. Chapter 9, 7. I will reveal the truth of this world to you. Chapter 9, Chapter 7. I will reveal the truth of this world to you. When the sword clashed with the stone, brilliant sparks spread out rapidly like a spider web. A sudden sense of unease filled Blaine's mind, but before he could react, everything in front of him was engulfed by the leaping firelight. Boom! The violent explosion echoed through the silent lower town. Lynn, who wasn't far away, was also blown to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. At the same time, the brain's prompt tone sounded. Energy depleted, overload mode ended. Cough, cough. Lynn clambered up from the ground in a sorry state, then immediately fell to void. The continuous casting had drained his magic power dry. Compared to Lynn, who was affected by the blast, Blaine, who was in the center of the explosion, looked much more miserable. As the dust settled, Lynn couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Blaine, at the center of the explosion, looked inhuman. Half of his sword-wielding right arm was blown off, his exposed skin was black and red, his chest armor was shattered and cracked, and one could faintly see putrefied flesh and white bones inside. Even more terrifying, the intense explosion instantly drained the surrounding oxygen. Blaine's shrill screams lasted only a few seconds before abruptly stopping. Lynn couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. He had heard of the power of methane explosions on TV news, but it was the first time he saw it firsthand, especially since this time he had created it himself. If Blaine hadn't been too far away, and the trajectory of the fireball technique easy to predict and avoid, he wouldn't have taken the risky approach, using the principle of a methane explosion to lure and kill his opponent. It was thanks to the wondrous magic power that allowed him to manipulate the flow of air to some extent. Plus, the lower town wasn't lacking in materials, so reaching a concentration sufficient to cause an explosion wasn't an easy feat. Lynn picked up the long sword that had fallen to the ground and cautiously approached to check Blaine's condition. Despite such severe injuries, Blaine hadn't instantly died. The two eyeballs that were barely attached to their sockets stared at him, his mouth making a clucking sound, indicating that his vocal cords had also been damaged. "Let me send you off," Lynn said coldly. He couldn't help but hate Blaine for barging into the house and forcing him into a desperate situation, but he had no intention of torturing him. In this state, he probably couldn't extract any information anyway. So death was the best end for him. Lynn raised the long sword and precisely thrust it into Blaine's heart, watching as the latter's body trembled violently before once again falling silent. Perhaps it was the influence of hatred, or perhaps it was Carl's original body's influence. In addition to the psychological discomfort, Lynn didn't feel excessively uncomfortable after personally ending a life. In fact, the aftereffects of casting spells back to back made his brain throb with pain occasionally. Confirming that Blaine was truly dead, Lynn's tightly wounded expression finally relaxed. His body swayed, and he used the long sword in his right hand as a crutch to keep from collapsing. 071. Lynn called softly in his mind, but received no response. Remembering the earlier prompt, he understood that the brain had likely shut down due to excessive energy consumption. In response, Lynn had no solution but to wait for 071 to replenish its energy. At this moment, his mind was filled with confusion. What exactly was the magic power used by wizards, and why could it manipulate chemical elements? And those strange runes that appeared inexplicably in his mind just now. What left Lynn most perplexed was that, under the overload mode of the brain, he could even directly convert magic power into hydrogen and oxygen. Did this mean that magic power could be converted into any other element? If so, the wonder of this thing would far exceed his expectations. "Follow me." Recalling what his mentor Crow had said when they met half a year ago, Lynn couldn't help but tremble. Perhaps the old wizard wasn't just fooling him back then. It was no wonder Carl's original body would give up a stable life of food and clothing to become a wizard apprentice. Unfortunately, Carl's original body had studied magic for too short time. Plus, Crow had more than one apprentice, and teaching time was limited, so Lynn hadn't had access to more secrets. The after effect of over-consuming magic power left Lynn terrified. During the last spell cast, he almost thought his brain was going to explode, and his body felt as weak as if he had just suffered a severe illness, urgently wanting to lie down and sleep. But Lynn knew this wasn't the time to rest. Though he had dealt with two enemies, the commotion from the battle in the slums would likely be reported to the local tribunal soon, which would surely send more people to capture him. The immediate priority was to quickly find a place to hide and figure out a way to contact a wizard. Lynn glanced down at Blaine's corpse, prodded it with the sword, and cut open the damaged pouch at his waist, causing a small pile of coins to spill out. A Sears gold coin, 7 silver coins, and more than a dozen copper coins. Seeing that these well-crafted coins had not been damaged by the explosion, Lynn's mood improved slightly. As a noble's illegitimate child, Carl's original body had never been wealthy. After running away from home for more than 3 months, occasionally funding his mentor's research, he could barely afford to eat. With this windfall, he wouldn't have to risk returning to that dilapidated house, which was likely a dead end now. Lynn bent down to gather the coins and unexpectedly found a piece of parchment that had fallen out alongside them. Underneath the scorching heat, most of the writing was completely unreadable, leaving only faint characters like Wooer, Town, Moonlit Day, Johnny, and 17 copper coins. Lynn muttered to himself, and, out of caution, he didn't destroy it on the spot, but instead kept the burned parchment. He needed someone who could answer his questions. Heading to Wooter Town to find other apprentices might be a good choice. At least it would be more reliable than him searching alone for those hidden wizards. As Lynn pondered, he grabbed Blaine's ankle and dragged the body toward the foul-smelling Seep River not far away. In this medieval world of magic and divine arts, even the dead couldn't be trusted. If the church of this world possessed the resurrection technique, his information could be leaked. The safest method was to dispose of the body entirely. Chapter 10. 8. This is blasphemy against God. Chapter 10. Chapter 8. This is blasphemy against God. Bishop Anloak, it's here. I saw that wizard and the witch-hunter lord come out of the house from afar and fought all the way to here. A quarter of an hour later, in the lower city, a ragged scavenger, covered in filth, hunched over as he looked at the priests of the church before him, carefully recounting everything he had seen. Anloak remained silent, examining the scorch marks on the ground. The fresh blood had turned dark red under the heat, and the upturned soil mixed with shattered flesh attested to the ferocity of the battle. The severe destruction was likely caused by the second circle spell, Flame Burst Skill. Anloak suddenly questioned. There were clear signs of a fight, but Blaine's body was nowhere to be found. The scavenger swallowed hard and began to speak with difficulty. After the witch-hunter lord died, that wizard threw him into the Ain River. Before Anloak could respond, a middle-aged priest behind him burst out angrily. Over the years, thanks to the wise measures of the Duke of Nordland, the entire downstream of the Ain River had truly become a place of filth. Blaine's identity was not just a simple witch hunter. He was also a member of the church's Divine Punishment Army, and he had even taken the Divine Grace Elixir, becoming God's emissary on earth. His frequent participation in witch-hunting operations was merely to pad his resume. But that wizard, corrupted by a demon, had ruthlessly killed him and thrown his body into the polluted Ain River, undoubtedly a direct challenge to the authority of the church. The scavenger's body trembled slightly, lowering his head in fear. Anloak tightened his grip on his staff, his anger rising. He turned to the trembling scavenger and questioned again. Did you see clearly what the wizard who killed Blaine looked like? I only saw a few distant glimpses, Bishop. There should have been no second wizard, the scavenger replied, trembling. Carl, Anloak murmured to himself, contemplating the information. Previously, he had not paid much attention to this obscure wizard apprentice. After all, the intelligence indicated that the apprentice had been learning for just about half a year and was not favored by wizard crew, making him the least threatening target. But it seemed that was not the case. Releasing the second circle spell Flame Burst Skill and killing 2 witch hunters was not something a novice could achieve, unless the person possessed a powerful alchemical tool, or was a formal wizard like Kuru. Several days later, at the border of Nordland territory, in an inn in Wooter Town. Waking from a nightmare, Lynn jumped off the hard wooden bed, quickly moving to the window to observe the scene outside. Seeing that everything was normal, with no one coming to catch him, Lynn finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since he killed those 2 witch hunters in the slums 5 days ago, he had been worried about the Judgment Court's pursuit. He took a deliberately longer route to Wooter Town and even falsified some escape traces. Perhaps his half-baked counter-surveillance techniques worked, or the Judgment Court had no time to deal with a minor wizard apprentice, as he had not encountered any pursuers yet. Despite this, the journey had been arduous. Used to the conveniences of modern life, suddenly finding himself in a setting resembling medieval Europe was almost too much for Lynn to bear. There were no phones or computers, no familiar family or friends, no hot breakfast in the morning, only hard black bread washed down with water. The only consolation was that he retained all the memories of the original Carl, which allowed him to understand the language and writing of this world. His skills were not too weak, enabling him to deter some petty thieves and avoid dying on the way. After several days of hardship, Lynn reluctantly accepted the reality of his situation, and this was his second day in Wooer Town. Out of caution, Lynn had not hurried to find the other wizard apprentices. After discovering the markers they left, he returned discreetly, taking a day to familiarize himself with the terrain and stock up on flints and black bread. The days on the run had made Lynn paranoid, but after a preliminary understanding of Wooer Town, he realized why Johnny had chosen this place for the meeting. As a trading town on the border of Nordland territory, the place saw a mix of people coming and going regularly, with merchant caravans frequently passing through. One or two strangers would not attract much attention. As he pondered, Lin reached for a stone mortar, placing the fragmented flints inside, and began grinding them into fine powder with a small wooden stick. During his time in Wuder town, aside from looking for markers and familiarizing himself with the terrain, Lin had devoted the rest of his time to making white phosphorus. White phosphorus is an allotrope of phosphorus with the chemical formula P4, appearing as a white or pale yellow transparent solid. There are two common methods of preparation. First, mixing calcium phosphate, quartz sand, and carbon powder into a mixture, heating it to 1,400 to 1,600 degrees Celsius. The resulting phosphorus vapor is then passed into cold water to solidify into white phosphorus. Second, heating red phosphorus to 416 degrees Celsius in the absence of air, sublimating and cooling it to obtain white phosphorus. However, in this pre-industrial, medieval-like world, gathering these materials in a short time was no easy task. 071 had shown him some ancient and convenient methods of extracting materials, but Lin preferred not to use them unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Lin soon discovered surprise. The flints he had used contained traces of red phosphorus. Given red phosphorus's role as an effective flame retardant, its use in making matches in the last century to improve safety was not surprising. It seemed the natives of this world had already discovered phosphorus, albeit at a primitive level of application. As he ground the flint with the stick, removing the impurities, he was left with clumps of red powder. He lacked professional equipment, but his magic was far more useful than any scientific apparatus. Mage's hand. With a thought, the fine red phosphorus seemed to be summoned, floating up, and under the effect of the initial material decompilation skill, breaking down into basic molecular states. Chapter 11. 9 White Phosphorus Fire and Spell Slots. Chapter 11. Chapter 9 White Phosphorus Fire and Spell Slots. Lin focused intently, simultaneously expelling the air around the red phosphorus as much as possible, while using the principle of accelerating molecular movement to raise the temperature. After more than 10 seconds, wisps of white vapor floated out, gathered together under the constraint of magic power, and then quickly cooled and solidified into a semi-transparent yellow powder. This was white phosphorus. Knowing the terror of this substance, Lin dared not touch it with his hands. He held his breath the entire time, maintaining the mage's hand, and placed the collected white phosphorus into the bag that originally held the embers of red fire. This storage bag, specifically used for storing magical materials, had an excellent insulating effect, effectively preventing the sudden spontaneous combustion of white phosphorus. After doing all this, fine beads of sweat had already formed on Lin's forehead. Completing such a complicated procedure was somewhat strenuous for Lin, who was still a wizard apprentice. If not for the spirit fusion during the transmigration that had greatly enhanced his control over magic power, this attempt would likely have ended in failure. Luckily, everything went as he had anticipated. Placing the storage bag properly, Lin recalled the terrifying scene of the blazing fire of white phosphorus burning the ground in his memory, involuntarily shivering. Just hope there's no need to use it. Growing up in an era of peace, Lin still held deep reverence for life. However, he also knew that in this other world where human lives were as cheap as grass, in order to protect himself, he could only let others die while he remained alive. After everything was done, Lin silently called out in his mind. Since the intelligent brain was forcibly shut down 5 days ago, this had become his daily routine. Obviously, there was no response this time either. If not for the magic power in his body slowly diminishing to supply energy to the intelligent brain, Lin would have suspected that 071 had vanished completely. The intelligent brain was his important reliance for survival in this strange world. Just by connecting to the neural network to greatly enhance his thinking capacity, it was enough to get him out of many crises. Not to mention that in that special state, he could convert magic power into elements and cast spells without preparing materials in advance. Recalling the scene of his mentor Crow casting the second circle spell group Frostblades, Lin vaguely guessed that the ability to convert magic power into elements might be the key distinction between a wizard apprentice and a formal wizard. He was quite sure that Carl, as an apprentice, absolutely couldn't achieve this. There was no related memory in his mind. It was likely after the transmigration and the spirit fusion, plus the assistance of the intelligent brain, that briefly broke through this barrier. However, at this moment, Lin's attention was already focused on the strange rune suspended in his sea of consciousness. The interior of the strange rune consisted of countless tiny dots and lines arranged in a very special manner, looking intricate and full of beauty. Testingly, Lin touched it with his spiritual power, and the rune instantly lit up. Immediately, Lin sensed a tenth of his magic power diminish at that moment. When he opened his eyes, a diamond-shaped frost blade hovered in his palm. It was also a capability of formal wizards, significantly enhancing their casting speed. In general, the process of constructing spell slots was a bit like programming work in the past, setting various parameters in advance and then pressing the confirm button when needed to immediately output the result. Thus, the arrangement of this rune probably indicated 1 part oxygen plus 2 parts hydrogen plus reducing the molecular motion speed plus special configuration equals Frostblade. One had to admit, it was very scientific. Lin tried several other spells with interest, but unexpectedly, no new spell slots formed. After some thought, Lin quickly guessed the reason. To construct the corresponding spell slots, one probably needed to perform a complete casting of a first circle spell without the aid of casting materials. With this in mind, Lin could only temporarily abandon the plan to further solidify spell slots. Without the support of the intelligent brain, there was still a considerable gap between him and a formal wizard. Lin looked up at the sky outside, thinking it was about time to meet those wizard apprentices. Today was Monday, the last agreed-upon day. The Drunkard Tavern was located in the most bustling area of Wooter Town. If it weren't for following the secret marks all the way here, Lin could not have imagined that Johnny would choose this place for the meeting. And 17 coppers was precisely the price of a cup of ancient rum. Was this a case of hiding in plain sight? Lin muttered to himself, but as soon as he pushed open the door, he couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. As a gathering place for the lower class, the interior of the Drunkard Tavern was bustling. The rising fireplace drove away the night chill, and the space, no more than 100 square meters, was packed to the brim. The wooden floor was stained with liquor and vomit, and a strong stench almost knocked Lin out. At the long table near the entrance of the tavern, a drunken halfling immediately spotted the entering Lin. Seeing the young face and noting that he was a stranger, the halfling maliciously shouted out. Lin turned his head, scrutinizing the drunken halfling with a probing gaze. Halflings were unique to this continent. They were not called this because they had only half a body, but due to their small stature, roughly half the height of an adult, resembling dwarves. However, these beings were not the result of genetic defects, but an entirely different race. Halflings were strong, with muscles seemingly gifted by nature, much like the dwarfs in Western fantasy works of his past life. One could only wonder what the halflings' physical structure and genetic composition were like and how they differed from humans. As a data archivist by nature, Lin's curiosity surged. Under Lin's scrutinizing gaze, the drunken halfling shivered involuntarily, feeling a chill run from his feet to his heart. 5 years ago, in the Nordland territory, he had once met the infamous Skullcutter Luke. That was a vicious thug who delighted in dismembering people. Lin's gaze was eerily similar to Luke's back then, as if the halfling were merely a corpse waiting to be dissected. Chapter 12, 10. Carl, why did you betray us? Chapter 12, Chapter 10. Carl, why did you betray us? Gaga. Suddenly, the crisp call of a crow interrupted the staring contest between the two. Lin regretfully drew his gaze back and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a small gray crow perched on the counter, staring intently at him. The owner of the Drunkard Tavern was a shrewd and businesslike merchant from Greytown. He paused his glass wiping for a moment upon hearing the crow's call, then grinned, exposing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and greeted warmly. What a rare new face. A glass of Goro wine, for years aged. Lin walked straight to the counter, laying out the coins in neat groups of 5, 5, and 7. The tavern owner scrutinized Lin, his gaze lingering on the long sword hanging from Lin's waist, his expression remaining unchanged. That was last year's price. Lin was taken aback, but had yet to respond when a strikingly beautiful female customer beside him pursed her lips and teased, "Old York, are you trying to fool a newcomer?" As she spoke, the female patron looked at Lin with interest. 17 coppers for a glass of Goro wine wasn't exactly luxury, but not many would be so generous at the Drunkard Tavern, especially since the man was young and handsome, with solid muscles. He didn't seem like the useless type. Old York didn't mind the woman's interruption and grinned. 2 ships from the harbor capsized this year, making the ingredients for Goro wine scarce. Prices have to go up. The young woman's interest in Lin diminished by half upon hearing this. He seemed like just another poor soul, squandering his savings for a taste of good wine. "Then I suggest you choose a different flavor." Old York shrugged. "Of course, if you're interested in earning some extra coin, I could help you." Crippled Laud? Lin raised an eyebrow. During his time spent gathering information in Wooter Town, he had heard that name more than once. The rumors were not favorable. Lin's mind raced, but he still nodded in agreement. Old York swept the coins into his pocket, called over an attendant to temporarily take over his duties, and then looked at Lin again and said, "Follow me. The Goro wine you wanted is in the cellar. I'll get it and then take you to meet him." Seeing Lin follow Old York without any defenses, the onlookers in the tavern couldn't help but reveal schadenfreude smiles. Everyone living in Wooter Town knew that although Crippled Laud was generous, he was also notoriously ruthless. Many people who worked under him had mysteriously disappeared, sometimes without even a corpse left to find. They might get paid, but they wouldn't live to spend it. As the patrons reveled in their schadenfreude, Old York led Lin through the kitchen into a storeroom filled with sacks of flour and barrels, stopping in front of a large, grimy barrel. Click! Old York pressed down firmly on the barrel's side lid. Accompanied by a gushing sound of liquid, the barrel slowly rotated halfway, and a wooden panel sprung open, revealing a half-human-height secret passage. "Follow this path." Lin thanked him, took the candle, and stepped into the secret passage. The large, liquor-stained barrel rotated back to its original position, followed by the sound of liquid being refilled. The faint light from outside disappeared, plunging the secret passage into total darkness. Lin couldn't see where it led, with only the faint light from the candle illuminating the way forward. The air carried the stench of cheap wine. Lin followed the dim corridor cautiously, mentally recapping the intel from his fellow wizard apprentices. Because his mentor, Crow, had been constantly on the move in recent years, he had no fixed residence and never kept all his apprentices near him. After all, too many unfamiliar faces suddenly appearing in one city was conspicuous and made hiding difficult. So, his understanding of these people was limited, mostly having only met a few times, knowing their names and appearances. The only one he was somewhat familiar with was Johnny, who had sent him letters before. Of course, that familiarity was one-sided. To be precise, it was the original Carl who had a peculiar youthful crush on Johnny. In layman's terms, it was a one-sided infatuation sparked by beauty. As Crow's most favored disciple, Johnny had impressive magical talent and was just one step away from becoming a full-fledged wizard. After Crow's death, Johnny became the apparent leader of their group of apprentices. Unfortunately, such a one-sided, peculiar relationship clearly couldn't provide him with any help. As Lin was distracted, the narrow corridor ahead gradually became more spacious. By the faint candlelight, Lin realized that this passage led to a forest outside Wooter Town. It was deep into the night, yet the sky wasn't as dark as expected. Silver moonlight filtered through the gaps in the tree canopy, casting a translucent veil over the firm yellow earth. Lin could faintly feel the magic power inside him becoming increasingly active. Is this Moon Day? Through the dense foliage, Lin could vaguely see a sky full of shimmering stars and a gigantic bright moon. According to Carl's memories, this astronomical phenomenon occurred only once a year and lasted about 3 to 5 days. However, there were no records in his memory about moonlight affecting magic power. Of course, he had only been a wizard apprentice for barely half a year. While Lin was pondering, a sudden sharp whizzing sound pierced the air. Dozens of solidified magic missiles shot out from the dense woods around him, blocking his escape routes in all directions. A trap? That was Lin's immediate thought, and he reacted swiftly. Turning his empty left hand over, he dropped a handful of gray powder into his palm. The remaining casting material, red fire embers. With a powerful throw, the powder ignited instantly under the influence of his magic, forming a scorching firewall in front of him. However, the hastily used new spell, Lesser Firewall, couldn't withstand the joint attack of several wizard apprentices. The magic missiles pierced through the flames almost instantly. Fortunately, Lin had achieved his objective. The heat wave and high temperature from the firewall caused the magical projectiles to lose their accuracy, ricocheting off tree trunks and the yellow earth behind him. Seeing 4 figures cloaked in black robes closing in on him in a semicircle, Lin silently drew the long sword from his waist and opened the pouch containing white phosphorus, preparing for battle. Due to time constraints, he had limited white phosphorus, but now was clearly not the time to hold back. Just as Lin was about to act, a cold voice rang out. Chapter 13, 11 Wizard Land, Green Reel, 2-in-1. Chapter 13, Chapter 11 Wizard Land, Green Reel, 2-in-1. The sudden questioning made Lin pause for a moment. As a few figures gradually approached, Lin immediately recognized the leader. It was his target for this search, Johnny. The girl wrapped in a black robe was about 20 years old, with peculiar silver-gray, long hair and bright, gem-like blue eyes. She had grown much thinner since their last meeting, likely due to constantly fleeing and hiding, and her face carried a sickly pallor. Lin's tone was unwavering, without a trace of hesitation. With all of his predecessor's memories, he was absolutely certain that Carl had never committed any betrayal. At most, he might have considered it in his mind, but otherwise he wouldn't be hiding in fear in the slums. The gray-haired witch continued to question. Only then did Lin realize that Johnny's gaze was fixed on the longsword in his grip, and a thought quickly clarified the problem. Said the burly wizard apprentice, "Buck," excitedly. Lin replied calmly, though cold sweat trickled down his back. He'd been carrying this ticking time bomb all this while. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for not being cautious enough. After all, his own short sword had been lost in the slum hut, and throwing away a readily available weapon was hardly practical. Considering that he hadn't encountered any trouble these past few days, it seemed knowledge of this intel was scarce, but it clearly had not escaped Old York at the Drunkard's Tavern. No wonder the other party kept evading and testing him with various excuses when he bought Crow's wine. It was likely Old York who conveyed the information about Lin having a witch hunter's sword to Johnny and his group. A trophy? Buck scoffed. As lackeys of the church, those selected as witch hunters were elites above ordinary people, usually operating in small teams. Even an official wizard would find them quite troublesome. For apprentices like them, escaping death was already a stroke of luck. Lin shook his head. As he spoke, Lin extended his hand, extracting hydrogen and oxygen from the surrounding air, then rapidly cooling them to condense into form. Almost instantly, a diamond-shaped ice blade materialized before everyone, its odd shape exuding a peculiar beauty. The present wizard apprentices were momentarily stunned, not by the ice blade's never-before-seen shape, but by Lin's rapid casting speed. Before becoming an official wizard, one couldn't inscribe spell slots into their brain, making the quick completion of intricate casting tasks and speeding up casting a significant challenge. After all, in real combat, enemies wouldn't foolishly wait for one spell to complete. Generally, An apprentice who could ready a spell in 2 seconds was considered qualified. Yet Lin had compressed the entire process to about 1 second, roughly sacrificing form for pure speed. Although the ice blade wasn't the perfect crow configuration, it was enough to earn the onlookers' admiration. Also, I don't believe the church would allow a wizard to become a witch hunter and provide them with weapons, Lin retorted, not waiting for the group to recover. Buck was completely speechless. The church had always adopted a better to kill the wrong person than let any wizard escape policy. Letting a demon-corrupted wizard become a witch hunter was sacrilege. The other wizard apprentices evidently understood this as well, showing a bit less hostility towards Lin. "No one is surrounding us." The person speaking shrank back into their black robe, replying timidly. With a clear response, Johnny finally turned around and apologized to Lin. "I'm very sorry, Carl." Lin questioned. "I assure you, the spell was just a test," Johnny explained earnestly. Lin gazed into the girl's blue eyes, seeing no evasion or lies there, but he had genuinely felt danger during the earlier attack, considering that his suspicion hadn't been completely cleared and sensing was not entirely reliable. Lin chose not to reveal this information publicly. Among the apprentices, he had followed Crow the shortest time and was the least trustworthy one. After pausing a moment, Lin suppressed his displeasure and asked again, "Has something happened? I need an explanation." Chapter 14, 11 Wizard Land, Green Reel, Combined 2 in 1, _2. Chapter 14, Chapter 11 Wizard Land, Green Reel, Combined 2 in 1, _2, Follow me first. This isn't a place to chat. The battle just now might have exposed our whereabouts, Johnny said apologetically, glancing at Lin, then beckoned everyone to return to the encampment under the cover of night. When the full moon hung high overhead, a desolate, ruined village appeared before Lin's eyes. This village was massacred and destroyed by a group of mercenaries who infiltrated during the last conquest war led by Duke Nordland. Lin looked at Johnny with a hint of surprise. He wasn't surprised by what the girl said. He just thought that almost everyone here was probably of noble origin. Was it really okay to say that? Despite her inexplicable resentment towards nobles, Johnny still chose to set up their temporary base in a noble's manor. The large manor, ravaged by war, no longer had its former glory. The main house looked on the verge of collapse, surrounded by ruins and broken walls. Inside wasn't much better. Cobwebs filled the crumbling walls, overturned chairs were covered in thick dust, and the place reeked of decay. However, since this was a noble's residence, the vast main house was almost like a small castle designed to withstand war. It had a few guard posts and even an independent drainage system, meaning they didn't need to worry about their water supply here. Upon entering the manor, Lin soon saw the wizard apprentice stationed there, Barton. Compared to his burly brother Buck, Barton was almost his exact opposite, emaciated to the point of looking like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. After moving the junk to the door with everyone and resealing it, Johnny spoke up before Lin could ask any questions. "Who was Kent?" Lin paused, searching his memory before recalling that Kent was the third disciple of Crow and the only wizard apprentice not present. He hadn't expected this guy to be dead already. On the same day our teacher was captured by the church, the Nordland Territories guards raided Kent's hiding place. After that, both Buck and Barton, as well as Will, were also pursued, but Gum managed to avoid the attack thanks to her special abilities, Johnny explained. Special abilities? Lin instinctively looked at the wizard apprentice named Gu. She looked excessively young, about 13 or 14 years old, not even reaching his shoulder in height. Her yellowish face was dotted with sparse freckles, and her messy hair was tangled as she squatted in the corner feeding some gray crows. Lin quickly recalled the sound of crows he had heard in the tavern, guessing that she might possess some kind of magic to control animals. "I suspect someone sold us out, enabling the church to locate our hiding places so precisely," Johnny said worriedly. Lin asked the most crucial question. As wizards being hunted and oppressed by the church, they would never casually reveal their whereabouts, indicating very few people knew. A process of elimination would suffice. Johnny was silent for a moment, then shook her head. Could it be that the teacher? Buck hesitated, but asked nonetheless. Johnny's eyes sharpened, and she rebuked decisively. Buck immediately fell silent. Lynn didn't dwell on the issue too much, but asked the second question that concerned him the most. Lynn faintly regretted coming to find these wizard apprentices. He had assumed that while Johnny and the others were being hunted, at least their internal situation was stable, and that even if they couldn't lead him to another full-fledged wizard, they could at least provide some support. However, that didn't seem to be the case now. If Johnny didn't have a reliable enough plan to evade the church's pursuit, he would look for an opportunity to leave this group. To Lynn, moving alone was much safer than following a group of incompetent companions. Buck and Will also looked at Johnny, and even Baigu stopped feeding the gray crows. During the time, they were being hunted by the church. They had asked the same question multiple times, but Johnny had always dodged the question, insisting on waiting until everyone was present before divulging anything. This time, Johnny didn't conceal anything and responded smoothly. Will, who had been silent, suddenly asked. "Yes, I've been there with my mentor before," Johnny said firmly. "It sounds as marvelous as the Holy Land of Ira," Barton mumbled, finding it impossible to imagine a world where wizards could cast spells freely without being hunted. It could only be described as a dream. Much like the Holy Land of Ira described in the Bible, it was a place only the most devout believers could reach after death. No sickness or aging existed there, and everyone lived in spacious estates, cared for by dream elves with utmost attentiveness. In the Holy Land, rivers flowed with fragrant wine, fields automatically yielded abundant wheat without the need for farming, and every tree branch was laden with succulent, juicy steaks. "Ira doesn't like wizards," squatting in the corner, Baigu weakly interrupted Barton's fantasy. Will asked anxiously. Johnny hesitated for a moment, but then responded truthfully. "Wooer Town is very close to the Nordland Territories port. We could board ship there." "Laud?" Lynn couldn't help but be surprised. Previously, the boss of the drunken tavern, Old York, had also mentioned this name to him. Rumor had it that Lame Laud had been a pirate for several years in his youth, making quite a name for himself until a leg injury during a merchant raid forced him to fake his death to survive. This incident, however, turned Laud's luck around. After a fierce battle where most of the pirate leaders perished, Laud conveniently became the pirate leader. Yet, instead of continuing the pillaging lifestyle, he turned to legitimate business, now controlling the alcohol trade in Wooer Town and its port, making him the biggest local power in the western Nordland Territory. Recalling various city rumors, Lynn immediately realized that Laud's supposed alcohol trade was just a cover, and his real business was maintaining the connection between the wizard land and the outside world. In short, we need to hurry. The road to the wizard land will open briefly only on Monday. Johnny swiftly drew her long sword and sketched the positions of Wooer Town and the port on the ground, marking out their route with sword strokes. "We'll set off early tomorrow morning, circumnavigating through Kodisuo Mountain. We shouldn't attract much attention." Johnny outlined the general plan. Seeing that Lynn and the others had memorized it, she cast a fireball technique to destroy the drawn map. In the burst of flame, Johnny looked around at everyone and added, "Baigu, you'll take the night watch." "Why me?" Touching his nose, Lynn felt extremely frustrated. They were really just bullying the newcomer, weren't they? Chapter 15, 12 Lynn, I know this one. Request for continued reading. Chapter 15, Chapter 12 Lynn, I know this one. Request for continued reading. After a whole night of rushing, everyone present was exhausted. Once Johnny finished speaking, they each went to rest. Of course, Lynn was no exception. He chose a room that looked somewhat decent, pushed the broken door closed, and lay down on the dusty wooden bed without caring. For the past week, since he crossed over, Lynn's nerves had been tense. He had slept with one eye open, fearing that soldiers might rush in at any moment and kill him. Now, he could finally relax a bit. "Green Reel," Lynn murmured about the wizard land that Johnny had mentioned. Unlike Will and the others, who were suspicious, He didn't find it strange that a group of wizards who knew magic would band together to occupy a piece of land and immerse themselves in the study of magic. Or rather, he thought it was completely normal. On the contrary, the church, with its religious theology, seemed incredibly strange to him. For Lin, going to Wizardland was undoubtedly an excellent choice. In a place that valued magic and knowledge, he could better utilize his advantages without worrying about being captured one day. Within the Seeka's empire, which was controlled by the church, he probably couldn't even find a place to peacefully farm and advance technology. If God really descended, there'd be nowhere to appeal. Even creating antimatter weapons might not solve anything. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin temporarily gave up the idea of going alone, but a lingering concern still loomed over his mind. He didn't think that the sense of danger he had felt in the dense forest earlier was an illusion. Johnny by Go will buck, Barton. One by one, their figures flashed through Lin's mind. In the 6 months since he became a wizard apprentice, his relationships with these people had been shallow, and there were no grudges, so he could basically rule out the possibility of personal vendettas. As for who the attacker was, Lin thought about it and first ruled out Johnny. It wasn't because of some lingering goodwill from his original self, but because she was the least suspicious. As the apparent leader of the apprentices and the proposer of the escape plan, if she surrendered, he might as well run away. Next was Bai Ge. Her ability to control animals was crucial, acting as the team's eyes and ears. If someone like that changed sides, it would be a nightmare. The parchment that had warned him earlier was written by Johnny and delivered by Bai Ge, controlling a gray crow. If either of them had problems, Carl would probably have died before Lin crossed over. Lin hesitated over the remaining 3. Buck and Barton were twin brothers. They could cover for each other and deceive Johnny and the others easily. At least, the taciturn was someone he knew even less about, only that he was the offspring of an earl in the Seeka's empire. Lin closed his eyes and recalled every detail of his interactions with the other wizard apprentices, then thought of the secret passage in the Drunkard's Tavern, Old York, Wizardland, and the crippled Laud. Vaguely, a guess flashed through his mind. Lin suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, a cold feeling slowly rising in his heart. Click. Just at that moment, the creaking sound of a door hinge turning came, and the slightly ajar door was pushed open. Already on guard, Lin instinctively drew his long sword from his waist and slashed towards the door. Seeing the person clearly, Lin's hand movement suddenly stopped, the sharp blade hovering in front of the girl. Lin was a bit surprised. The silver-gray-haired witch raised her right hand to block the sword edge. It was then that Lin noticed she was wearing a pure black leather glove on her right hand, inscribed with complex and mysterious symbols. It seemed to be some kind of alchemy tool. The silver-gray-haired witch frowned slightly, not understanding why Lin reacted so violently. She paused before explaining again. Johnny said dejectedly, taking a 2-finger-thick book from her bosom and handing it to Lin. The cover had the words Basic Magic Compendium, scrawled in common language. Curious, Lin took it. The book was made of rough papyrus. Opening the first page, the first spell recorded was Magic Missiles. Similar to elementary material decompilation skill, Magic Missiles was a special category of zero-ring magic with lesser power than Frostblade and Fireball technique. The benefit was that Magic Missiles were purely magical constructs, requiring no pre-prepared casting materials and having no control limit. Theoretically, as long as there was enough magic power, creating hundreds of magic missiles at once was not impossible. Of course, sheer quantity was useless. Any wizard's focus was limited. Wizard apprentices managing to create and control 2 or 3 missiles for attack was already their limit. Otherwise, they'd easily get distracted in battle. But there was a solution. Flipping through the book, Lin found the second page of the Basic Magic Compendium, filled with numerous curve diagrams along with many Helram-like symbols below. After some detailed research, Lin understood roughly what it was trying to convey. To break the control limit of magic missiles, one needed to construct a 3-dimensional coordinate system centered on oneself in the mind and preset the flight paths of the magic missiles. The flight paths could be straight lines or curves, meaning a spellcaster could create numerous magic missiles, forming overwhelming, hard-to-resist barges from different directions and angles. This required the use of straight-line and curve equations in three-dimensional space. Lin stroked his chin. This problem didn't seem too difficult. Since magic missiles were pure magical constructs, they were minimally affected by gravity, needing consideration of only inertial force and wind speed. Seeing Lin's deep interest in the pages, Johnny couldn't help but remind him. This is a spell formula created by Grand Wizard Hellram, further enhancing the power of magic missiles. However, it's too difficult for us right now. Lin responded fluently, closing the book after confirming his thoughts were correct. Johnny saw Lin's dismissive attitude and helplessly shook her head. When she first encountered magic, she too loved studying these complex formulas until she hit a wall and became more self-aware. Chapter 16:13. The time is tonight. Chapter 16. Chapter 13. The time is tonight. You should get some rest early tonight. It will take us many days to get to the wizard's city by boat. There's plenty of time to learn new magic, Johnny said, seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin. He gave a final reminder before turning to leave. Lin tucked the basic magic manual into his coat and, recalling his earlier suspicion, stopped her. What is it? The silver-haired, which halted her steps. Lin asked once more. Johnny's expression became serious. She naturally understood Lin's implication and had the same suspicion. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head. Before you arrived in Wu'er Town, we had already been in this village for an entire week. The dangerous tasks of gathering intelligence and purchasing supplies were all drawn by lots. She had also used these opportunities to test everyone. The fact that they had not encountered any pursuit from the church so far was the best proof. This did not surprise Lin. He directly and unequivocally retorted. Lin knew very well that if there was an insider, the only reason they hadn't acted yet was to gain a larger benefit. Johnny was taken aback, her face full of confusion. Lin stated each word with precision. He didn't know what kind of relationship the old York from the Drunken Tavern in Crow had that made them willing to help these wizard apprentices, but one thing was certain. Such a hidden passage, directly leading out of the city, could not have been specifically created for them. In other words, Old York was highly likely a spy planted by the wizard land in the Northern Territory, and helping them to set sail, Laud was undoubtedly a more important figure. Lin could imagine how many wizards had entered the Sika's empire through this route over these years, and how many boats loaded with materials had sailed from the ports of the Northern Territory to the wizard city. In comparison, capturing these few wizard apprentices was insignificant, merely to pacify the Nordland Duke's emotions. This might explain why they continually faced pursuit from the church outside, yet were safe once they entered Wu'er Town. With Lin's prompting, Johnny immediately understood the point. Her complexion changed instantly. As such, the church had probably already been aware of their movements, simply holding back, waiting for them to act, and then capturing everyone in one fell swoop. Thinking of this sent a chill down Johnny's spine. At this moment, they were like birds stepping into a trap, waiting for the hunter to raise his butcher's knife. Johnny bit her lip and remained silent for a long time, unable to think of a way out. After putting forth the question, the young girl did not expect any answer from Lin. In this situation where they were besieged from all sides, it was near despair. How could a group of apprentices who couldn't even trust each other escape the church's meticulously woven net? However, Lin spoke up. Lin's answer took Johnny by surprise. You just revealed the plan about the boat and the information about Laud to them, and we're preparing to set off tomorrow. Squeak, squeak, when the moonlight crossed the 13th star, Will woke up to the sound of mice. The dry straw on the hard wooden bed pricked his back like needles and razors. Will struggled to sit up and saw a few mice gnawing on a half piece of black bread beside his discarded robe. Their long tongues hung from their mouths, and their black, grimy toes left marks on the blue robe. Will kicked out in anger, sending the dirty black bread flying. He cursed venomously for minutes before calming down. then picked up his robe and cautiously pushed open the door. The side hall was pitch dark, devoid of any figures. At this time, everyone except the night watchman by Gu should have been resting. Wood did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly walked through the corridor and entered a secluded storage room, closing the door behind him. The old wooden door creaked noisily. Thanks to the mercenaries who stormed in, all the locks in the manor had been violently broken. The entire storage room was in disarray, dusty wooden floors, chairs, and cabinets tipped over. Will nervously crouched down and moved the piled-up debris in the corner, revealing a strange rhombic pattern etched on the dusty floor. When the apprentices took the elective classes for advanced studies, Johnny chose elements, Bite Good chose spiritual energy, and he mastered alchemy. Sailing port Laud, Will carved one character after another into the center of the array. Then, he placed magic stones within the four circles of the array. A faint glow gradually emerged, extending along the outline of the array. Just as the glimmer was about to envelop the entire array, a sharp whistling sound pierced the quiet room. A frost blade embedded itself in the corner of the magic array, instantly dimming its radiant light. Will was startled, falling to the floor, terror filling his eyes as he looked towards the direction of the intruder. The slightly ajar door had been fully opened without him noticing. Johnny's gaze was filled with disappointment and confusion. The hot-tempered buck charged forward, grabbing Will by the collar and punching his face. If not for that idiot crow, I should have been living in the manor of the ISK territory, attending luxurious high society gatherings, enjoying delicious food and servant service. But now, Crow is a madman, a demon. He taught us the knowledge of devils, turning us from noble aristocrats into a bunch of bugs hiding in dark corners. Chapter 17, 14 Caged Bird. Chapter 17, Chapter 14, Caged Bird. Have you all forgotten your identities? Will shouted loudly. Buck and the others glanced at each other, falling into silence. They understood Will's experience well. The feeling of falling from heaven into hell was indeed unbearable. In the midst of the silence, Lynn suddenly spoke. You should understand, Will, the church would never change their treatment of us because of our identities. What is the most important principle of the church as a monotheistic religion? Of course, it is the doctrine of divine creation. The legendary Lord Ira created everything in the world and bestowed the nectar of life, bringing vitality to the once lifeless and barren land. Because of this, everyone should adhere to the rule of the church, and wizards who sought to decipher the rules of the world's operation and gain power from it naturally became the church's mortal enemies. After all, this was shaking the foundation of divine rule. Will said excitedly, looking at everyone present, his entire being looking like a maniac. Johnny, Lynn, Buck, the church's primary target is not us. Once one chose to become a wizard, magic power would forever flow within them. In the Sika's empire, this was a symbol of demons and disgrace. If Earl Isk knew his second son had become a wizard, his first reaction would be to sever all ties and expel Will from the family. This meant they could never return to their previous lives. Will said with a cold smile, turning to glance at Baigu, who had remained silent. He pulled a few magic stones from a hidden pocket in his robe with his right hand behind his back and suddenly, without warning, scattered them towards Johnny and the others. Bai Yi screamed loudly. In her spiritual energy vision, she could clearly see that each magic stone was engraved with a hidden rune. Just as Bai Ji's voice sounded, several magic stones exploded in midair, and the sharp fragments fell like locusts. The gray-haired witch's expression remained unchanged. She raised her right hand, her fingers tapping as if playing a piano, with runes lighting up one after another on the gloves covering her slender fingers. A weak flame instantly appeared at her fingertips. Then, the sparks rapidly expanded, and within a second, the scorching tongues of fire covered everything in front of her. This was the first-level magic, Flame Touch. As soon as he threw out the magic stones, Will had already planned his escape route. He clumsily rolled to avoid the scorching flame tongues, then prepared to jump out of the wide-open window. But Lin was faster. A diamond-shaped ice blade shot forth, piercing Will's ankle, causing his body, which had leaped into the air, to lose balance and crash to the ground. A piercing cold spread from his ankle, and Will immediately felt his right leg go numb. Leaning against the wall, panic-stricken, he was about to say something when a slender magic missile flew over and exploded in his eye socket. Scarlet blood mixed with brain matter splattered down, staining the wooden floor red. Lin immediately turned to look in the opposite direction, and Johnny questioned in disbelief. When she used Flame Touch, she had deliberately reduced its power to leave Will alive for interrogation. Bai Ge screamed in terror, holding her head. Outside, there were at least 100 guards. Upon hearing this, Johnny immediately ran to the window and cast a fireball technique, illuminating the dark night. In the burst of firelight, Lin could see from afar squads of armored guards with crossbow arrows at their waists, silently emerging from the dense forest and rushing towards them. The person leading them held a scepter and was dressed in a white and golden robe. Even from a few hundred meters away, in the reflected firelight, he locked eyes with Lin. It's Bishop Anlook of Nordland. Barton recognized him at once and fell into despair. He had not expected that to capture a few wizard apprentices, the Bishop of Nordland would personally take action. Lin glanced at the dim alchemy array on the ground. Just now, they should have already stopped the magic from being triggered, which meant everyone's gaze turned to Bai Ge. The 13 or 14-year-old girl shook her head frantically, her face full of fear. The chaotic situation and the approaching church soldiers made Johnny, already mentally tense, feel dizzy. Biting her lip, she forced herself to calm down and spoke in a low voice. Listen, it's not as bad as it seems. There's a wide drainage channel in the basement of this mansion that leads directly to the river outside. As she spoke, Johnny turned to Lin with a pleading look to keep an eye on Bai Ge. She no longer knew whom to trust. A minute earlier, in the dense forest outside Wu'er town, over 100 neatly dressed guards were slowly advancing under the cover of the tree shade. Accompanying them, Priest Aaron looked at the distant castle and asked in confusion. For the cage bird plan, they had mobilized a large number of people to monitor the entire Wu'er town, intending to use this group of wizard apprentices to root out and send to hell all those in the Nordland territory who had forsaken the faith of the Lord. Now, by taking the initiative, they were undoubtedly destroying all the previous efforts. Aaron, a competent hunter, must not only learn how to set up intricate traps, but also understand the timing of closing the net. Anlook responded in a deep voice. A sturdy iron cage may be able to imprison clumsy bird ostriches, but if a griffin were to mix in, it would break free and tear the hunter apart. The essence of the caged bird plan was their absolute control. No matter how these wizard apprentices struggled, they could not escape the net they had set. However, Blaine's death made Anlook sense unease. Among the apprentices of Crow, there was actually a formal wizard, which completely disrupted his plan. Having dealt with these devil worshippers countless times, Anlook was well aware of how troublesome formal wizards could be. Their witchcraft was bizarre and diverse. If not careful, one could easily die unexpectedly. During the great battle in the Nordland territory, if Crow had not stayed behind to cover an apprentice's escape, capturing him would not have been easy. Chapter 18:15, The Great Battle in the Castle. Seeking continued reading. Chapter 18, Chapter 15, The Great Battle in the Castle. Seeking continued reading. In contrast, taking the initiative while the situation was still under control was undoubtedly a wiser move. If they could capture one or two key figures, it might be possible to extract information from them. Priest Aaron pondered carefully for a moment, then respectfully bowed. Anlook replied effortlessly. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, several brilliant light arrows appeared in the void without any visible movement, pinning 4 gray crows that were about to take off to the trees in an instant. 3 seconds later, a dazzling fireball shot out from the manor not far away, the explosion illuminating the sky brightly. Anluoke raised his head, and his vision, enhanced by divine arts, pierced through hundreds of meters. Through the open window on the third floor, he saw Lynn and others looking out. Brown hair, medium build, handsome features. That was the wizard named Carl who killed Blaine. Anluoke commanded without hesitation. Since they had been discovered, there was no longer any need to hide. The originally slow-moving guards immediately broke into a run, the clinking of their armor creating a continuous roar, like waves converging towards the central fortress from all directions. After 7 years, the manor gates were violently breached again. Guards, holding swords and shields, formed teams of 10 and methodically surrounded the entire castle. Aaron led the charge, directing several squads toward the direction where Lynn and the others had been previously. Traversing a long, wide corridor, the front row guards had just entered the foyer when they retreated in terror. Unfortunately, they were still a step too slow. Several blazing fireballs fell among them like meteors. Then came a series of violent explosions. The fireballs expanded rapidly and exploded, transforming the previously orderly formation into a chaotic sea of people. Amidst the harrowing screams, blood spattered everywhere. Bodies were flung about, and a thick smell of blood filled the air. Even though the participants in this ambush were elite troops selected from the Nordland Territories Army, each fully armed, they were instantly thrown into disarray when faced with powerful witchcraft. Aaron, the only one remaining calm, raised his staff and shouted loudly. The chaotic groups immediately calmed down and regained order. Everyone's eyes glowed with a white light, as the emotion of fear gradually dissipated and a mysterious courage filled their minds. This was the first circle divine art, fear removal. Under Aaron's command, shield-bearing guards held their sturdy shields horizontally in front, advancing in large strides. Behind them, guards uniformly took out their crossbows. Long-range volleys had always been the unfailing method to deal with wizard apprentices. The turtle shell-like shield formation greatly reduced the power of ordinary witchcraft. Magic missiles couldn't penetrate the defense, and even powerful fireball techniques couldn't achieve a good effect. The dense rain of arrows forced the wizard apprentices to retreat repeatedly, making them hide behind the walls to avoid them. The slowest to react, Barton, was hit by a crossbow arrow in the back and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Buck anxiously called out his brother's name, rushing forward to help Barton up. Seizing the opportunity, Aaron ordered again, and dozens of crossbows aimed at the two brothers. As the triggers were pulled, a dense barrage of arrows poured down like a meteor shower. The higher circle magic, Frost Curtain, Johnny didn't hesitate to step in front of the two brothers, raising his hand. A transparent water curtain appeared in the void before him, quickly solidifying into an icy crystal wall. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dense impacts followed, and the icy fragments scattered on the ground. In just 2 seconds, the continuous rain of arrows pierced through the frost curtain, with 3 arrows shooting straight toward Johnny. Having just used Mage Hand for a hypercast, Johnny had no time to create a second frost curtain, and behind him were Buck and Barton. Johnny bit his lip, forcing himself to stop the evasive action, gripping his sword hilt without confidence in blocking all the arrows aimed at him. At that moment, 3 magic missiles flew from the side, accurately knocking down the arrows. Johnny was startled for a moment, unable to feel the joy of surviving the ordeal. Then he saw 7 more magic missiles flying past, curiously tracing arcs instead of straight lines, easily bypassing the shield wall and directly targeting the crossbowman behind it. The brief confusion caused the continuous rain of arrows to pause momentarily. Johnny, Buck, and Barton took the opportunity to hide behind a low wall, looking in surprise at Lynn and Baigu standing nearby. The thought jumped into their minds. When did Baigu become so powerful? But they quickly realized that it wasn't Baigu who acted, because the next moment, 12 magic missiles condensed in the void, floating beside Lynn. Magic barrage. With a single thought, Lin sent dozens of missiles crashing into the guards. Witnessing this bizarre magic, Aaron hastily commanded the shield-bearing guards to gather together, stacking their shields layer upon layer, leaving no gaps, forming a half-ring to protect the crossbowmen. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, these dozens of missiles all bypassed the stacked shield wall and flew further back. Did they miss? Aaron thought to himself, but quickly dismissed the possibility. If only one or two magic missiles missed, it was possible. If all deviated, it meant the opponent's target was not here from the beginning. Aaron turned his head sharply. 12 missiles struck a mottled pillar at the same time, and amidst the smoke and dust, the 7-meter-high pillar fell straight down. Aaron shouted hoarsely, raising his staff high and casting the only protective divine art he knew, Holy Shield. But clearly, this was a futile effort. The white shield had just formed when it was instantly shattered by the massive pillar. Over a dozen shield-bearers and crossbowmen, unable to escape, were buried under the pillar. When Aaron turned back, Lin and the others were already gone. After hesitating for a while and looking at the soldiers trapped under the pillar, bloody and crying for help, Aaron gritted his teeth and said, "Leave half the men to rescue them." Chapter 19:16. Fire magic was never used this way. Seeking continued readership. Chapter 19. Chapter 16. Fire magic was never used this way. Seeking continued readership. Meanwhile, Lin and his team were winding their way through the underground passage on their way to the castle. Everyone knew how urgent time was. The injured Barton directly refused Buck's helping hand, tied his clothes around his wound for simple bandaging, and then endured the pain in his back to follow behind the group. At the moment, Lin's mind was still recalling the details of the spell casting earlier. The magic missile spell, being a basic zero-ring spell, was not difficult to learn and use. The real trouble lay in presetting the trajectories of each missile. Lin had not participated in the first wave of joint attacks with Johnny and the others because he was preparing to cast the spell. Unless he had 071 assist him with positioning. Controlling 12 magic missiles simultaneously was his limit, equating to the power of an upper-level one-ring spell. In the silence, Buck couldn't help but ask. Lin nodded. Johnny asked curiously. She had handed over the basic magic general knowledge book to Lin just over an hour ago. Could he have learned it just by reading it a few times? Just now, Lin responded casually, then remembered that his original self had only been learning magic for half a year. Realizing it sounded too high-profile, he quickly explained, "The teacher had previously explained the principle of this formula to me. Not difficult?" Johnny's delicate face showed a look of confusion. Why had she been unable to master it after researching for several months? Buck and Barton unanimously thought that it must have been Tutor Crow giving Carl some private lessons. Lin changed the topic, looking at the silent girl beside him. Although her act of killing was highly suspicious, in such a crisis, they had to rely on her abilities. Enemies are everywhere. Bai Ji's body trembled incessantly as she spoke timidly. "What about Archbishop Anluok?" Johnny suddenly asked. "I don't know. My spiritual sense can't detect him." Bai Gu was almost in tears. Lin analyzed calmly. Besides the Archbishop who had not yet acted, the greatest threat to them now was the crossbowmen's arrow rain. If they fought in an open area, several rounds of volleys would at least kill half of them. Buck's eyes almost popped out in astonishment. They were already too late to run, yet Lin wanted to gather the enemies for a counterattack. It was simply impossible. Lin did not reply, but looked at Barton, who was bleeding from his back and gritting his teeth to endure. Buck realized that they had a wounded man with limited mobility. Before long, the enemies would catch up from all directions. Once surrounded, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Johnny asked bluntly. Lin answered firmly. With Bai Ji's sensing and Lin's coordination, the soldiers blocking them from several directions almost simultaneously arrived, trapping the wizard apprentices in the side hall on the first floor of the castle. 6 full squads, excluding the elusive Archbishop Anluok, the personnel guarding the exits, and those treating the wounded, all had arrived. Despite their numbers, Aaron, who had suffered a great loss at Lynn's hands earlier, did not dare to be careless. He ordered the soldiers to advance with shield walls and crossbow arrays while casting auxiliary divine arts with the other priests. Fear removal, holy blessing. 2 successive flashes of white light infused the shield soldiers with courage and vitality, who then marched forward with a shield wall stacked up high and wide. In front, Buck stood alone, blocking the numerous shield soldiers. He lifted a heavy counter weighing hundreds of pounds that had fallen on the ground. His already strong arms swelled again, showcasing a colossal strength beyond human limits. He hurled the heavy counter forward with great effort. The heavy counter collided with the dense shield wall, producing a massive thud. Immediately after, the solid stone floor beneath their feet suddenly caved in. This was the one-ring spell, Turn Stone to Mud, jointly cast by Johnny and Barton hiding in the darkness. The sturdy armor, instead of offering protection, became their greatest burden. Losing their balance upon impact, the shield soldiers staggered and fell in disarray on the fine sandy soil. Even though it was a cooperative spell casting by 2 wizard apprentices, the affected area was limited. The crossbowmen at the rear had already raised their crossbows, with more than 40 sharp crossbow arrows gleaming as they aimed at Buck. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead as Buck continuously prayed in his heart. This second was a matter of life and death. Fortunately, this time By Good did not let him down. Just as the crossbows were about to be fired, a piercing shriek echoed throughout the castle. Soul scream. Everyone present felt as if their brains had been hit with a heavy hammer, completely losing control of their bodies for a moment. Enemy and ally alike, the eerie nature of the spiritual magic was evident. The range of Soul Scream's influence was vast, and the magic power consumption was extremely intense. It was forced to stop after just 2 seconds. By Good wobbled and almost fell to the ground. Johnny and the others were seized with anxiety. They had done everything they could, totaling 5 seconds and gathering all the enemies together. This was enough for Lynn. Pale yellow phosphorus powder floated in his palm, quickly forming into a giant fireball 1/2 meter high. The yellowish-white flames seemed nothing special, but every wizard apprentice and priest present felt an internal shiver. However, this giant fireball did not aim at Aaron and others, but flew into the air, bursting into sparks that trailed white smoke like splendid fireworks. Buck's face turned pale. He began to doubt whether By G's Soul Scream interference had disrupted Lynn's spellcasting. Everyone knew that fire magic was always focused and concentrated. Chapter 20:17. This devilish power comes from the fires of hell. Please keep reading. Chapter 20. Chapter 17. This devilish power comes from the fires of hell. Please keep reading. Did all our efforts go to waste? Under Buck's gaze, the sky filled with sparks quickly poured down on the entire field. Holy word, shield. As soon as he broke free from the influence of Soul Scream, Aaron immediately cast a protective divine art. A pristine light shield appeared in the shape of a semicircle in midair, and as the sparks landed on it, they immediately corroded it with numerous holes. Even the leftover magic, weakened by 100-fold, possessed this kind of power. If the previous giant fireball had directly hit him, Aaron was certain he wouldn't have been able to block it. As he was still in shock, dreadful screams echoed throughout the castle. Aaron turned his head and was stunned with what he saw. Compared to the priests skilled in divine arts, the guards hadn't yet recovered from the impact of Soul Scream, when the falling sparks had already attached themselves to their armor, shields, bows, crossbows, and the exposed parts of their bodies and faces. The horror of the white phosphorus fire manifested in the next second. The feeble flames rapidly spread upon contact with substances. Leather shoulder pads and gloves were burned with large holes, and the yellowish-white flames appeared to be attracted to flesh, seeping straight into the skin underneath. A shield guard frantically patted his chest, tried to extinguish the gradually spreading white phosphorus flames. However, this only resulted in his arm catching fire as well. Within a few breaths, half his body was ablaze like a torch. His companion fared even worse. The sparks fell directly into the crevices of his armor. Unable to bear the extreme heat of over 1,000 degrees, he screamed in agony, forcefully tore off his armor, and then inserted his right hand into his body, pulling out a bloody, flaming chunk of flesh. Flesh and corpses were the best fuel for the white phosphorus fire, causing the flames to spread rapidly. The burning sea of fire, the billowing white smoke, and the soldiers with twisted, horrific death throes made the scene look like hell on earth. The terrifying sight made the elite guards of the Nordland territory completely break down. The first-tier divine art, fear removal, had utterly lost its effectiveness. A priest who had luckily dodged the flames screamed desperately, threw down his staff, and fled without looking back. Johnny and the others were equally stunned, almost forgetting Lynn's instructions to hold their breath and use magic to extract oxygen from the air. Buck shivered deeply. Just being slightly close, he could feel a pain as if his very bones were being scorched. This is the fireball technique. Don't you also know it? Lynn noticed the astonished looks from everyone and explained briefly. This is called a bit? Buck's expression turned peculiar. He thought that Lynn's understanding of this word might differ from his own. Johnny, on the other hand, suspected that Lynn might have already broken through that barrier and become a formal wizard. However, Lynn had only been exposed to magic for merely half a year. It seemed a bit too exaggerated. Besides, their teacher Crow had always been impoverished and couldn't possibly afford a magic source. Compared to the complicated thoughts of Johnny and Buck, Barton's thinking was much simpler. He realized that even wizard apprentices like them could be so powerful when united. Barton even thought that as long as they worked together, dealing with the church's pursuit might not be such a difficult task. While he was thinking, a dazzling white light appeared from afar, breaking through the flames and heading toward the wizard apprentices. Distracted, Barton saw his brother Buck shout anxiously at him. Then he felt a powerful force crash into him, his frail body torn apart mid-air, spinning several times before crashing to the ground like a rag doll, instantly falling silent. The sudden change made the expressions on Johnny and the others freeze. Buck's face twisted as he screamed hoarsely. When the white light appeared, Lynn acted immediately. 12 magic missiles surrounded him, tracing strange arcs toward the end of the corridor. In the end, over 10 magic missiles were blocked by an invisible wall, with only ripples from the impact visible. Lynn's heart sank. He locked his gaze on the other side of the sea of fire, understanding that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived and was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Suddenly, a melodic holy hymn began to echo inside the castle. An invisible force gradually enveloped the whole area, and it started to rain inside the enclosed space. This was the third-tier divine art, Life Ode. The green raindrops contained immense divine power, gradually suppressing the terrifying flames that seemed to come from hell. The relentless white phosphorus fire, which appeared to burn endlessly, was quickly dissipating. Enluoke, clad in a white gold robe, walked in slowly. The quickest to react, Aaron, who had also luckily escaped the falling sparks, shouted excitedly, though there was a hint of resentment and hate in his words. Enluoke's timing was so precise that Aaron could easily guess that the bishop had been watching the whole time. It was clear that Aaron and the elite guards of the Nordland territory were merely tools to test the enemy's strength and hidden cards. Aaron's heart turned cold. He knew that once this was over, he would face severe punishment as the field commander. Enluoke ignored Aaron and scanned the nearly half-dead, utterly broken soldiers on ground. His pupils contracted because the flames, which had been put out, showed signs of reigniting immediately after Life Ode ended. This was the horror of white phosphorus fire. As long as there was still oxygen in the air and something to burn, it would never stop. After the feigned attack with the magic missiles failed, Lynn made his choice without hesitation. The previous giant fireball, which took over 5 seconds to cast, had nearly exhausted the white phosphorus he had created, and the remaining amount was insufficient to defeat the powerful bishop wielding divine arts before him. Johnny and Baigu were also well aware of Anluok's terrifying power. Although deeply grieved by Barton's death, they knew that fleeing was their only hope for survival. However, at this moment, Buck, who had just lost his brother, had gone mad. He let out an angry roar, grabbed a relatively intact guard's corpse as a shield, and charged straight at Anluok. Chapter 21. 18th Hymn to Ella, Holy Spirit Light. Chapter 21. Chapter 18 Hymn to Ella, Holy Spirit Light, Johnny shouted loudly. Buck ignored him, his face twisted as he charged forward. Anluok spoke slowly, his action releasing a second-tier divine art. Blinding white light erupted once more, striking first despite being released later. The corpse used as a shield in front of him was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, and the terrifying impact of the aftershock sent Buck flying effortlessly. Anluok raised his staff, ready to cast another spell to finish him off, but at that critical moment, Baigu intervened once again. A sharp, piercing scream sounded like the death knell from hell. Anluok's actions paused for a moment, but only briefly. Flame touch, white phosphorus, fireball technique. Lin and Johnny, who had covered their ears in advance, seized the opportunity to attack simultaneously with their most powerful spells. Two streams of searing flames surged toward Anluok, forcing the archbishop to switch to defensive magic instead of continuing his assault. Third-tier divine art, Holy Barrier. An invisible barrier materialized in front of Anluok, easily blocking the torrent of fire. However, the white phosphorus flames adhered to it, corroding the surface slowly but steadily. Roar! Having just been severely injured and knocked down, Buck stood up again, his eyes bloodshot, and his body showing more signs of beastly transformation. At this moment, Buck looked like a giant bear standing upright, charging straight into the burning sea of fire. His fur and robe quickly caught the white phosphorus flames. The agony of being burned by thousands of degrees was enough to drive anyone insane, but Buck paid it no mind. From the moment he used a wizard apprentice's spell to undergo magical transformation, the process of turning into a beast was irreversible, and to break through Anluok's divine barriers, relying on his own strength alone, was absolutely impossible. Johnny, Carl, you go first. Buck roared, slamming his palm against the holy barrier in front of him. Waves rippled across the invisible barrier. Anluok, with a casual divine art, blasted Buck away again. Lin glanced deeply at Buck and said without hesitation, covered in white phosphorus fire, Buck was beyond saving. After tossing Buck aside, Anluok directly blocked the only exit. Having lost so many men, he naturally wouldn't let Lin and the others escape easily. Repent to the great Lord, believers of the devil. Anluok raised his bishop's staff and chanted loudly. Dazzling light waves spread semicircularly from the staff. They were unstoppable and inescapable, as the divine arts range covered most of the side hall. However, Lin wasn't someone who left no escape route. In fact, before entering the side hall, he had already prepared an escape plan for a crisis. Lin, Baigu, and Johnny almost simultaneously placed their hands on the ground. Zero-tier magic, basic material decompilation skill. The solid floor cracked instantly, 3 fine lines spreading like a spider web, finally connecting. Before the terrifying white light arrived, the ground beneath them had already collapsed. The Holy Spirit light swept over the collapsed floor, hitting the wall behind with successive explosion sounds that echoed through the castle. After the dust and debris settled, Anluok's expression became grim as he stared at the gaping hole in the side hall. Roar! A hoarse roar came from the side. Having been knocked away earlier, Buck was out of the Holy Spirit light's range, but he had already lost his human form, transforming into a massive bear. His skin still burned with white phosphorus fire, and beneath the scorched flesh, white bones were faintly visible. Even so, driven by his thirst for vengeance, Buck rushed forward. Anluok frowned. He didn't have time to waste on a dying wizard apprentice. He extended his hand, summoning quick assembling rubble and pieces of broken armor into two huge stone figures standing 3 meters tall. Once the two stone figures were formed, they separated. One swung its fist, knocking the giant bear buck down, while the other jumped into the collapsed floor hole. Using falling debris as a buffer, Lin had smoothly penetrated the floor with the combined effort of the three, using the basic material decompilation skill, landing directly in the castle's basement. Scanning his surroundings, Lin saw what looked like an armory. Weapons and swords piled up on racks. There were also many empty boxes that likely once held treasures, which the castle owner had evidently taken when fleeing. After confirming the environment, Lin immediately focused on his two companions. Johnny was in relatively good shape, although he had expended a lot of magic power. Baigu, however, was a different story. After using Soul Scream twice, she could barely stand despite being a rare spiritualist. Lin asked, "Follow this path. It's no more than 3 minutes away," Johnny replied, helping Baigu up. She hesitated, then quickly made up her mind. "We can split up." Johnny knew they couldn't outrun Amlook. If they kept on as they were, they'd be caught eventually. Despite having consumed a lot of magic power in the earlier fight, relying on her magic hand, she could still cast 2 more first-tier spells, buying them some time. The silver gray-haired which lowered her head, her rosy lips bitten to the point of bleeding. She had promised Mintercrow to bring everyone safely back to Wizardland. But now Kent was dead, Will was dead, and Buck and Barton lay before her. She felt utterly helpless. Lin looked up. In just that brief moment, the sound of violent explosions erupted from above. Then, like a 3-meter-tall armored stone figure crashed down through the hole. Lin grabbed Johnny and Baigu by the arms, pulling them out of the falling debris and shouting. He had used the white phosphorus fire originally meant for their retreat to rescue Buck, and with over half of his magic power already spent, he had no chance against the Archbishop. The massive, heavy spirit guardian landed, causing the ground to shake. It then stretched out its stone arms and charged towards the three. Lin's face tightened, ready to evade when a prompt sounded in his mind. Warning: detected serious illegal activity by the target of the pact, involving the use of chemical weapons for mass slaughter. The nature is extremely vile. The criminal acts have been recorded. Before the federal police arrive, you will have an opportunity for an online statement. Chapter 22:19. It's time to end this. Chapter 22, Chapter 19. It's time to end this. Warning: no signal. Warning: not connected to the network. Please locate a signal source in a timely manner. Lin's face instantly showed a look of astonishment and joy. When he saw the content clearly, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This artificial moron. I don't need an online narration, Lin silently recited in his mind. 5%. This fast, Lin couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Increasing by 1% per hour, wouldn't it mean the energy could be fully charged in about 4 days? But it had already been 5 days since the system shut down. Lin glanced at the prompt from the intelligent brain again. A significant increase in energy density? This certainly couldn't be related to the castle below their feet, so it could only be the influence of Monday. Lin was deep in thought when Johnny's shout interrupted him. A 3-meter-tall spirit realm guard charged forward, raising a stone hammer to smash at him. Lin didn't turn around, but silently recited in his mind. In the next moment, a massive data stream flooded into his mind. Lin pushed off forcefully, using the reaction force to leap into the air, avoiding the heavy stone hammer that was smashing down. He then stepped onto the thick stone arm of the spirit realm guard, drew out the sharp witch hunter's longsword, and embedded it into the crack at the neck of the stone statue, pinning it firmly to the wall behind. However, this strike clearly couldn't completely destroy the stone statue. Lin didn't expect as much. After temporarily restricting the spirit realm guard's movement, he deactivated the overload mode and continued to escape with Johnny. The energy of the intelligent brain was less than 20%. It had to be saved for more critical situations. The group ran wildly for over 10 seconds before the sound of the giant stone statue stepping and shaking the floor rang out again. Baigu, who was clutching Johnny's arm, trembled continuously and whispered through her sobs, "I'm sorry. I am sorry. Johnny, Carl." Lin glanced at Baigu, speaking with certainty. When they followed Will tonight, Lin had already noticed something was off because Will behaved too strangely on his way to the storage room. Knowing that Baigu on night watch could be using gray crows to monitor the entire castle, Will didn't have any vigilance at all. I didn't even glance around once. This clearly didn't make sense. Unless Will was sure that even if he was spotted by these gray crows, it wouldn't pose any problem. Johnny held Bai Ji's slender hand tightly, unable to believe she could betray them. Bai Ji's nose twitched, and with a sobbing voice, she hesitantly began to explain. 3 nights ago, it was Will's turn to keep watch. But to be safe, she still sent the gray crows out to patrol and accidentally discovered Will secretly reporting the situation here to the church through the alchemy array. Johnny questioned, but Will found out first. He said the church already knew my identity. If I dared to tell you, my parents, brothers, and sisters would all be tied to the stake and burned to death, Baigu said with a terrified look, sobbing. Johnny fell silent. For wizard apprentices like them, who were displaced, the safety of their family was indeed a significant concern. Because of this, inquiring about each other's identities had always been taboo. They couldn't even confirm if the names they used were real. Clearly, he lied to you. Maybe Will didn't know your true identity, or maybe he wanted to enjoy the glory alone. Lin said calmly. Judging by Will's hands-on approach, it was likely that his words were just nonsense. Otherwise, he could have used it to blackmail Baigu into doing more things. Of course, it's also possible Will intended to take all the credit for himself. After all, the more he did, the more likely the church would see his sincerity and forgive him as a follower of the devil. Do you want to survive, Baigu? I might have a way to deal with Anluok, Lin suddenly asked. Before Johnny could speak, Baigu tearfully nodded. She didn't want to die. Then tell me all the magic you know now, Lin straightforwardly said. Johnny asked in surprise. Lin said seriously, since 071 had rebooted, it was time to make an end. Having been chased all the way and witnessing the deaths of Buck and Barton, Lin was already burning with anger. But was there really enough time? Johnny looked at Lin in disbelief, but after hesitating for a while, she began to explain. Flame touch, turn stone to mud, frost curtain, lesser flame, demon hand. As Wizard Koru's most valued disciple, Johnny mastered over a dozen one-ring spells, while Baigu knew very few, only 2 highly specialized spiritual energy spells, which were said to be grasped by only a few with a spiritual energy talent. Considering the limited time, Lin didn't attempt to learn everything, but selectively memorized a few, simulating them in his mind with the help of the intelligent brain. Lin's calm demeanor also inspired Johnny and Baigu, boosting their confidence in defeating Anluok. As the trio progressed, the sound of flowing water came from ahead, and the breeze carried a hint of moisture. In front of them was a rapidly flowing underground river. The swift current gushed from under the ground, passed through a long tunnel, and directly flowed out of the castle. Holy light shock! Before Lin and Johnny reached the riverbank, a white light shot from behind. Frost curtain. *2 Johnny and Lin exchanged a glance, then simultaneously raised their hands. 2 shield walls made of ice crystals rose, together blocking the 2-ring divine art spell. The 2 walls of ice crystals shattered instantly, fragments falling like hail. Johnny anxiously asked Lin. The exit tunnel was right in front of them, but if they were swept into the turbulent water and attacked by Anluok, they would have no way to resist. Lin gave Johnny a glance. Then, without warning, he took the girl's sword and, amidst her expressions of astonishment, surprise, and unease, pushed her directly into the rushing water. The icy water engulfed her nose and mouth, quickly soaking her body. Johnny clearly felt the enormous inertia of the rapid current forcefully pulling her towards the exit. Through the blurry water, Johnny could vaguely see Lin's mouth moving as if saying a final farewell, and then a heavy object was thrown at her by him. It was the panic by Gu. Watching the two being carried away by the current, Lin wasn't worried about the two witches' safety. A wizard who could control oxygen wouldn't drown. He just silently added the last part in his mind. P.S. New book seeking recommendations, collections, follow-up reads, monthly votes. Chapter 23:20. Deconstruction, Recording, Mimesis. Please follow. Chapter 23. Chapter 20. Deconstruction, Recording, Mimesis. Please follow. What a touching scene. Anluok's figure appeared at the other end of the passage, with a huge spirit realm guardian trailing closely behind him. Glancing at Johnny and Baigu, who were being swept towards the exit by the rapid current, Anluok didn't seem intent on stopping them, knowing the wizard standing before him would never let him succeed. If not for the odd setting, this almost seemed like a reenactment of the Battle of Nordland. I think you might be misunderstanding something. Lin turned around, his gaze piercing as he stared fixedly at Anluok at the end of the passage. He extended his right hand, and the remaining bit of white phosphorus on the surface of his storage pouch was stripped away under the influence of the mage's hand. First record. Recalling Johnny's earlier explanation, Lin instantly went into overdrive mode, casting the Zero Circle Magic, material decompilation skill. The fine white phosphorus powder quickly disintegrated, reverting to its basic molecular state. Next was Magic Mimicry. A large amount of magic power surged into his palm, just like cell division, with the white phosphorus in his hand multiplying and then suddenly transforming into a massive fireball. To deconstruct and record an element, then mimic it with magic power. This was the essence of formal wizards being able to cast spells without materials. Under normal circumstances, recording and mastering an element would take weeks or even months, but leveraging the immense computing power brought by the cognitive brain, Lin shortened this time to within 3 seconds. A new rune was quickly etched into his mind, white phosphorus fireball technique. Seeing the fireball igniting in Lin's hand, Anluok halted his advance. Having witnessed the horror of white phosphorus fire before, he naturally dared not be careless, immediately casting his strongest defensive divine art, Holy Barrier. A formless light screen stood like a solid wall in front of him, but the white phosphorus fireball Lin threw curve around it, crashing into the entrance behind him. A tremendous explosion sounded in the next moment, accompanied by a burst of flames. The entrance behind them was now engulfed in the terrifying white phosphorus flames. Anluok was stunned at first, but upon understanding Lin's intention, his face turned extremely grim. It was clear that the wizard before him wasn't merely trying to cover his companion's escape. By sealing off his own retreat, it meant that Lin intended to kill him here. Realizing this, the fury in Anluok's heart ignited, and the enormous spirit realm guardian beside him charged forward with heavy steps. The golem's body, made of massive stone, was incredibly heavy, leaving distinct imprints as it stomped on the broken floor tiles. Standing before the spirit realm guardian, Lin seemed like a mantis trying to stop a car. However, Lin's expression remained calm, without any sign of evasion. He was silently counting in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Petrify. Just as the spirit realm guardian charged forward and swung a heavy punch, Lin dodged and pressed his palm against the ground. The solid ground instantly turned into soft sand, causing the heavy stone golem to lose its balance and roll directly into the rushing water behind it. The massive splash hadn't even settled before turning into dozens of crystalline ice blades, speeding towards the enemy with unimaginable speed. Taking advantage of the terrain, Lin cast his first second circle magic, Group Frostblade. The tides of battle turned in an instant, catching Anluok completely off guard. The spirit realm guardian sank into the water, while the swarm of ice blades struck directly at the holy barrier. How could a second circle offensive magic surpass a third circle defensive divine art? Lin quickly provided the answer. The dozens of frost blades struck 3 specific points with precision, causing ripples to spread rapidly across the formless barrier. It first cracked, then the crack expanded rapidly, and the barrier shattered. This was to break the surface by targeting the points. Anluok's face changed drastically, and he took a step back while raising his staff, immediately casting another third circle divine art. Holy Spirit light. A dazzling beam of light, filled with the aura of death, spread semicircularly forward. Just 5 minutes ago, Lin had fled miserably under this move, but he wasn't the same as before. White phosphorus, flamed demon hand. Lin raised his hand, and the terrifying white phosphorus flames erupted again, transforming into a towering ancient demonic hand, colliding head-on with a dazzling beam of light. This ordinary first circle upper-level magic spell burst with unimaginable power in Lin's hands. Blazing flames shot into the sky, causing the entire castle to shake violently. In the midst of the white smoke, debris, and fiery light, Anluok vaguely saw something shining in the air. Upon closer inspection, it was a sword, and Lin, holding the sword, was right in front of him. Clang, the sharp long sword clashed with the gilded staff, emitting a harsh, grating sound. What was the best way to deal with a priest who could use divine arts? Of course, engage in close-quarter combat. But Lin quickly discovered that his years of experience in games and novels failed him this time, as Anluok single-handedly blocked his full-force strike. Was this the fabled close-combat priest? Cold sweat dripped from Lin's forehead as he ducked to evade Anluok's heavy strike. 5 tons of force. This reminded Lin of the witch hunter he had previously encountered. Were all the church's people human-shaped tyrannosaurs? Fortunately, due to years of pampering, despite taking the divine grace elixir, Anluok's combat proficiency was still subpar, and combat wasn't just about brute strength. After a few exchanges, Lin quickly calculated the staff's impact point and thrust his sword at a tricky angle, leaving a gory gash on Anluok's chest. Anluok was both shocked and enraged. Without regard for their close proximity, he immediately cast a second circle divine art. Holy light shock. A blinding white light burst forth, and both Lin and Anluok were blasted away by a massive shockwave at close range. The physically weaker Lin was sent flying over 10 meters away. Fortunately, he had created an ice shield around his body at the moment of the divine art's release, mitigating most of the impact and preventing him from falling into the rushing river behind him. On the other side, Anluok, having taken his own divine art head-on, was adorned in a tattered, once opulent gilded robe, with a long, gruesome wound on his chest splitting open again. Holy word. Shield, holy blessing, fear removal, holy barrier, wall of darkness. In the face of successive, life-threatening dangers, the terrified Anluok didn't bother to heal his wounds first. Instead, he continuously cast defensive divine arts, essentially turning himself into a turtle shell. Chapter 24-21. If you can't beat them, shake the gods. Chapter 24. Chapter 21. If you can't beat them, shake the gods. Warning, energy remaining at just 3%. System will forcibly shut down in 15 seconds. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin said without hesitation. Last time the AI shut down, it was silent for 5 whole days. Lin didn't want to experience that again. The consecutive battles nearly drained 90% of his magic power. Yet despite this disparity, a slight smile curled at Lin's lips because he had already seized the initiative in the battle. As a taboo in modern warfare, the terror of white phosphorus, besides its all-consuming burn and near-impossible extinguishability, was its dreadful toxicity. Because of this, he had specifically sent away by Gu and Johnny and instructed everyone in the battle to hold their breath to prevent them from dying from poisoning. However, fighting Anluok was different. Large-scale, white phosphorus, fireball technique, and flame demon hand were all meant to fill this enclosed space with toxic gases. Close-quarters combat would exhaust Anluok's physical strength, guide the airflow, and force him to inhale the poison gas more intensely. Soon, it should be about the right time. Even a true human-shaped Tyrannosaurus would have struggled to endure until now. Just as Lin thought, Amlook, hiding in his turtle shell, already sensed the weakness spreading throughout his body, dizziness, blurred vision. The once abundant power seemed to be peeling away bit by bit from his body. What witchcraft is this? In an instant, Amlook thought of the four-ringed magic known as Death Harvest, a terrifying magic that could turn an area into a forbidden zone for the living in just a few seconds. If the other party were a great wizard capable of casting four-ring magic, he would have already been dead the moment they crossed paths. It could only be poison. Amlook immediately thought of this possibility. For instance, the three-ringed magic, poisonous domain, could produce a large area of yellow-green poisonous mist with very distinct characteristics. Now, it was clearly too late to use divine arts to remove the poison. Lin wouldn't miss the enemy's weakest moment and immediately used all remaining magic power. In an instant, 36 magic missiles floated in mid-air. Lin even activated the 3-second overload mode again, quickly adjusting the trajectories. Faced with Amlook's turtle shell tactic, Lin had no intention of engaging head-to-head. Instead, he chose to bypass the nearly invulnerable holy barrier with the flexibility of magic missiles, attacking a weak point to send this bishop of the Nordland territory straight to hell. After 25 years, Amlook once again felt the taste of death approaching. At this life-and-death moment, Amlook became incredibly calm. He had no doubt he would die here today, but before that, he could still do one thing: send this young wizard, already a three-ringed witchcraft practitioner, to hell. Great Lord of the Stars, Moon Goddess, creator of earth and life, your humble servant prays here and offers his feeble body, requesting the projection of the Supreme Lord to descend upon this place. Amlook chanted devoutly, aging a year with every word. His skin started to wrinkle. White hair cascaded from his forehead to the corners of his eyes, and his voice grew deeper and hoarser. In a daze, it seemed like a holy hymn sounded in the enclosed underground space, gradually overpowering Amlook's voice. Before long, the entire space shook violently. Lin's soul almost left his body, and he squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. After arriving in this other world and learning that the church's priests wielded real divine arts, the thing he feared and most didn't want to face was the divine descent technique. Anything that could be called a god couldn't be overestimated. Even the projection, carrying only a tiny fraction of its power, would be enough to crush him with a finger. If you can't win, summon your god. Are these people even human? Cursing in his heart, Lin launched the preset magic missiles without delay. Not daring to check if Amlook was dead, he immediately jumped into the turbulent underground river behind him without hesitation. Over 30 magic missiles, following their predetermined trajectories, bypassed the sturdy, holy barrier and struck Amlook, colliding with a mysterious force. The successive explosions were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The underground space, which endured countless hardships, began to disintegrate rapidly. Massive stone blocks weighing tons fell incessantly from the ceiling, hitting the ground and river, bringing with them thick smoke and dust that devoured everything around. By now, Lin had already been swept into the raging currents. As someone who lived most of his life in the dry central region of the Federation, Lin had no swimming experience. His almost depleted magic power and physical strength robbed him of any chance to struggle, leaving him at the mercy of the powerful currents. Yet, not a trace of worry showed on Lin's face. His former profession as a data storage clerk in his previous life made him well aware of how someone who couldn't swim could survive in rapids. First, stay calm. This was the foundation of everything. Then, make full use of the water's buoyancy. As everyone knows, the human body's density is greater than water, which is why people gradually sink after falling into water. However, before diving in, Lin had already taken a deep breath and then relaxed his whole body as much as possible, adjusting his center of gravity and adopting a supine position to increase the contact area with the water surface. This way, as long as he held his breath until reaching a slightly calmer area, he would naturally float to the surface. Based on this theory, Lin very calmly assumed the most standard supine posture. Even though his body was sinking slowly, he didn't mind, thinking it was just the current's influence. But as the sinking deepened, anxiety began to creep into his heart. Could it be that his backstroke posture wasn't standard enough? 071. Lin couldn't resist calling out in his mind. The AI's prompt sounded next. According to the Federal Diving Safety Manual, Article 7, Section 32, beginners should not carry heavy objects when practicing diving, sir. Lin looked down at the steel longsword hanging at his waist and then sank straight to the bottom. P.S. Thanks to DSF 23DD for the reward of 300 starting points coins. Moreover, this book will be on its first round of recommendations this Sunday. Data during the new book period is extremely important, especially follow-ups. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 25, 22. Sorry, aliens have no human rights. Please keep reading. Chapter 25. Chapter 22. Sorry, aliens have no human rights. Please keep reading. In the evening, as the last rays of the setting sun were about to fade away, Lin had been drifting at sea for almost a day. Given that this obstructive longsword was borrowed from Johnny, Lin hesitated for a long time and ultimately decided not to throw it away. Instead, under the simulation guidance of the intelligent brain, he spent 2 hours learning how to backstroke and dog paddle in the water. 071. You should warn me ahead of time if this happens again, Lin said, struggling to tread water and avoid crashing into the protruding rocks ahead. In accordance with the target's command 17 hours, 23 minutes, and 50 seconds ago, the warning sound has been turned off, Lin said instinctively, then immediately regretted it. You have an unresolved criminal record. Lin sighed helplessly, almost facing the divine projection directly. He wished that Federation officers would come with spaceships to take him out of this wicked, otherworld medieval setting. Maybe he could even get a big reward for being the first to discover an extraterrestrial life planet. Unfortunately, this fantasy was destined not to come true. Before his crossing, the Federation's spaceship's travel range was limited to the solar system and didn't have the capability for interstellar navigation. And without even receiving a signal, it was impossible for them to get here. Familiar with the operational logic of the intelligent brain, Lin thought for a while and suddenly said, "This planet is detected to contain an unknown energy called magic power and is beyond the coverage area of the Uranus signal tower." Lin asked again, "The intelligent management law has no clauses regarding the protection of alien life forms." 071's answer was very concise. "So you're saying that aliens have no human rights?" Lin said seriously. The highly functioning intelligent brain seemed to stutter for a moment. After consuming 1,000th of its energy to compute, it gave the answer. Upon hearing this, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that no matter what he did in the future, there would be no more annoying warning sounds. After all, the Federation's laws couldn't reach this other world. Lin made a silent vow that once he became an official wizard and could freely use magic power, he would definitely research whether he could modify this artificial idiot. As Lin was thinking, a scatter of lights appeared on the endless water surface in the distance. Upon closer inspection, a towering city wall emerged, with the fires he previously saw merely being bonfires on the battlements used for lighting. After floating on the water for a whole day, seeing something different made Lin a bit excited, but he didn't approach rashly. Instead, he decided to land nearby and investigate what this place was tomorrow. The previous battle outside Wu'er town had caused quite a commotion, and not all the people were wiped out. The news might have already spread. Lin had no doubt that the entire Nordland territory was on high alert. His hair color, age, and build were very distinctive, and without some disguise, he would probably be captured as soon as he entered. Realizing this, Lin changed his position from an effortless backstroke to an unskilled dog paddle, preparing to land and hide for now. Just then, something heavy fell from the high city wall ahead, accompanied by a dull sound and a splash. The ripples on the water's surface gradually expanded, and it seemed something was struggling underwater. Lin's pupils narrowed. After hesitating for a moment, he swam over quickly. Although it looked like a murder scene, he happened to need someone to answer some questions. Water splashed everywhere, and the clear lake had already turned blood red. Lin became more certain of his previous guess. He hadn't even had time to rescue when a hand suddenly emerged from the lake, pulling him down with desperate force. This was a typical stress response of a drowning person, who might even drag the rescuer underwater. Luckily, Lin didn't have to worry about oxygen. Grabbing the other's collar, he swam to the shore. An hour later, in a natural cave outside the city, a blazing fire gradually lit up, providing both illumination and warmth against the night chill. This was a young man of about 18 or 19, with an ordinary face and hair color very similar to Lin's. What made Lin sigh was the deep wound on the young man's chest, clearly inflicted by a dagger plunged into his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have bothered. After all this effort, he ended up rescuing a corpse. Lin shook his head helplessly, but still carried out the customary act of looting the body. Judging by appearance, this was a noble youth, so there might be some valuable items. 3 gold coins, over a dozen silver coins, a few exquisite ornaments, and a book with no name on the water-soaked cover constituted the young man's entire property. This was somewhat meager for a noble youth, but for Lin, it was a fortunate windfall. In the Sika's empire, a copper coin could buy a loaf of black bread, enough to satisfy one meal when eaten with water. The exchange rate between silver coins and copper coins floated around 1 hour 80 minutes, while the rate between gold and silver coins was over 100, sometimes much higher during wartime. After all, gold elements were rare in the entire universe, with very limited reserves. Since the items were still here, the possibility of murder for money was unlikely. Lin tossed the coins in his hand. Although he wasn't a professional detective, after closely examining the chest wound, he paused, then mimicked the motion of holding a dagger and tried to stab his own chest at a similar angle. The angle of the wound was identical. Was this suicide? Lin immediately recognized the possibility. After some thought, he picked up the book he had overlooked and gently flipped through the water-soaked pages with his fingernail. The handwriting was very messy but deeply etched, almost like it was carved in. Maybe without me, everything would get better. Chapter 26, 23. The Diary of a Useless Person. Chapter 26, Chapter 23. The Diary of a Useless Person. Training again. No matter how many times I do it, I can't pass the selection. Why do you look at me with such expectant eyes? Father, it's that time again, July 8/24, the Holy Calendar, the third night selection. Faced Terrar, defeated in 27 seconds, once again. Are you hating me, Ivina? I can understand your feelings. A useless person took the opportunity that belonged to you. Perhaps I shouldn't exist at all. Time ticked by. The bonfire in the cave slowly burned out after consuming the last bit of dry wood. The sudden darkness interrupted Lin's thoughts. Waving his hand, the twigs and fallen leaves piled at the side floated up on their own, filling the still glimmering woodpile. The next moment, the crimson flames jumped back to life, and Lin resumed flipping through the journal in his hand. No, in fact, calling it a journal wasn't quite accurate. It was a record of a noble boy with no exceptional talents, detailing his fears, inferiority, resentment, and pain that he couldn't express to others. Loth Pedro, Lin read the boy's name out loud. Undoubtedly, this was a case of being driven mad by too many expectations. But what he saw was more complex than that. Loth's father was a baron in the Sika's empire, but one of those landless and fallen nobles who only had a title. On regular days, he could barely maintain his noble dignity by continuously depleting his savings. Just like every parent who hopes their child will become successful, Baron Pedro placed all his hopes of reviving the family on his son. For noble children like them, passing the night examination before turning 20 and having a firm belief would qualify them to become a priest, the best way to change the family's fortunes. For this reason, Loth underwent the strictest training from a young age, aiming to pass the night examination to become a clergyman of the church. Baron Pedro even spent a hefty sum to hire a formal knight to polish Loth's combat skills. However, Loth's talent was mediocre. No matter how hard he trained, it was all in vain. In the Nordland territory, only 3 priests and clergymen were selected each year, yet countless others harbored the same ambition. Among them were those more talented, more determined, and even more influential than Loth. Thus, since taking the examination at 16, Loth faced one disappointment after another. Under the weight of family expectations and harsh realities, he gradually became dull, quiet, and extremely introverted. His sister Ivina, on the other hand, was an exception. With decent talent, she mastered noteworthy swordsmanship simply by repeatedly observing Loth's daily sparring with a formal knight. However, for Baron Pedro, Ivina's displayed talent was merely a pleasant surprise. In the Sika's empire, there were indeed precedents for women to become nobles, but only under duress, like the absence of male heirs. Otherwise, daughters were usually tools for political marriages to expand the family's influence. Spending a lot of resources on them wasn't worthwhile. After all, the continuity of bloodlines was the essence of nobility, and choosing a female heir risked the family's amassed wealth being annexed or disappearing. Loth, unable to bear the pressure and expectations, probably intended to force Baron Pedro into making a choice through his death. To Lynn, Loth's decision was undoubtedly a foolish move. He somewhat understood the nature of these nobles. According to the diary's description of Baron Pedro's character, upon learning of Loth's death, the Baron would only consider whether he could father another son or adopt an excellent heir from a collateral line. Ivina would always be the last resort. An illegitimate child like Carl would fare even worse. They would get nothing unless the family line completely died out. The more than 100-page diary quickly reached the last page. Loth's experiences slightly touched Lynn, but what truly caught his attention was a term mentioned in the diary. Lynn murmured to himself. He thought he wouldn't hear that term after arriving in this other world. After all, here, even a farming peasant had exploitable value. Lynn slowly exhaled, reorganized his scattered thoughts, and turned to look at Loth's corpse. Since he had accepted the other's belongings, he should bury him properly in a moment. Lynn asked in his mind. As expected, Lynn glanced at the dim sky, not surprised by this fact. As he had hypothesized, Monday affected the activity of magic power. After a night of rest, the physical strength and magic power consumed in the previous battle had mostly been restored. From Loth's diary, Lynn also obtained a very important piece of information. The place he was in was the port town of Nordland territory. This meant that the hidden underground river in the castle actually flowed directly to the Mist Sea. Unfortunately, to deal with Bishop Amlaoch, he had already sent Johnny and Baigu away in advance. Lynn couldn't determine where the 2 witches had drifted. If their swimming skills were good, they could land anywhere, unlike him, who could only drift with the current and slowly learn to swim. Without communication, finding 2 living people in the entire Nordland territory wouldn't be easy. Avoiding the church's pursuit was also no small problem. Lynn pondered for a long time, and a name suddenly leapt into his mind: Crippled Laud. Regardless of where Johnny and Baigu were, as long as they still planned to go to Wizardland, they would inevitably come to the port town to try contacting Crippled Laud. Then he only needed to find this person first. Lynn stood up, gazing at the distant towering city walls. Now, there was only one problem left: how to safely enter the port town. Lynn glanced at Loth, whose physique and hair color were very similar to his own. Perhaps he could temporarily borrow Loth's identity to fool the port town's guards. If he remembered correctly, besides the disguise techniques, there was also a spell in basic magic common that could handle this situation. Chapter 27-24, The Ship Gang and Harbor Town. Chapter 27, Chapter 24, The Ship Gang, and Harbor Town. Harbor Town was situated to the east of the entire Seeka's empire, renowned for its proximity to the vast Mist Sea. Due to the influence brought by Monday, the vortex known as the Eye of Death temporarily calmed, allowing countless merchant ships loaded with spices and ores to be transported directly to the capital of the Seeka's empire, Vicneal, by sea and land. This was also the busiest time for the port. However, this year's situation was somewhat different. In order to capture the devil believers who had infiltrated the Nordland territory and caused chaos, an additional checkpoint was added at the entrance of Harbor Town. The passing merchant caravans had to line up in a long queue, accepting inspections amid a chorus of complaints. Disguised, Lin felt a bit uneasy, constantly adjusting his voice to match the struggling and shouting he had heard during last night's rescue. This wasn't that difficult to achieve. The essence of sound was merely vibrations caused by a source traveling through a medium, such as air, reaching the eardrums, which 071 had already recorded Loth's voice characteristics. All he needed to do was imitate it. And next, it was time to test his composure. With a complex mix of emotions, Lin crossed the long line of merchant caravans in the most natural posture, passed through the checkpoint without stopping, nodded to the guards, and walked into Harbor Town. The guards hesitated for a moment, but did not dare to stop him. The priest Adrian, stationed at the checkpoint, noticed Lin's departing figure and asked with a frown. "That was Lord Loth, the son of Baron Pedro," the guard answered truthfully. Adrian thought for a moment and immediately remembered. In recent years, Baron Pedro had donated quite a bit to the church to ensure Loth could pass the knight's examination successfully. He indeed had some impression. On the other side, having successfully entered Harbor Town, Lin's back was already drenched in cold sweat. At the moment he passed the checkpoint, he had even been ready to take action. Fortunately, everything went as he had hoped. His current identity was the legitimate son of a hereditary baron. It might not mean much in the entire Nordland territory, but in the small harbor town, it could still provide a lot of convenience. Having passed the most challenging part, Lin finally felt a bit relieved. But soon, the unfamiliarity of Harbor Town troubled him again, forcing him to spend a lot of time wandering around the port, silently memorizing every location while pretending to be very familiar with the area. It was not until noon that Lin cautiously walked into a shop marked with a circular symbol. If he was not mistaken, this was the emblem of the ship's guild belonging to Lame Laud. The owner of the harbor shop was an elderly halfling. When Lin stepped through the door, he was busy moving a heavy barrel of yellow-black or to the other side of the room. But due to his short stature, the heavy iron barrel was tightly pressed against the halfling's face, constantly wobbling as he walked, with small fragments of or quickly shaking loose. Seeing this scene, Lin stepped forward to lend a hand, and the two of them together moved the large barrel of or into the corner. The elderly halfling, with a thick nasal tone, wiped his dusty hands on his pants and then turned to Lin, saying, "All right, now let's talk business." After seeing Lin's face clearly, the halfling Bill's casual attitude immediately turned obsequious. He almost lunged toward the counter, taking out several exquisitely decorated boxes from the drawer, which contained red and blue gemstones. "You can have a look at these. They're the finest this year, and a whole shipload of premium spices, rare treasures you won't find elsewhere," Bill introduced enthusiastically. But Lin, standing aside, waved his hand disinterestedly, interrupting him. "I didn't come here to buy anything," Lin asked, tentatively. Of course, everyone in Harbor Town knows the reputation of a ship's guild, Bill boasted, patting his chest. However, renting an entire ship for transporting goods requires a lot of manpower and guards. Bill carefully observed Lin's reaction, ready to adjust the price based on his expression. This was a great opportunity for him to make a profit. Lin unhesitatingly offered a substantial deal. Then, seeing Bill's ecstatic expression, added, "But this batch of goods is extremely important." Bill's expression suddenly became a bit hesitant. "What's wrong?" Lin frowned, his tone growing heavier. No. Bill shook his head frantically. He didn't dare to say that. After hesitating for a moment, Bill looked around cautiously and said, "In fact, very few people in the entire ship's guild know that Mr. Lin paused noticeably, scrutinizing the halfling before him, suspecting he was being deceived. Bill smacked his lips and spoke reluctantly, "That I don't know." Over the years, around Monday, Mr. Laud would always be at the port, but this year is indeed an exception. Lin stared at the halfling for a long time before suddenly saying, "Forget it," since the elderly halfling immediately panicked. "Lord Loth, why don't you reconsider? Although Mr. Laud isn't in Harbor Town right now, I can contact Rebor for you. He's Mr. Laud's most capable subordinate and can handle everything for the ship's guild. I should have said that this batch of goods is very precious. I need to discuss it with Mr. Laud in person." Lin ignored Bill's continued shouting behind him and walked out of the shop without looking back. Outside, dozens of giant sailing ships were docked at the neat pier. Dock workers in gray clothes were busy moving boxes filled with goods from the decks to the wooden rafts at the edge of the dock. The noise of the crowd and the shouts of the overseers were incessant. Lin surveyed the bustling scene of Harbor Town, full of doubts. In recent days, it was the busiest time for the port. According to Johnny's description, the route to the Wizard Land would also open briefly, providing a once-a-year opportunity to transport goods to the Wizard Land. If there were any mistakes, decades of accumulation would go up in smoke. At such a critical time, logically speaking, Laud should not have left. Chapter 28-25, Son, Learn to Exercise Restraint. Chapter 28. Chapter 25, Son, Learn to Exercise Restraint. Where did it go wrong? Lin constantly pondered. Using his noble identity as a stepping stone to meet Laud through trade was the fastest and safest plan he could think of, but he didn't expect to hit a wall right from the start. This made Lin somewhat perplexed. He even suspected that Laud might have received some bad news and was purposely hiding. If this was truly the case, it would be troublesome. Finding someone who intended to hide was never an easy task. While Lin was contemplating, the dense crowd at the port suddenly became incredibly chaotic. Amidst a series of screams, a beautifully decorated carriage sped down the narrow road, hastily making its way toward him. Which noble family was so arrogant? Lin frowned, intending to step aside, but the carriage stopped right in front of him. Before long, a well-dressed, tall, and slender middle-aged man got out of the carriage, bowing deeply. "Finally, I found you, Master Loth. Please come with me quickly." Faced with the sudden invitation, Lin almost didn't react. Fortunately, he recalled Loth's diary and quickly deduced that the man before him was the butler for Pedro's mansion. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Lin's forehead. This identity was supposed to be a temporary guise to grant him entry into the harbor town and meet the limping Laud, but he didn't expect the real master to come looking so soon, and much faster than he had anticipated. To go or not to go? Countless possibilities flashed through Lin's mind. After a second or two of hesitation, under the respectful yet determined gaze of the butler, Lin nodded, lifted the curtain, and got into the carriage. Flip glop, flip glop. The halted carriage slowly started moving, traveling on the muddy road of the dock. The constant jolting of the carriage made Lin feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Before entering the mansion, you'd better tidy yourself up." The butler lifted the curtain again, glanced at Lin's hands, and advised. Lin looked down to find his hands covered in a yellow and black powder, likely from accidentally getting it while helping the halfling Bill move barrels earlier. "Wait a minute." Suddenly Lin raised his hand, sniffing it. The scent seemed like sulfur. Pedro's mansion was located on the northwest side of the harbor town, on the most bustling street. The dark iron gates loomed imposingly. As the carriage slowly entered, Lin quickly noticed something hidden beneath the surface. Tiny weeds sprouted from the gaps between the cobblestones, and the flower beds on either side of the road were half wilted due to a lack of care. But then, it was no surprise. Pedro's mansion hadn't hired a gardener to tend the flower beds for a long time. After a quick wash, Lin, led by a servant, went to the mansion's front hall. Baron Pedro was already seated at the table covered with a dark red cloth, waiting. Also seated at the table was a brown-haired girl about 16 or 17, staring at him with an unreadable expression. She must be Loth's sister, Ivina, mentioned in the diary. Lynn observed quietly and took a seat in the only empty chair. In front of him was a plate of steaming steak and a few unidentifiable leaves, their dinner for the evening, evidently. Compared to gnawing on black bread with water, this was indeed a lavish meal. "Where have you been, my son?" Baron Pedro asked disapprovingly as soon as Lynn sat down, his gaze shifting toward the tall, slender butler who had entered with them. "I found the young master at the dock." The butler responded without batting an eye. Baron Pedro's face immediately darkened. Lynn was speechless. Did he think I went whoring? What frustrated him more was that he couldn't refute openly. He couldn't very well say that his son hadn't come home because he had jumped into the sea in an attempt to kill himself. Could he? Lynn tried to imagine Loth's possible reaction, then lowered his head and stayed silent. Baron Pedro's tone was stern. After a brief pause, he continued, "Also, in the coming days, all of you need to be vigilant. I heard Archbishop Anluoke recently led a large group to Wooer Town to capture those devil worshippers, but they suffered heavy losses. Out of 100 elite guards, only about a dozen returned. Not only that, but Archbishop Anluoke himself was also gravely injured." Ivina turned her gaze away from Lynn, incredulously asking, "Keep in mind that the entire Sika's empire, although ruled by the king and the lords, was truly controlled by the church, or rather, by the Lord of the Stars, the creator goddess's Ella, emissary in the mortal world. Someone like Archbishop Anluoke was undoubtedly the god spokesperson within the Nordland territory. The idea that such a prominent figure had been defeated while capturing wizards was a shocking contrast that Ivina found hard to digest. Baron Pedro shivered as he spoke. A year ago, he had met Archbishop Anluoke, who looked about his age, if not slightly younger. Yet, tonight when they met again, he saw an old man of 80 or 90, frail and decrepit. He couldn't fathom what kind of witchcraft could transform the powerful archbishop into such a state. Baron Pedro couldn't imagine that another key character of his story was sitting calmly beside him, methodically cutting steak with a knife and fork. Lynn was also somewhat surprised by the news that Anluoke was still alive. He had assumed that in those circumstances, the archbishop would meet one of three fates: either be poisoned, crushed by falling rocks, or sacrifice himself for the divine descent technique. Or was it that the so-called Ella projection saved him again? It seemed the saving wasn't complete. Otherwise, Pedro wouldn't mention that the archbishop was severely wounded. P.S. First day of a new book promotion. Chapter 29-26, Imprisoned Devil Believer. Please follow. Chapter 29, Chapter 26, Imprisoned Devil Believer. Please follow. The Baron of the Pedro family saw that Lynn and Ivina were terrified and silent for a long time. After thinking it over, he spoke to comfort them. "You don't need to worry too much. According to Bishop Anluoke, most of the devil believers have already been executed." Lynn frowned involuntarily. That was too many. Generally speaking, during peacetime, a small city like Harbortown would only have a few hundred troops stationed. Now, the church had secretly moved so many troops here. It definitely wasn't for no reason. Lynn couldn't help but suspect that it might be because crippled Laud's identity had been exposed, and the church planned to wipe out the entire ship gang. "Father, what does Bishop Anluoke mean by this?" Lynn tentatively asked. The Baron of the Pedro family shook his head. "It shouldn't have anything to do with war. However, I don't know much either. I've only heard that Bishop Anluoke captured the wizard apprentice, who escaped before on his way back to Harbortown." Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression immediately became serious. Could it be that Johnny and Baigo were captured? Lynn couldn't help but consider this possibility. When he sent the two witches away previously, their condition was quite poor. It was even uncertain whether they were forced to separate in the rapid currents. If the church had immediately organized a large number of people to hunt them down after that great battle, it wasn't out of the question that they might have captured them. Lynn couldn't help but ask. Afterwards, Lin immediately realized he was too eager and quickly added, "I heard that witches are usually very beautiful." Absurd. The Baron of the Pedro family scolded angrily. Those are just rumors. In the Sika's empire, wizards were an absolute taboo. These devil believers possessed many bizarre forms of witchcraft and caused chaos wherever they went, practically a living disaster. In the midst of Pedro's harsh rebuke, Lin had no choice but to suppress his doubts temporarily. Now is obviously not the time to ask questions. After scolding him harshly for a few moments, the Baron of the Pedro family spoke again about the main matter. To deal with those devil believers, 2 priests unfortunately died in battle. Speaking of this, the Baron of the Pedro family looked at Lin with great anticipation. In 2 months, it would be the official assessment date, and if he could pass smoothly, it would give the Pedro family an opportunity to rise again. After eating, "You should spar with Ivina again," Pedro said bluntly. Spow. Lin couldn't help but turn to look at Ivina, who was sitting opposite him at the dining table. The girl was wearing a black, slim-fitting long dress. The slightly open neckline revealed her fair neck and collarbone. Her shoulder-length hair was tied up at the back, with only a red ribbon hanging down her shoulder, giving her a very neat look. But her eyes were incredibly cold, and her gaze was as sharp as a knife. It would be better to hold back a little later, Lin thought silently. After all, in Loth's diary, besides holding the absolute advantage in strength and physical strength years ago, he had never won against Ivina once. On the contrary, the gap between them was still rapidly widening. His best record so far was losing within 23 moves. After dinner, Pedro led the 2 of them to the practice field in the back garden of the estate and then signaled for them to begin. Lin changed into the training wooden sword and assumed a standard sword-holding stance. However, Ivina had already rushed over at a fast pace the moment Pedro spoke. So fast. Lin's pupils constricted. He only had time to raise his sword horizontally in defense before Ivina's wooden sword struck down from above. Clang! The wooden swords clashed, surprisingly producing a sound similar to metal striking metal. The girl twisted her body and, as her dress swayed, a roundhouse kick was already coming at him. Lin sidestepped to dodge, but Ivina was faster. A spinning sword move disarmed Lin's wooden sword, sending it flying into the air. Without pause, she swung her sword downward toward his head. The sharp wind whistling past his ear filled Lin with a sense of danger. This indicated that the girl's strike held no reservations. If he got hit, it wouldn't just be a simple injury. Raise right hand at a 37-degree angle, grip the wrist, reverse grip to snatch the sword. Lin's gaze became very serious. With the analysis of the intelligent brain, he instantly spotted the flaw in her sword stance. Facing the downward slash, he neither dodged nor evaded and confronted it head-on. Pedro shouted, interrupting the duel between Lin and Ivina. The 2 of them stopped simultaneously. Lin forward stretched his right hand, and the wooden sword was suspended just above his head. Pedro first glared at Ivina, then looked at Lin with great frustration. "Loth, what's wrong with you? Focus when you're fighting." Lin silently withdrew his hand, realizing he had underestimated his opponent's strength. Although Loth had referred to himself as the useless one in his diary, in reality, he had undergone more than a decade of relentless training. An Ivina who could easily defeat him was bound to be much stronger. The Baron's voice was cold, his expression extremely grim. Ivina stood still, as if she hadn't heard Pedro's words. Lin, on the other hand, took a few steps back and voluntarily widened the distance between them. At the same time, the prompt from the intelligent brain sounded in his mind. No, Lin rejected it outright. This wasn't a life-or-death battle. There was no need to waste energy here. Moreover, while the analytical function of the intelligent brain was useful, its effectiveness ultimately depended on his own abilities. Ivina wasn't like Amluok or that witch hunter he had encountered before. She was far from reaching the point where she could decisively crush him. She was just the right whetstone. The fight quickly resumed. Relying on the foundation laid by his original self, Carl, an extensive life-and-death combat experience, Lynn successfully blocked Ivina's assault this time. Chapter 30, 27. Are you finally planning to do something to me? My brother. Chapter 30, Chapter 27. Are you finally planning to do something to me? My brother? Clang clang. In the evening, in the backyard of Pedro Manor, Lynn held a wooden sword and struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught of the young girl. Despite being mentally prepared, Ivina's ferocity still caught Lynn off guard. Each move was merciless, aiming for vital points as if it were a battle of life and death rather than just practice. After the 21st move, the brown-haired girl swung horizontally again, knocking Lynn's long sword to the ground. After several rounds, battling for nearly an hour, both Lynn and Ivina had reached their limits. Their arms and shoulders, hidden under their clothes, were bruised from the slashes, and their physical strength was almost exhausted. Lynn, who was not good at close combat, ultimately could not break Lo's record. Pedro, who was watching, did not mind much. He could see that Ivina's swordsmanship had improved slightly, so losing was normal. What pleased him even more was that Lynn finally listened to him. During the battle, he was no longer as hesitant as before and fought with more sharpness. Baron Pedro waved his hand, stopping the fight. His gloomy face finally showed a hint of a smile. Very good, my son. You finally gained some insight. This year, there were 2 additional slots for the night assessment, so the standards would certainly be lowered. Moreover, he had often donated funds to the church priests, so he should be able to pull some strings. Thinking of this, Pedro's mood improved. He then turned to Ivina and spoke. The Duke of Nord's son is indeed obsessed with swordsmanship, but if you appear too aggressive, it might cause displeasure. Pedro carefully instructed Ivina on how to use their common interest to gain the Duke's son's attention and how to protect his fragile self-esteem. Pedro was quite satisfied with his daughter. Aside from being very beautiful, she also had an exceptional talent for swordsmanship. If she could capitalize on this to marry the Duke of Nord's eldest son, the family might have a chance to revive under his leadership. Listening to Pedro's words, Ivina gritted her teeth, her delicate face full of resentment and unwillingness. However, Pedro did not notice the young girl's expression. After his guidance, he no longer lingered. Due to the chaos caused by those devil believers, many important figures who usually couldn't be seen had appeared in Harbor Town. This was a great opportunity to make a good impression. After the Baron left, Lynn looked at the brown-haired girl in front of him with a hint of pity. To have such a strong level of swordsmanship at the age of 16, Ivina must have worked very hard, probably hoping to gain her father's approval and change her fate. Unfortunately, Pedro always saw his daughter as a tool to curry favor with the powerful. Maybe after he left, Ivina's situation would improve a little. Thinking about it, Lynn put away the wooden sword and was about to comfort her, as a brother should. He remembered from the diary that Loth was still quite concerned about this sister. But before Lynn could speak, Ivina raised her head, coldly saying, when the moonlight once again illuminated the night sky, a confused Lynn was led back to his room by a servant. He couldn't figure out what the girl's last words meant, even after thinking about it all the way back. Who would have thought that the relationships in a small baron's manor could be so complicated? Forget it. This isn't my concern. Lynn shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, he was only temporarily using Loth's identity and was not a family mediator, or he would definitely have a headache. In comparison, he was more concerned about the devil believers Pedro mentioned that the church caught while returning. Lynn couldn't determine whether it was Johnny or Baigu, or if both had been captured by the church. But one thing was certain, Anluok, who had suffered a great loss at. His hands was fully prepared. 3,000 guards were secretly stationed inside and outside Harbor Town, likely targeting him. In a few days, the church would probably spread the news about publicly executing the devil believers the day after Monday to lure him into saving them. Imagining himself walking into the church's trap unprepared made Lynn shiver. Not to mention, 1,000 archers firing a volley would turn him into a porcupine. Springing a jailbreak ahead of time seemed like a good plan, as he could use transformation magic and disguise techniques to sneak in. As long as he could accurately identify who was captured and which cell they were in, Lin was confident he could get them out. Then he would need to consider how to escape Harbor Town. The more Lin thought about it, the more his head hurt. He wasn't really Carl and had no emotional bond with Johnny and the others. But having gone through life-and-death situations together, he still planned to save them if possible. Lin asked in his mind. The next moment, a long list appeared before his eyes. Dongfeng 180 missile, plasma railgun, antimatter bomb, high-energy rays, galaxy-class long-range battleship. I only have a few days. Lin was speechless. If he could produce these things, he would have overthrown the Pope and transformed this dark, alternate world into a bright medieval era long ago. Under such a request, the several-meter-long list immediately shrank to a few lines. Lin was quickly attracted by one of the pictures, reminding him of something he had seen in a Harbor Town shop. He had actually forgotten about it. After contemplating for a moment, Lin had a plan, but it was clear he couldn't do everything alone. He needed reliable allies. Laud the Lame, a familiar name resurfaced in Lin's mind. He was the easiest ally to win over in Harbor Town, with deep ties to the wizard and a low probability of betrayal. Now, the remaining problem was how to flush out this hidden old fox. Chapter 31, 28 Empty Box Trap. Chapter 31. Chapter 28 Empty Box Trap. The next day, Lin, who hadn't slept all night, got up early. He randomly found an ornate empty box, stuffed it into his pocket, and walked out the door. Outside, in the spacious training grounds, the crisp sound of clashing could be heard continuously. Lin glanced over and noticed that his sister, Ivina, had been there for quite some time. The young girl held a wooden sword, delivering swift and sharp strikes to the critical points of the target without any hesitation. Beads of sweat were trickling down from her forehead to her neck. So diligent, Lin thought to himself. Given the unpleasant experience from last night, he didn't greet her and walked straight past. He didn't notice Ivina, who was training hard behind him, had stopped and was watching him with a complex expression. Why, after such an incident, can he still act so indifferent when he sees me? A look of confusion appeared on Ivina's face, but recalling Pedro's words from last night, her gaze became firm again. She swung her sword horizontally with her right hand, shattering the strong wooden target in front of her. Lin, who had already left the mansion, was unaware of what was happening back home. After purchasing some necessary supplies in a market, he returned to the dockside shop he visited the previous day. The elderly halfling greeted out of habit, but upon recognizing Lin, he eagerly approached and said warmly, "You mentioned that shipment yesterday." Lin didn't rush to respond. He leisurely glanced around the shop and said regretfully, "What?" Mr. Bill quickly explained, No. I believe Mr. Laud very much wants to see you. But unfortunately, he is currently not in Harbor Town." The elderly Bill pounded his chest repeatedly, making drum-like sounds. Lin feigned hesitation for a moment before finally waving his hand and saying, "All right, if that's the case, it's not unacceptable. Of course, it's Rabor. Please wait, I'll get him right away." Bill hurriedly ran out, called a dock worker, whispered a few words, and then returned, standing attentively on a small stool, pouring fruit wine for Lin. "Just some worthless yellow ore." A group of prospectors dug them out from a barren mountain near Harbor Town. Bill said gloomily, "This stuff usually only sells to herbalists, but this year the yellow ore market in Vickneys is already saturated, meaning they have to store it until next year to sell it. Lord Loth, if you're interested in these yellow ores, I can give you a cost price. A huge barrel for just 19 copper coins." Bill rubbed his hands eagerly and promoted. Lin shook his head and replied calmly. While they were chatting, a tall, brawny man led a few helpers into the shop from outside. "It's an honor, Mr. Loth." Rabor pushed open the door and immediately showed a genuine smile on his burly face. Lin said, taking out a delicate box from his sleeve and placing it on the table earnestly. Everyone present glanced at the palm-sized, exquisite box in unison. Bill, the halfling, secretly wondered if it might contain some rare gemstone, but quickly dismissed the thought, considering Lin needed a large ship to transport it. Rabor, on the other hand, looked quite serious. Unlike Bill, he had worked with a shipping gang for over a decade and occasionally helped nobles handle some illicit items. For instance, Duke Nord had been privately selling an addictive substance called soul-breaking grass. If the church caught wind of it, small fry like them would likely be dragged out to take the blame. Of course, risks and rewards come hand in hand. If the goods were delivered successfully, the profit from one shipload would sustain the entire shipping gang for half a year. No problem. Rabor's face lit up with an even broader smile as his thoughts raced. Lin put away the box and followed Rabor out of the shop, crossing more than half a street, finally stopping at a seemingly ordinary house. Understanding the importance of secrecy, Rabor stationed a few helpers at the door and led Lin alone to a well-hidden basement. The space was quite spacious, with only a few simple tables and chairs, but it was very clean. From the moment Lin entered, he kept observing the surroundings, which further confirmed Rabor's suspicions. Smiling, he assured Lin, "Please, have a seat, Mr. Loth. It's very safe and quiet here." Lin smiled, pushing the box towards Rabor. With a mix of anxiety and excitement, Rabor placed his hand on the box, extremely curious about what kind of contraband it contained. Soul-breaking grass? Hamstone? Surely not a statue of some evil god? It was said that the nobles on the western side of the Sika's empire had a penchant for such sinister things. However, when he opened the box, Rabor's expression froze in an instant. Because the box was empty, absolutely nothing inside. Tricked? Rabor instantly sensed something was wrong. His left hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, but it was already too late. The moment he opened the box, Lin went into a brief overload mode. His right hand swiftly and precisely grabbed Rabor's elbow, bending his entire arm at the exact angle. Accompanied by the dull sound of a dislocation, searing pain flooded Rabor's mind. Before he could even scream, he was grabbed by the neck and slammed heavily to the ground. Chapter 32, 29. This is simply a demon. Chapter 32, Chapter 29. This is simply a demon. The sudden attack caught Rabor completely off guard. His head was spinning from the impact, and it took him a while to react, his voice filled with anger and fear. "Mr. Loaf, what are you doing? The Fleet Gang has never provoked the Pedro family. Don't forget, the port is our home turf. I advise you to," Rabor threatened sternly, but before he finished, Lin snapped his other arm back and then threw the burly man, who curled up like a shrimp, to the ground. "I ask you answer, understand?" Lin squatted down, gazing at Rabor, and spoke directly. The tall, burly man was already in cold sweat from the pain, but he gritted his teeth and endured without making a sound, staring at Lin as if he wanted to swallow him alive. His mind was racing, but he couldn't figure out why the son of Pedro Baron was attacking him. Could it be that someone in the Fleet Gang accidentally angered the other party? Just as he was thinking, Lin's voice came over. Rabor glared, feeling insulted. Wasn't this obvious? Lin's voice was very cold. After waiting for 2 seconds, he suddenly drew the dagger from the other person's waist and stabbed towards Rabor's right hand swiftly and decisively. Rabor! The tall, burly man shouted with all his might. He didn't want to lose his precious right hand over such a stupid question. Lin's actions didn't stop. Under Rabor's terrified gaze, the dagger pierced between his clenched fingers. Rabor's back was soaked in sweat, but the anticipated pain did not come. Looking down, Rabor realized that the dagger had been inserted directly between his fingers. "You only have 1 second to answer each question," Lin said coldly, and then asked the next question. Rabor gritted his teeth, treating the man in front of him as a madman. Lin kept asking Rabor various questions, starting with those that required no brain power to answer, then gradually getting trickier from the daily trivial matters to the Fleet Gang, trade goods and routes. If Rabor hesitated for even a moment, Lin would break one of his fingers. In just a few minutes, 6 of Rabor's fingers were already broken, leaving him in a state of mental confusion from the pain. Rabor instinctively began to speak, but stopped in the next moment, shaking his head in fear. Lin sighed helplessly. He wasn't good at interrogations, and the knowledge in his mind was crammed from a late-night study session last night. But Rabor clearly didn't intend to speak nicely, so he had to use more aggressive methods. Lin narrowed his eyes. The entire fleet gang was formed by a group of pirates who reformed. According to Rabor's confession, besides sailing and transporting goods, they also organized various illegal activities in private. For instance, disguising themselves as pirates to loot ships, trafficking humans, transporting contraband, committing murders, and brawls. If it were in his previous life, the things Rabor had done would warrant him death 100 times to appease public anger. Lin asked slowly, "Eskaskinet?" Rabor shivered, then heard Lin continue. "First, you make an incision from the spine, splitting the skin on the back in half. Then you slowly cut along the muscle fibers with a knife. The action must be quick to finish before the target bleeds to death." Lin vividly described the ancient torture method from a certain country, detailing how to make the incisions, how much blood would flow, and how long each step should take. Rabor was already scared to the point of collapse, trembling as he spoke. "Is that so?" Lin sneered. "In fact, Mr. Laud never trusted anyone," Rabor explained fearfully. "I only know he left Harbor Town 3 days ago. It doesn't matter if you don't want to talk." Lin stood up and dusted off his pants. While researching interrogation techniques last night, he found many interesting, non-lethal methods. Now was the perfect time to try them out. Half an hour later, Rabor was completely collapsed on the ground, almost broken down from the dual torment of the mind and body. He answered all of Lin's questions without hesitation, even revealing that he had once embezzled an entire shipment of goods and disguised it as a shipwreck. But regarding Laud's whereabouts, Rabor knew nothing. After trying several methods of psychological torture, Lin had to admit the other might genuinely not know. According to the information provided by Rabor, Laud left 2 days ago, which coincided with the day after Amluok led people to raid Wooer Town, and the same day the Drunkard Tavern was raided by the church. Old Yerk had been missing ever since. It was likely that during that time, Limping Laud got the news and went into hiding. Only a few high-ranking members of the fleet gang knew he wasn't in Harbor Town. Lin looked at the collapsed Rabor and shook his head helplessly. Rabor did know many secrets of the fleet gang, but he was very limited in his knowledge of someone secretly transporting goods to Wizardland. He only knew that every Monday, Laud would personally oversee the shipment of several big ships, but Rabor had no idea where they were headed. Lin pondered for a long time. The other's caution and cunning were beyond his expectations. Laud was probably prepared for the betrayal or capture of high-ranking members of the fleet gang long ago. However, one person alone couldn't possibly sail across the sea, which meant that there were more core members within the fleet gang responsible for this. The other peripheral members were just a cover, following Rabor's orders and being used as pawns in critical times. Lin recalled the names and experiences of the various fleet gang leaders he had learned from Rabor. Everyone seemed like they could be one of Laud's hidden chess pieces. As he pondered, a thought suddenly emerged in Lin's mind. If he couldn't find them, why not make Laud come to him instead? Chapter 30. Conflict in the City Guard. Chapter 33. Chapter 30. Conflict in the City Guard. Thinking of this, Lin glanced down at Rabor and asked, "It's Black Hand, Bob." Rabor didn't understand why Lin was asking this, but he explained their conflict in detail as if spilling beans from a bamboo tube. Lin didn't hesitate to take action, stepping forward and forcibly stripping Rabor's clothes off. The burly man instinctively thought the demon before him intended to use some cruel skinning technique on him, desperately pressing his body against the ground like a girl being ravished. In the end, Lin had no choice but to knock him out. After changing into his clothes, he stared at Rabor's face and initiated the transformation magic. This was a shaping magic he had learned from basic magic principles, capable of altering a wizard's external appearance. When Buck, who had died at Amluok's hands, used this magic to transform into a giant bear, it briefly delayed the opponent's actions. However, this magic was not all-powerful. It required an in-depth understanding of the creature being transformed into and faced various risks. Basic magic principles recorded numerous instances of wizards failing in learning shaping magic. Some had transformed incorrectly, some couldn't revert back, and some died from a magic backlash. It could be said that the wizards who dared to learn shaping magic were a bunch of fearless guys. Fortunately, Lynn's biology knowledge was quite good, and the data in 071's database contained comprehensive 3D models of the human body, including skin, muscles, blood, internal organs, and even cells, greatly reducing unexpected situations. Of course, compared to disguising as Loth, whose body type, age, and hair color were very similar to his, disguising as Rabor was only about 90% accurate. It would be enough to deal with some unexpected situations. Lynn casually wiped some dirt on his face, tied up the unconscious Rabor, stuffed him into the basement's utility bag, and then walked outside. Lynn cursed as he walked out the door. Several watchful stevedores saw Lynn's angry look and cautiously asked. Lynn was extremely annoyed. It's all because of that bastard Bob. He's already contacted the Pedro family. Upon hearing this, the laborers present were filled with righteous indignation. They knew that a big ship's round trip would cost at least 50 Sika's gold coins, not to mention the expenses for the crew at sea. Such a low price was practically sending everyone out for nothing. Blackhand Bob and his laborers had always been at odds with the shipping gang, usually causing trouble in the shadows, but this time he had gone too far, stealing their business at a loss just to spite them. This was purely malicious. Lynn waved his hand and loudly shouted, leading dozens of people as they marched grandly towards the dock. Meanwhile, on a large sailing ship, Blackhand Bob was waving a whip, scolding a few lazy laborers. Lynn didn't bother with words and punched him directly, knocking the bewildered Bob to the ground. The laborers on the ship were stunned, but Lynn's men had already charged up, immediately starting a brawl. The once peaceful dock instantly turned chaotic, with the sounds of shouting and smashing incessantly. A few minutes later, a piercing shout rang out. The city guards, Lynn and the laborers stopped their actions simultaneously, as dozens of armored guards surrounded the ship. Lynn raised his hands, signaling everyone to cease resistance, his face showing no concern. That's because the captain of Harbor Town's guard, Tyrus, was a longtime acquaintance of Rabor. The last time they embezzled ship goods, he had taken a significant cut. Tyrus strode onto the sailing ship, glanced at the scattered goods and the laborers sprawled on the ground, and then turned to Lynn, questioning him impatiently. Master Tyrus, these people barged in for no reason, smashed the goods stored here, and even attacked us. Bob, missing a tooth from the beating, shouted angrily, feeling deeply wronged and still puzzled about why he had been struck. Lynn approached with a beaming smile, subtly slipping a small pouch of coins into Tyrus's hand. Over 100 dockworkers chimed in, drowning out Bob's weak protests. If it weren't for an Imperial Earl backing Bob, making Loth wary, he would have been kicked out of the dock long ago. Tyrus, well aware of the underlying conflicts between Harbor Town's two major gangs, assessed Lynn's sincerity and quickly deemed the incident a mutual brawl. According to Sika's Empire law, those who incite trouble in groups are to be flogged 10 times. Damn, that bastard really hit hard. Half an hour later, Lynn walked out of the dock, frowning in annoyance. He had overestimated Rabor's relationship with Tyrus. When the latter struck, he held nothing back, delivering each of the 10 lashes with full force. Lynn could only hope this beating wasn't in vain. He had done everything he could. Given Loth's cautious and cunning nature, he reasoned that the hideout wouldn't be far and that Loth was constantly monitoring the events in Harbor Town. Loth's biggest concern was drawing the attention of the church. So he orchestrated this conflict to attract the city guards, keeping the intensity controlled while framing it as gang rivalry. If all went well, Loth would hear about this soon. As the public leader of this shipping gang, only a direct intervention from Loth could constrain Rabor. Thus, predicting the next move was straightforward. One of Loth's trusted henchmen might come to deliver a rebuke, but the most likely outcome was Master Rabor, Mr. Loth has urgent business and requests your presence. A few minutes later, a nondescript laborer whispered in his ear. Lin's mouth curled into a smile. Sure enough, it worked. Chapter 34, 31. I came especially to save you, Mr. Laud. Chapter 34. Chapter 31. I came especially to save you, Mr. Laud. With the boatman leading the way, Lin left the bustling dock, crossed a few streets, and stopped in front of an abandoned house in the northern part of town. Please come in, Mr. Rabor. Mr. Laud is waiting for you inside. The boatman gestured. Lin nodded, pushed the door open, and walked in, realizing that the dilapidated exterior was just a facade. Inside, the house was completely transformed. The walls were built with hefty stone blocks, smooth as mirrors. The walls were adorned with many exquisite paintings and sculptures, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of perfume. In stark contrast to this elegant environment were the burly men standing at either side of the room, holding large axes. They glared at Lin as if they were eyeing a lamb awaiting slaughter. Laud the cripple stood in front of a long table, looking about 50 years old, with a head full of white hair, a skinny and hunched frame, and most notably, his wooden prosthetic leg. As soon as Laud saw Lin, his anger flared up, and he rebuked harshly. Rabor, are you insane? I should have told you not to cause me any trouble recently, but today you fought with Bob at the harbor over shipment. Do you realize that the church might have noticed us? 2 batches of our ships have already been seized in the last 3 days. Laud cursed bitterly, but he soon realized that something was off about Rabor. Despite his reprimands, Rabor showed no fear or panic. Instead, he was steadily approaching him. Thoughts raced through Laud's mind. He instantly realized this and took a few steps back in terror, looking at the nearby guards and shouting. The men allowed into this house were loyalists chosen by Laud himself. So, at the command, the guards did not hesitate, raising their axes and chopping down at Lin. Just as the axe blades closed in, Lin silently chanted in his mind. In an instant, every position and movement in the room was transformed into data in Lin's mind. Lin easily sidestepped a guard surprise attack, snatched his axe, and kicked the man away. He then turned, swinging the axe handle to strike another guard in the stomach, sending him crashing into the ground along with the rest of the guards. Taking advantage of the moment, Laud scrambled over the long table. His wooden leg moved faster than his real one, carrying him more than 10 meters in a few steps. Laud the cripple ran incredibly fast. Such a sight made Lin pause for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Raising his hand, several crystalline ice blades materialized in the air. Simultaneously, Laud sensed the threat from behind, but ignored it because the secret passage was right in front of him, within reach. However, the ice blades were faster and struck his wooden prosthetic, causing Laud to lose his balance and fall. Another, frost blade, flew and pinned his robe to the ground. Lin approached step by step, speaking coldly. He had put a lot of effort into meeting Laud, so he couldn't let him escape. But Lin soon realized that his words sounded a bit like those of a villain, so he quickly changed his tone and explained. Actually, I'm here to save you, Mr. Feeling the cold surrounding him and looking at the kind-faced Lin, Laud swallowed hard. Fine, he chose to believe. After a brief but friendly exchange, the small misunderstanding was resolved. Laud called his men to tidy up the house, then invited Lin to sit down. Laud asked cautiously, I came to save you. Lin replied without hesitation. That may not be the case. Laud shook his head. He had received the same information, but did not agree with Lin's assessment. 3 days ago, Archbishop Amloak of Nordland Territory led a raid on Wooter town, encountering a powerful wizard. They managed to repel the wizard only after suffering heavy losses. At this, Laud suddenly looked at Lin with a suspicion rising in his mind. You're right. It was me who fought the Archbishop. Before, Lin nodded, not hiding the truth. Hearing Lin's admittance, Laud was taken aback. From the information he had, although Archbishop Amloak had managed to repel the wizard, he himself had suffered grievous wounds that couldn't be healed. Rumor had it that the battlefield was incinerated, and the terrifying flames still hadn't extinguished. This showed the power and peculiarity of that spell. Could it be that the person before him was a powerful wizard? No, that was unlikely. Laud quickly dismissed the thought. He had witnessed the power of an influential wizard before. Their full spells could temporarily freeze the great vortex, known as the heavenly disaster, Eye of Death. If Lin had such power, it would have been Archbishop Anluoke who fled. Given this, Laud concluded that Lin must be a powerful third ring wizard. Lin didn't know what Laud was thinking and continued to explain. If you think the church's ostentatious show is just to target me, then you're sorely mistaken. Anluoke's real goal is to find the route to the wizard land. They are Crow's disciples and know the route and shipping gang involvement, Lin said solemnly. Chapter 35, 32. Besides this, we have no other choice. Please continue reading. Chapter 35, Chapter 32. Besides this, we have no other choice. Please continue reading. Listening to Lin's words, Laud's face immediately changed, cursing Crow in his heart for revealing such an important piece of news to a few apprentices, which in turn implicated himself. He didn't think Lin was deceiving him. After all, the church's movements in the past few days have been a very obvious signal. It was precisely because of this concern that he chose to hide in the shadows, observing the situation and ready to flee at any moment. Yet he still got caught. The ship gang has been operating in Harbor Town for many years. Their information should be quite accurate. Lin asked expectantly. Laud hesitated and then shook his head, replying rather helplessly, "The ship gang is under tight scrutiny now. I know very little. Corrupting and controlling a priest is no easy task. These people command powerful divine arts, usually have a firm faith, and lack nothing in terms of money, being tough nuts to crack." So even though the ship gang had operated in Harbor Town for decades, he made it a habit to avoid them as much as possible, trying not to get entangled with the church's clergy. Lin couldn't help but frown. He had hoped to gather enough intelligence from Laud, but didn't expect even he was in the dark, completely against his expectations. Laud asked tentatively. Lin replied smoothly, "That's going to be difficult. Harbor Town is swarming with guards, and they might not even be imprisoned at the port. Even if by some miracle you manage to rescue them, there's no way you'd escape Harbor Town." Laud shook his head, refuting, "Instead of taking that risk, it might be easier to eliminate them. Since the other party knew the secrets of the ship gang, it would be enough just to make them disappear. Usually, killing is easier than rescuing." Lin wasn't surprised by Laud's ruthlessness. In this dark, alternate world, a human life was indeed inconsequential, especially when it involved the secrets of Wizardland. But Lin didn't agree with him, scoffing as he spoke. "Mister, since Anluoke chose Harbor Town as a base, it signified that he had already found some clues. Even if by Goo or Johnny died, Laud would be implicated sooner or later. After all, most of the cargo transportation in Harbor Town was connected to the ship gang." Laud's expression turned grim. He could naturally think of this, but was just unwilling to admit it. In all these 20 years in Harbor Town, everything he built was here. "You're a smart man, Mr. Laud. Our only way out is to cross the sea of confusion to Wizardland," Lin said bluntly. "If you sail now, you can still take some of your wealth." Laud gazed deeply at Lin, seeming to want to say something, but finally sighing in resignation. "It's too late to sail now. Harbor Town has started strictly controlling the cargo ships." Lin paused, realizing things were worse than he thought. During these days in Harbor Town, he almost got dizzy from all the true and false information while looking for this old fox. If not for the terrifying shaping magic that allowed him to disguise himself as the leader of the ship gang, he wouldn't have had any way to catch him. Such a cautious person, Lin couldn't believe Laud hadn't prepared for the day when he might be trapped in town by a port blockade. Remembering all the intelligence he'd gathered these days. Since the port was semi-locked down, the only ships free to leave must be the military ships patrolling the waters. Lin asked curiously. Laud's face twitched. He didn't expect Lin to guess even that. Impressive. Lin was amazed by Laud's means. actually managing to secure control over a military ship. He had only been testing the waters with him. It's not as easy as you think. Though the Skydome's captain is my person, all departures and arrivals are checked. If it deviates from its route, it'll be detected quickly, Laud retorted. Out in the Mist Sea, their warship relied on long-range archery or ram attacks, but the other side had priests. A few divine arts could tear any sturdy ship apart. Also, moving large numbers of people and supplies wasn't easy. You don't need to worry about that. When we cross the sea, they will have no time to manage us, Lin confidently stated. I have a plan. If it goes well, no matter the size of the force, they won't be a threat. But I'll need the ship gang as assistance. Lin looked at Laud, waiting for his response. The ship gang had over 1,000 shipmen, and even if they were a rabble, they could form a formidable force. Don't count on them to fight the church's guards, Laud sighed. Though the ship gang had many members, most just earned a living under him. They could handle gang fights, but if faced with a regular army, half would switch sides before the fight even started. Don't worry, I just need you to do some small tasks. Lin pulled out a parchment from his sleeve, pushing it towards Laud. Can you gather these items? Chapter 36, 33. Have you ever seen the shape of fireworks blooming? Chapter 36, Chapter 33. Have you ever seen the shape of fireworks blooming? Laud curiously took the parchment and glanced at it, his face showing a surprised expression. It wasn't that the items Lin wanted were particularly precious. Quite the opposite. The parchment listed some very easy-to-collect ingredients, even trash that could hardly be sold. Laud asked, very puzzled. Lin did not answer directly, but suddenly asked, Have you ever seen fireworks, mister? Laud was stunned for a moment and shook his head in confusion. Something that can send the entire city guard up to the sky. Lin said with a smile. Laud's expression froze, filled with disbelief. The harbor town originally had an 800-man guard, and later, Bishop Amluoak transferred 3,000 elite soldiers from the Nordland territory. He couldn't imagine what kind of power could destroy such a large army in a short time. Could it be materials needed to set up some powerful alchemy array? Laud immediately thought of this possibility. He had heard from Crow that some wizards proficient in alchemy could amplify certain magical powers exponentially through arrays. If that were the case, they weren't without a chance of victory. Thinking of this, Laud stopped his in-depth questioning because, for wizards, the secrets of magic were usually not disclosed. Laud pondered for a while without replying. The map and patrol routes were easy to obtain, but figuring out the details of those priests wasn't an easy task. Lin reminded him. All right, Laud gritted his teeth. The port was already blockaded by the church, so creating enough chaos was necessary to escape successfully, and the rescue would be a part of it. Lin no longer kept him guessing and roughly explained the whole plan. The part that the boat gang was responsible for was the most detailed. After listening to Lin's explanation, Laud couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But to his relief, the riskiest part of the rescue operation was to be performed by Lin himself. The boat gang only needed to assist. Most importantly, from start to finish, Laud himself wouldn't have to get personally involved, which meant that in most cases, he would be in a safe zone. Lin relaxedly extended his hand, and Laud followed suit, their palms quickly clasped tightly together. A slight stinging sensation suddenly surged up, and Laud instinctively withdrew his hand. Looking down, he saw a flame-like mark on the back of his hand. Laud clutched the back of his hand, his voice fierce. Lin calmly retracted his hand, smiling as he spoke. I heard from Rabor that you never trust anyone around you. Lin looked as though he had met a kindred spirit. Laud's face darkened, and he mentally flayed the skin off Rabor, that bastard. This flame mark reminded him of the horrific scene outside Wooter Town. An informant he had sent was sentenced to death just for being too close and accidentally catching a tiny flame. Even jumping into the river couldn't save him from the Hellfire's devouring fate. By the way, I left Rabor in a side room within the port. This is an internal matter of the boat gang, and I won't interfere, Lin said casually as he stood up and made a farewell gesture. After Lynn left, Laud's suppressed emotions finally erupted. In a fit of rage, he swept all the valuable vases and utensils on the table to the ground. The guards outside rushed in upon hearing the commotion, but stood bewildered, watching their leader raging inside. After several minutes of venting, Laud sat back down, gasping, and looked at the few guards in front of him. Crippled Laud said through gritted teeth. When Lin walked out of the dilapidated house, the midday sun was already high in the sky. Successfully persuading crippled Laud and securing the cooperation of the entire boat gang, Lin silently breathed a sigh of relief. At least now he didn't have to go at it alone, and the chances of rescuing by Gu and Johnny were now 70 to 80%. As for the magic mark left on Laud's hand, it was actually a ruse and had no real effect. But Lin knew that the previous battle outside Wuer Town had already demonstrated some of his power, which served as a deterrent. For someone like Laud, even if he told the truth, the other would never believe it, instead thinking that his life was in Lin's hands. This was precisely the outcome Lin wanted. After all, during the actual operation, the most crucial part needed to be handled by him personally. In contrast, Laud could stay safely behind the scenes. This imbalance and risk was dangerous for cooperation. So, some balancing measures were naturally necessary. Over the next 2 days, the news that the Judgment Court would publicly execute the Devil's followers on Monday spread throughout the entire harbor town, and almost everyone was talking about it. Lin further confirmed his previous judgment. Usually, besides practicing swordsmanship with Ivina, he spent the rest of his time processing the delivered ingredients. In 72 hours, he released thousands of initial material decompilation skills, nearly exhausting himself. Every time he returned to the mansion, Pedro's butler looked at him strangely. Once, he couldn't help but advise him against draining his health while still young. Lin brushed it off casually. He couldn't find another good reason to explain why he often stayed out all night. In the end, it wasn't him who'd be socially embarrassed, but Loth, so what did it matter to him? Things went smoothly, thanks to Baron Pedro often being absent, busy attending various noble parties to make an appearance in front of those big shots. In this orderly busyness, the harbor town welcomed the last night before Monday. Chapter 37-34. My brother, you are my hindrance. Please keep reading. Chapter 37. Chapter 34. My brother, you are my hindrance. Please keep reading. When night finally fell, the once bustling and lively port town had already sunk into a state of quiet and tranquility. The bright full moon rose from the sea horizon, softly draping a thin layer of silver gauze over the entire harbor town. At this moment, Lin was standing on the top floor of Pedro's residence, gazing down at the entire town. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the port seemed especially quiet tonight. There wasn't a single hint of insect noises, and this abnormality made him sense a tinge of danger in the air. 071. Report energy reserves. Lin silently inquired his mind after putting away his notebook. 2%. Unfortunately, still a bit short, Lin thought to himself silently. The full moon nights over the past 4 months had increased 071's energy reserves by about 30%, which was already very fast, but could only sustain overload mode for about 200 seconds. Only in such a state could he unleash the full power of the white phosphorus fire. Despite a vague unease in his heart, Lin had no intention of changing the plan. Tonight was their only chance to save White Dove and Johnny. After all, the only passage to the Wizard Land opened on Moon Monday, and tomorrow would be the public execution day. Lin took out Loth's notebook from his pocket and placed it on the corner of the table. After today, whether he succeeded or failed, he would no longer be able to stay in the harbor town, and Loth's identity would naturally be irrelevant to him. This notebook would be left as Loth's final testament to Baron Pedro and Ivina. Though he didn't expect it to change anything, it was all he could do. After packing up, Lin walked out of the room alone, his mind recalling the intelligence gathered by the ship gang. Adrian, newly appointed priest of the harbor town, right-hand man to Bishop Anloak, born of noble blood and champion of the last Nordland Territory Night assessment, possessing commendable swordsmanship. Most importantly, his routine was extremely regular. Every night at this time, he would definitely go out to an unknown destination, suspected of attending some noble's dinner party. As for the rescue plan, Lin had thought of several methods, the smoothest of which was to capture and replace Adrian directly. This would not only allow him to ask directly about the captives and their locations, but Adrian's identity as the bishop's right-hand man would also be extremely useful. When the full moon hung high in the sky, the ship gang would stir up a ruckus at the docks, driving away unrelated personnel and setting fires everywhere using the white phosphorus powder he had prepared in advance. Once this unstoppable hellfire spread, it wouldn't be something a few hundred garrison troops could handle, and it was also his signature magic. At that time, whether Amluoke acted to extinguish the fire or capture Lin, he would most likely take action himself and even deploy his elite guards hidden in the shadows. Moreover, the large amounts of goods piled up at the dock had been quietly replaced by the ship gang with special black gunpowder. Once ignited, the warships docked at the pier and the supporting guards would be blown to the skies in an instant. If Amluoke could be blown up as well, all the better. Even if not, it would be quite some time before the archbishop could return. Meanwhile, Lin could assume Adrian's identity to enter the place where Johnny and the others were held. Using the chaos in the harbor town as an excuse, he could falsely transmit the archbishop's order to transfer the prisoners to a safer location. Once outside, he would be met by Laud's trusted subordinates. Of course, this was all under the assumption that everything went smoothly. Countless unforeseen circumstances might occur in the process. For example, if he were discovered while disguised as Adrian to enter the detention site, or if the guards refused to follow his orders, he would have to rely on his own strength to resolve it. The worst-case scenario would be if Amluoke chose to remain still, allowing the hellfire to spread rapidly at the docks. Then Lin would have no choice but to put out the fire himself to prevent involving large numbers of ordinary residents. If left unchecked, the entire harbor town would turn into a sea of flames. Lin continuously simulated possible scenarios in his mind. A harsh creak sound approached from the distant corridor, gradually drawing nearer. Vigilant, Lin immediately halted his steps and looked up, soon spotting the figure at the end of the corridor. A brown-haired girl stood in the shadows, holding a long, floor-scraping, thin blade. As she walked, her red and black attire looked particularly eerie under the silver moonlight. Lin asked puzzledly, while placing his hand on the sword hilt. Her room should be on the second floor, after all. The brown-haired girl asked softly, "Why, no matter how hard and excellently I perform, does Father never acknowledge me? While you, who can't even pass the night assessment and fail time and again, always easily get everything I desire." Ivina lowered her head, her words carrying an unquenchable anger. She gritted her teeth, seemingly using all her strength to contain her rage. However, she quickly regained her composure, her voice turning cold. "My dear brother, you are an obstacle in my path." Lin's pupils contracted. Just as her words fell, Ivina charged with her thin blade at the ready. Clang accompanied by the crisp clash of metal, Lin drew his steel-long sword from his waist, parrying the airborne thin blade. He could clearly feel that her strength and speed were much greater than during their sparring matches. Evidently, this was her true power. Ivina's dark golden eyes glimmered with coldness and murderous intent. The thin blade streaked through the air as a cold light, slashing towards Lin once more. "You're always so indifferent." With each sentence Ivina uttered, the speed of her blade grew even faster, her complex emotions fixated on her brother. Chapter 38, 35, Too Small, Ivina. Chapter 38, Chapter 35, Too Small, Ivina. Lin twisted his wrist to fend off Ivina's aggressive strikes, still giving no answer to her questions. He was already dizzy from the complex relationship between these siblings, something Los diary had never mentioned. Sounds of clashing swords rang out continuously in the silent manor. Normally, this would have drawn the attention of the butler and servants, but now there was no one in sight. This was also why Lynn hadn't hurriedly used overload mode or resorted to magic. Strange, isn't it? My brother, our father is not in the manor tonight. I sent all the servants away. They will only know that the demon believer the church is hunting broke into the manor tonight. Ivina seemed almost insane, her sword flashing like the wind as it struck Lynn's blade, as if trying to vent all her accumulated anger and resentment. Lynn's expression was peculiar because the demon believer wanted by the church was, in fact, himself. Boom! Just as they clashed again, a sudden explosion echoed from afar. Through the third-floor window, a faint glow of fire could be seen emerging from the western part of the harbor town. How could it be so soon? Lynn's expression changed instantly. It was clearly not the time for this action. Could it be that the people from the crew couldn't hold back and acted first? Taking advantage of Lynn's distraction, Ivina executed a spinning slash, knocking the long sword from his hand. It flew through the air, embedding itself straight into the wall. Without hesitation, the brown-haired girl raised her sword and slashed down again. Ivina muttered to herself, her golden eyes fixed on Lynn, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Why? Why wasn't he afraid of death? The brown-haired girl's face showed a hint of hesitation and confusion. No matter how vile her attitude had been over the years, this man had only ever looked at her with a particularly poignant gaze of pity. But she never needed charity. What she wanted, she would take for herself. A myriad of thoughts flashed through the girl's mind, while on the other side, Lynn, sensing the threat, had already extended his arm. In that moment, it seemed as if the first battle was being reenacted, but this time no one stopped them. With a swift sound, the slender blade was already above Lynn's head. However, Lynn moved faster, his outstretched right hand reaching first to seize Ivina's sword-wielding wrist from a strange angle. With a powerful twist, a light sound of bones dislocating echoed in the silent corridor. Outside, the bright moonlight and the rising flames intertwined, creating a devilish tableau. Seizing the moment, Lynn raised his leg and kicked Ivina hard in the abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud, the girl's body lurched backward and crashed heavily against the wall. How could this be? Ivina struggled to stand again, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She completely ignored the pain from her wrist and abdomen, looking at Lynn in disbelief. She had used all her strength, yet she was so easily knocked to the ground. Ivina couldn't accept this reality. She grasped her sword with her still functional left hand and charged again. I'm sorry. My time is limited. Ivina. Lynn dodged Ivina's horizontal slash, swiftly grabbing her slender blade and elbowing her to the ground again, finally slashing toward her pale neck. Ivina's pupils narrowed. She could only watch as the silver sword got closer and closer, her mind going blank. Am I about to die? The girl closed her eyes slowly, reflecting on her fate of having to curry favor with the Duke's son despite all her efforts. She found it particularly laughable. Perhaps this release would end her suffering? Ding! The light sound of the sword tip touching the floor reached her ears, and Ivina opened her eyes in confusion. She saw Lynn bringing out a leather rope from behind, binding her hands and feet. Ivina stared in a daze at her familiar, yet unfamiliar brother, questioning in bewilderment. No need for that, Lynn explained casually, dragging the rope meant for Adrian and tossing Ivina into his room. He was not truly loath. He couldn't manage such a complex sibling relationship. But since Loth chose to end it in such a manner, Lynn wasn't going to interfere. He understood where Ivina's resentment came from, knowing she struggled against a predetermined fate, destined to be a sacrificial pawn for the revival of the Pedro family from birth. However, she had clearly targeted the wrong source of her hatred. What truly caused their suffering was the obstinacy of Baron Pedro and the foolish feudal system of the Sika's empire. Since she had cleverly sent away all the manor's butlers and servants, she could stay and reflect on her actions here. After tonight, everything concerning the Pedro family would no longer relate to him. Lynn turned to leave, but Ivina's voice rang out again from behind. Why? With such power, can't you pass the night's trial or even spar with me? Ivina questioned, maintaining her last shred of dignity and a sense of shame and anger. So small, Ivina. Lynn turned his head and looked at the woeful girl on the ground, lamenting. Beyond Harbor Town is the Nordland territory. Beyond Nordland is the Seeka's empire, and beyond the empire lies a vast world, Lynn murmured softly. This world held magic and divine arts and uncountable secrets waiting to be discovered. Not waiting for Ivina's response, Lynn shook his head. To most residents of this world, a town, a village, a family was everything. This matter didn't concern him. Not understanding, Ivina gazed at Lynn's departing figure with complex emotions until the door shut tightly. She remained silent for a while, then suddenly lowered her head, biting into the leather rope binding her hands, and tearing it with all her might. But the special material used to make the rope was incredibly tenacious. Her teeth alone were useless. As she struggled, her legs hit the table leg. The black book on the table fell to the floor and rolled beside her. The brown-haired girl paused, recognizing the messy handwriting as her brother Loaf's. Perhaps everything would be better without me. P.S. As usual, please recommend, collect, vote, and read. Thank you all for your support these days. Chapter 39, 36. The Battle of the Harbor Town, seeking continued reading. Chapter 39, Chapter 36. The Battle of the Harbor Town, seeking continued reading. At midnight in Harbor Town, the originally sleeping crowd was awakened by sharp firelight and waves of noisy crows. Having experienced over a decade of peace, the residents of Harbor Town, suddenly attacked, immediately fell into chaos. The streets were in disarray, with screams and cries echoing in every corner of the town. At this moment, Lynn was standing on the roof of a house, his eyes like an eagle's, gazing toward the direction of the fire. This was the one-ring magic, Tick's farsight technique. It allowed a wizard to possess the precise farsight ability of a griffin for a short time. During these few days in Harbor Town, aside from gathering information and making black gunpowder, Lynn did not neglect learning new magic, having already thoroughly read through the book Basic Magic Guide. Lynn murmured to himself, gazing at the flocks of gray crows and the moving figures in the firelight. Could they have escaped first? Wait. Lynn quickly noticed something was wrong. The state of the two witches didn't look like they had been tortured. Perhaps they hadn't escaped, but were preparing to enter Harbor Town prison to rescue someone. Lynn instantly thought of this possibility, his brow furrowing. Before tonight's action, he had considered dozens of unexpected situations, even predicting that the church would set a trap for him in Harbor Town tonight. But he hadn't expected Anluoke to conduct such a high-profile campaign without capturing anyone. This archbishop was undoubtedly making a big gamble, betting that the wizard apprentices hadn't regrouped. Otherwise, the public ceremony tomorrow would become an utter farce. One must know that there are true gods in this world. If the church dared to use random prisoners as fake witches at such a public witch-hunting ceremony, it would be blasphemous. Obviously, the archbishop had bet correctly. He hadn't fallen for the trap, but Johnny and Baigu had stumbled into it in his place. However, since the two witches hadn't been caught, who was the one that leaked the information about the gang? Anluoke's personal visit to Harbor Town, the lockdown, and various measures against the gang couldn't be faked. This was also one of the reasons he believed the two might have been captured. As he pondered, the cawing of the crows over Harbor Town grew weaker, indicating that Johnny and Baigu were nearly at their limit. Lynn didn't act hastily, as only a few hundred guards surrounded the two witches. Archbishop Anluoke and his 3,000 elite soldiers hadn't played their hand. This was also bait, and he was the big fish Anluoke wanted to catch. Lynn asked silently in his mind. His biggest trump card was the massive amount of black gunpowder placed at the dock. As long as he used the information gap and the convenience of magic shaping to lure Anluoke and the others over, he could blow them all to the sky. But now it seemed that this goal might be hard to achieve. Estimated success rate is below the safety threshold. According to the target's previous statement, Extraterrestrials should not be included in the protection list. Replied 071. Lin was silent for a while, then asked again. Lin muttered in his mind, looking at the distant firelight. Meanwhile, in Harbor Town's church, Archbishop Anloak was gazing absent-mindedly at the chaos in Harbor Town. The faint screams and wails made the priests present turn pale, but Anloak seemed unaffected, turning to Adrian and asking. Reporting to the Archbishop, York's brain has been set with some kind of powerful spiritual magic. I've tried several methods and couldn't break through the barrier, Adrian explained with great shame. A few days ago, just as the Archbishop led the elite guard to hunt down those demon worshippers, Adrian led a team to raid Wooer Town. Based on the information obtained from Will, they went to the Drunkard Tavern and captured old York, who hadn't escaped in time. But to Adrian's disappointment, York's brain was protected by some spiritual magic, and when he used divine arts to probe for information, he almost turned York into an idiot. The only gain was finding some information about Harbor Town in a secret room of the Drunkard Tavern. No matter. We will soon have new sources of information, Anluoke said calmly without blaming Adrian. Archbishop, should we deploy more manpower? At this rate, the 2 wizard apprentices might escape our control, Adrian cautiously asked. Due to someone's act of controlling the gray crows to set fire to the town's granary, most of the station guards were dispatched to extinguish the fire. Only 2 priests and 300 guards were in charge of the pursuit. If this continues, it might affect more and more civilians. Adrian swallowed the rest of his words. He always disagreed with the Archbishop's decision to set the battlefield in Harbor Town, which only endangered the defenseless townsfolk. Anloak's withered face showed a few stern lines as he gazed at the priest before him. The inferno outside Wooer Town has yet to be extinguished. The merciful Lord will forgive our transgressions. Anloak turned back to the firelight over Harbor Town, chanting in a raspy voice. May their souls rest in the Holy Land, receiving eternal protection. May their true spirits not fall into the abyss of the demons. The priests in the church also showed faces of compassion and began to chant harmonious hymns, praying that those who died in this conflict and suffered endless torment in life would be reborn in the Holy Land of the Lord. Chapter 40:37. The Reversal of Attack and Defense. Chapter 40. Chapter 37. The Reversal of Attack and Defense. The melodious hymns echoed above the church, intertwining with the chaotic scenes within the seaside town, creating an eerie atmosphere. Adrian, amidst it all, found his soul seemingly cleansed by the hymns, recalling the teachings in the Bible. Life and death are actually unimportant. Everywhere is the Lord's pasture. These sacrificed townsfolk have merely returned early to the Lord's embrace. After the hymns ended, Anloak surveyed the crowd and softly spoke. Perhaps it was the Archbishop's words taking effect, or maybe it was the light of Ella that had already shone upon this remote small town. Outside the church, the chaotic scenes were rapidly calming down. Slightly surprised, Anloak walked to the window and looked down at the entire northwest side of the seaside town. The flames that had been burning over the granary were extinguished, and the townsfolk were being orderly evacuated from the combat area. He couldn't see the figures of the 2 wizard apprentices directly, but judging by the trajectory of the gray crows in the sky, Anloak quickly deduced that the 2 had fallen into trouble and were being chased out of the densely populated area. The endpoint of their route seemed to be the harbor of the town? Anloak asked in astonishment. It should be Priest Danny and Albert, Adrian replied. The Archbishop thought about the usual performance of these 2 priests. He didn't remember them having such outstanding command abilities. Could it be a judgment made by some captain of the town's guard? Thinking of this, Anloak couldn't help but feel a sense of talent appreciation and sent the gatekeeping guard to inquire. A few minutes later, a guard pushed the door open and came in, glancing vaguely at Adrian beside him with a strange expression, then responded. Reporting to your grace, according to the militiamen responsible for evacuation, it is currently, upon hearing this, everyone present turned their gaze to Adrian. The latter was also puzzled, as he had been in the church all along and had never gone out. Amluok's face immediately turned grim. In his decade and more as a bishop in the Northland Territory, he had not encountered wizards adept in shaping magic and was well aware of how much trouble these people could cause. Witnessing the divine shield radiating divine radiance and condensing in midair, the priests present immediately dispelled their doubts. But then a chill shot from their feet to their brains. If the real Adrian was here, then who was commanding the front line now? The commander whom the priests were longing for was currently sitting in a temporary stronghold in the northern part of the seaside town, sipping tea while listening to the subordinates' reports. Lord Adrian, according to your instructions, the newly formed militia group has been evacuating the townsfolk. It won't be long before a clear area is cleared. Also, the fire at the granary has been controlled. The isolation method you taught us is very effective. Priest Danny quickly described the current situation in the seaside town, looking at Lynn with eyes full of admiration. Those damned devil worshippers have been setting fires everywhere, wandering through the dense alleyways, and even set the granary on fire, causing them all sorts of headaches. To know, Archbishop Amluok had only given them an 800-man garrison. These people had to capture 2 witches, evacuate the townsfolk, and extinguish the fires. It was a severe shortage of manpower. Several requests for deploying elite guards were rejected by Amluok, leaving Danny with no choice but to continuously draw personnel originally meant for firefighting and rescuing to chase those devil followers, lest they escape. However, this chaotic situation immediately turned around after Adrian arrived. First, he commanded them to use divine arts to comfort a batch of fleeing townsfolk, forcibly drawing out strong men among them, then dispersing a small squad of regular troops to form temporary militia units with them, instantly multiplying the available manpower several times over. These untrained militiamen would likely crumble in battle, but for firefighting and rescue work, they were barely suitable. The isolation method and the sand extinguishing techniques the other had spoken of were also very effective. Thinking of this, Priest Danny felt a bit ashamed. Previously, he had complained that Archbishop Amluok had given him too few people, completely inadequate for dealing with a complex situation. Now, however, he no longer thought so, because with the same resources, Adrian easily quelled the chaos. It can only be said that Adrian lived up to being the Archbishop's right hand. Sitting in the chair, Lynn listened to the priest's words with a smile and spoke appreciatively. "You did well, Priest Danny." "Thank you, Lord Adrian." Priest Danny responded excitedly. Lynn waved his hand, skipping over the topic, and turned to ask, "All right, enough of that." Danny nodded. According to Lord Adrian's plan, they were now to force the 2 witches to the open space at the harbor. The church had ambushed 1,000 crossbowmen there, and a volley would turn the witches into hedgehogs. This would minimize casualties. Given Lord Adrian's previous excellent command, Danny had no doubt about this plan. Albert? What happened to him? Danny paused, but before he could figure it out, a dazzling silver light slashed across his neck. Bright red blood spurted from the wound, and the young priest covered his open neck, his face full of disbelief, then fell heavily to the ground. Lynn looked helplessly at the corpse before him, shook his head, and picked up a piece of cloth from the table to wipe the blood off his dagger. Thus, the 2 lackeys sent by Amluok to fish him out had been resolved, but Lynn's face didn't show much joy. After all, his opponent wasn't a fool. Using Adrian's identity to give orders would quickly alert Amluok, making him realize Lynn had the ability to disguise as someone else. Fortunately, this was precisely Lynn's goal. Because ordinary priests couldn't break this kind of magic, Amluok would have no choice but to step in personally. Though he had taken a roundabout path, Lynn ultimately used the enemy's own forces to draw out the Archbishop and shift the battlefield back to the harbor of the seaside town. Chapter 41. 38 this time. I'm afraid I'll have to apologize to you. Please follow. Chapter 41. Chapter 38 this time. I'm afraid I'll have to apologize to you. Please follow. In a street to the north of the harbor town, Johnny spread his hands, and the dense diamond-shaped blades of ice quickly appeared in the void, flying towards the obstructing guards like locusts. Accompanied by a series of wails, several guards who failed to dodge were killed on the spot, but more soldiers wielding shields had already surrounded them from behind. Johnny clenched his silver teeth, drew his sword to parry a guard's long spear, took the opportunity to charge forward, and with a spin of his blade, he severed the opponent's neck, spraying blood everywhere. At the same time, another guard swung his long knife at Johnny. The sharp gleam of the blade appeared before his eyes, but continuous fighting for half an hour had already exhausted the young girl's physical strength and magic power. He no longer had the ability to turn back and block the incoming long knife. Fortunately, at that moment, a fierce camel beast charged out, instantly knocking the guard to the ground, and then Baigu, sitting on the camel, immediately blew the wooden whistle in his hand. The flock of gray crows hovering over the harbor town immediately seemed to be guided, throwing themselves at those shield soldiers like mad. Sharp claws and beaks scratched and tore at unprotected faces and necks, but after all, they were just birds the size of a palm, and no matter how hard they tried, it was difficult to inflict fatal damage. Taking advantage of this gap, the two of them had already turned to another direction, with Baiji's face growing paler and his hands weakly propped on a camel, relying on it to carry him forward. Johnny glanced at him with concern and let out a silent sigh. I didn't expect that not only did we fail to rescue Carl, but we've also fallen into the church's trap. Johnny conjured a fireball to temporarily repel the pursuing guards, and regret was already taking hold of his heart. He was not annoyed about the act of rescuing Lin, but he regretted dragging Baigu into this. A few days ago, upon learning that the church had captured a devil believer and planned to execute him after the Sabbath, Johnny had the idea of staging a jailbreak. But just by his own power, it was indeed too weak. There was no chance of success. Baiji's spiritual magic was very useful in this situation, as it could control creatures to scout for information, create chaos, or distract the enemy. With this in mind, Johnny had planned the entire rescue operation, first having Baigu send gray crows with kindling to set fire to critical places like the granary to attract the attention of the guards and create chaos, and then break into the prison to rescue the person. However, once the action truly began, Johnny realized how badly he had underestimated the situation. The guards of the harbor town were already waiting in full readiness and reacted very quickly. They had run headfirst into a trap set by the church. "No, it's me. I chose to come," Baigu said through clenched teeth as he trembled in fear atop the camel beast. He was extremely afraid of death, but he was also clear that it was Lin who had voluntarily sacrificed himself to cover their retreat, allowing them to escape the castle by a fluke. So when Baigu learned that Johnny planned to risk a rescue for Lin, he resolutely followed. The two young witches looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Johnny's grip on the sword tightened again, and he encouraged. Baigu nodded, tears swirling in her eyes, but still she brought the wooden flute to her lips and blew into it once more. The originally overwhelming flock of gray crows that had covered the sky had dwindled to around 100 after several rounds of assault, barely enough to fulfill the task of scouting for information. They could no longer even distract the enemy. Almost all the pressure of face-to-face combat had fallen upon Johnny's shoulders. As if her prayers had been heard, the number of guards encircling them was gradually decreasing, and their aggression had noticeably lessened. No one was trying to charge at them in a do-or-die manner anymore. However, Johnny's expression grew heavier and heavier. According to Baiji's scouting information, they were surrounded by soldiers with only one path left open. If they deviated from this path, they would be greeted by continuous shield walls and formations of swords, through which even the most explosive fireball technique could hardly break. Was the enemy toying with them, or were they planning a concerted encirclement? Johnny didn't know, but she was aware that if they stopped, they would die. Running might still offer a glimmer of hope, however faint that hope might be. At least she had to get Baigu out. Johnny paused for a moment, then turned her head to see a dazzling white light rushing towards them at high speed. Johnny only had time to raise her right hand to create a crystal wall of ice in front of her, but the horrifying white light was already upon her. The hastily cast first circle protective magic spell proved particularly fragile against the formidable power of the divine arts, bursting apart in just a second or two. The immense force of the impact immediately sent Johnny and Baigu, who was seated on the camel creature, flying. Johnny hit the ground hard, pain shooting through her heart, a trickle of fresh blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. But she didn't have time to care about the pain in her body. She clumsily clambered up from the ground, positioning herself in front of Baigu, her eyes fixed intently on the direction for which the white light had come. A series of steady footsteps approached from afar, and amid the scattered ice crystals and dust, the figure of an old man dressed in a gold-embroidered robe, flanked by a group of priests, appeared before them. Merely standing there, he exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Johnny's pupils shrank. Although the person's appearance had greatly changed and the age didn't match, she recognized him instantly from his status, attire, and by G's indication. The man before them was the Archbishop, Anluok. Visions of the chase in Wu'er town were still vivid in her mind. Their adversaries' strength and terror were indescribable, utterly beyond the capability of a few wizard apprentices to confront. What plunged Johnny deeper into despair was the appearance of several figures on their left. The one in the lead was a young man with a solemn face, who from his attire seemed to be a priest from some church. The forces from both sides quickly formed a ring, trapping the two of them in the middle. At this moment, Johnny and Baigu were like birds trapped in a cage, their possibility of escape completely cut off. Chapter 42. 39 Aren't I Right by Your Side? Chapter 42. Chapter 39 Aren't I Right by Your Side? Considering that the two witches were to be used as bait to draw out a formidable enemy, the priests didn't immediately take action, but instead turned their gaze to the priest Danny opposite them, impatiently asking, "What do you mean?" The leader stepped forward, asking with great confusion. "Let me explain. Based on the Archbishop's speculation, the devil's believer just now must have masqueraded as me, directing your every move," Adrian was explaining when a withered arm blocked in front of him. Adrian was slightly taken aback and asked, puzzled. Anluok did not reply, nor did he hesitate. He simply raised the staff in his hand. Third-tier divine arts, Holy Spirit light. Dazzling points of light burst forth from the tip of the staff, then expanded into a half-circular shockwave of light, covering Johnny, Baigu, priest Danny, and even the guards behind them. The patchy road surface cracked open layer by layer under the erosion of the powerful energy wave, and both witches simultaneously felt the grim reaper swiftly approaching. Dozens of magic spells flashed through Johnny's mind one by one, but she couldn't think of any that could withstand this terrifying third-tier divine art. Waiting for death seemed to be their only choice. Through the haze, Johnny saw the young priest to her left also raise his hand. Then, a colossal hand composed of endless flames burst forth from the ground, its palm forming a half-circle shield wall that protected them within. This was the modified magic, white phosphorus, flame demon hand. The powerful divine art collided with the magic, accompanied by a violent explosion, and the patchy road surface shattered, with a hot blast flipping the surrounding grass and vegetation. Countless bits of dust and debris flew into the air, and the burning hellfire formed a solid wall of fire, forcibly separating the two witches from Anluok and the others. Before Johnny could recover from the sudden turn of events, the young priest had already slit the throats of several guards beside him, grabbed their arms, blasted through the alley wall, and sped off with them in his grip. Johnny was instinctively running alongside Lynn, her mind swimming with confusion. Why would a church priest know witchcraft, and why would he save them? Suddenly, Johnny thought of the words spoken by those priests earlier. Could it be shaping magic? Lynn's features quickly changed back to normal as he spoke teasingly. Bai Ji's face immediately showed a mixture of 3 parts joy and 7 parts amazement, looking somewhat dumbfounded. It just so happens that, before tonight, I also thought you were suffering the church's torture. Lynn lamented with a helpless shrug, realizing they might have all underestimated the strength their companion possessed. Johnny had now caught on. The power of Lynn's flame demon hand from before could only be described as terrifying. And indeed, he had the ability to survive on his own amidst Amluok's relentless pursuit. "Where have you been hiding these days?" Lynn asked, slightly puzzled. After entering the port town, aside from getting a ship to cross the sea, his most important task was to find out information about the two witches. According to his knowledge, if the two women had not been captured by the church, they should have sought help from Laud. Johnny shook her head helplessly. The town's guards were vigilant, and the checkpoints were guarded by the church's priests, making it impossible for them to sneak in, so they spent the days catching gray crows in the woods, obtaining information through these inconspicuous birds. As the three explained, a series of fierce light arrows were already speeding towards them from behind. It was clear that in just a few seconds, Amluok had found a way to breach the firewall. Lynn turned his head and glanced back. With the overloading modes enhancement, the trajectory of each light arrow was converted into data in his mind. Magic bombardment. In an instant, as many as 36 pure magic power missiles hovered in the air. Then with precise targeted shooting, they exploded each of the numerous light arrows mid-air. Johnny and Baigu, who had been readying spells for defense, stopped their hands and looked towards Lynn. A sense of reassurance arose in their hearts unwittingly. Johnny asked at an extremely fast pace, "There's a boat of ours at the dock in the port town. We have a chance to escape once we get there." Lynn explained concisely, and once again glanced back aimlessly. Amluok and the others had already caught up. From his appearance, the archbishop almost looked no different from an old man about to be buried, with white hair and sunken eyes. However, his movements were much faster than the priest by his side. While pretending to be Adrian, Lynn had learned some intelligence. The church's high-ranking clerics had all received the deity's blessings, their physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. Going head-to-head was certainly not a wise move. He originally planned to appear as Priest Danny, to see if he could bluff his way through another subterfuge, possibly a sneak attack from behind, but to his surprise, the archbishop saw through his disguise at a glance. Was it because he didn't possess the glow of God? Lynn thought to himself, as the sound of waves hitting the rocks echoed incessantly. The port's dock was already in sight. Through the eyes of the flock of gray crows, fear filled by G's heart, as countless guards in armor and carrying large shields advanced like a black tide rolling towards them. A chill also ran down Johnny's spine. She never expected that in addition to Archbishop Amluok, the port town also concealed an elite guard of thousands. Yet at such a dire moment, Lynn simply laughed. Chapter 43, 40 Harbor Town, Earth-Shattering. Please follow. Chapter 43, Chapter 40 Harbor Town, Earth-Shattering. Please follow. Johnny and Baigu looked at Lynn, who suddenly became happy, utterly confused, and truly did not understand why he could still manage a laugh. Lynn did not intend to explain. He couldn't guarantee that the priests wouldn't have some kind of divine arts to overhear their conversation at this moment. Of all the threats in the port town, Lynn feared most were Amluok and the 3,000 hidden elite guards. Now that these two troubles had converged, it was naturally better than ever. Behind them, the archbishop's horse chanting resonated once again. An invisible storm carrying a large amount of debris and dust raced towards them. Several church priests also consecutively cast spells, sealing off their retreat with several Tier 1 divine arts. Lynn signaled the two witches with his eyes, then exerted his full power, even abandoning to adjust his aim, and in an instant created dozens of magic missiles that raced towards the lookout towers guiding the ships. Simultaneously, the understanding Johnny and Baigu, squeezing the remaining little magic power within them, used dirt to mud, turning the solid base of the lookout tower into sand under the influence of their magic. Accompanying the dozens of loud impacts, this tower that had stood near the dock for nearly 100 years, guiding countless ships, collapsed with a bang. The falling boulders and wooden frame not only blocked the invisible storm, but also crushed two priests who couldn't dodge in time underneath them. Seizing this opportunity, Lin and the others had already opened a distance of nearly 100 meters. Anger surged to its limits in Amluok's heart. After clearing the obstructive rubble with several holy light shock, he was about to make another move when the ground of the port town suddenly trembled slightly. Not just Amluok, Lin and his companions felt the same, but the cause of all this was neither magic nor divine arts. Dressed in black armor, neatly arrayed, and holding large shields, the Nord forces quickly appeared in everyone's sight. The crossbow arrows at their waists and the chilling atmosphere pervading the air were indeed intimidating. Compared to the delighted faced church priests, the bodies of the two witches trembled involuntarily. With such numbers, how could they fight? It's known that these fully armored elite troops weren't common throughout the Empire. Evidently, the Duke of Nord had staked his all to capture these wizards. Ahead, thousands of soldiers had already raised their crossbows. A dense volley of arrows, with a sharp whistling sound, flew out like a sudden storm, leaving barely any gaps. The moment the guards raised their hands, Lin already had scooped up by Gu and rolled behind a broken high wall. The fierce volley of arrows struck the earthen wall, exploding and scattering large amounts of mud and debris. Johnny asked urgently. Lin did not respond. He cupped his hands, and a huge fireball condensed in his palm. Then he hurled it into the air without any consideration. From hundreds of meters away, it looked as if a firework had risen above the port town. Amluok almost instantly thought of the terrifying witchcraft that Lin had once used to wipe out dozens of elite guards and shouted without hesitation. The dense volley of arrows immediately ceased. 3,000 soldiers uniformly lifted their large shields towards the sky, and the priests present did not dare to neglect, applying a multitude of protective divine arts all around. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the fireball that had risen high into the sky suddenly exploded, bursting into countless dazzling sparks before gradually dissipating into the night sky. The two witches' expectant expressions instantly froze, while only Lin gazed at the sky, casually saying, "How could it fly? Hadn't the magic already ended?" Johnny, bewildered, looked up and noticed what seemed like specks of light flying over from the other side of the sea. As the lights drew closer, the witches realized those weren't lights, they were hundreds of flaming arrows. Adrian and others also noticed this, and almost instantly analyzed that the earlier fireball technique was not aimed at them, but was merely acting as a signal. But such reinforcements seemed rather weak. Probably due to the distance and the unclear visibility at night, the airborne flaming arrows had no accuracy. Even if they stayed in place without defending, they would not be likely hit. Is this it? Is this all? Several priests felt immensely disappointed, finding their earlier worry and fear somewhat ludicrous, as they had been frightened by a few devil's believers. Only Amluok sensed something amiss, his dark, murky pupils gradually turning into shining dark gold. The unknown was always the most terrifying, but now it was too late to intervene, as the oil-wrapped fiery arrows irregularly shot towards various corners of the harbor docks. A sense of inexplicable crisis gradually enveloped everyone's minds, with no direction and no source. In the midst of everyone's unease, confusion, and fright, an endless wave of fire and light engulfed the entire harbor dock, shaking the entire city violently, as if doomsday had arrived. It was a roar 100 times louder than thunder, with flames and shock waves instantly leveling the surrounding low houses. The air boiled intensely, a vast amount of steam rising and mingling with the thick smoke to form a giant cloud of dust. Houses collapsed, boulders scattered, and tides churned backward under the terrifying impact, bringing even larger waves crashing towards the shore. Lilting flecks of yellow-white sparks drifted down from the cloud sea, seeming to rain fire inside the dock, illuminating the entire area brightly, made of white phosphorus mixed in the black gunpowder. All happened in the blink of an eye. The harbor dock was turned upside down in mere moments, transformed into a complete ruin. The only slightly better spot was under Johnny and his group's feet, where every location of the explosives had been meticulously planned during the trap setup. Even so, the powerful impacts still shattered the earthen bunkers, and Lin had to use several protective magics in succession to barely block the residual waves. The two witches behind the wall felt their brains stunned for a moment, followed by continuous ringing in their ears. After the explosion had ended, thousands of elite black armor guards and those relentlessly pursuing priests had vanished without a trace, leaving only the debris and a roaring fire sea behind. What is this? Is this hell? The two witches stood dumbfounded on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 44. 41 Praise, Heavenly Judgment. Please follow. Chapter 44. Chapter 41 Praise, Heavenly Judgment. Please follow. Several minutes had passed, and only when a familiar shout broke through their transient deafness did the two witches snap back to reality. Johnny abruptly came to his senses and turned his head. Lin was standing in front of a burning sea of fire, gazing ahead as the rolling waves of heat made his robe flutter vigorously. The two witches didn't know what oxygen was, but they knew how to hold their breath. But what kind of magic was this? Johnny's surprise was indescribable, and Bai Gu, beside him, was crouching by a collapsed earthen wall, too scared to stand due to the limbs and flesh scattered around. Lin wasn't paying much attention to the condition of the two witches, his expression solemn as he looked toward the harbor docks, now reduced to ruins. Logically, under such an explosion, it should have been impossible for anyone to survive. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. A figure stood erect in the middle of the burning sea. To call it a figure might not be quite appropriate, because by then, Anluok had long lost his human form, his originally splendid gilt robe shredded to pieces, his entire body ignited by the white phosphorus fire of 1,000 degrees. From any perspective, Anluok should have been dead. And in fact, it was so he should have died days before in the great battle outside of Wu'er Town, but his humble prayer had stirred a great eternal existence to descend a trace of mercy. A strand of divine power forcibly sustained his life force. The moment he sensed danger, Anluok had actively drawn upon this divine power, overstepping the bounds to use a fourth circle divine art, holy barrier, and had forcibly deflected the terrible explosion. However, the power of a fourth circle divine art ultimately had its limits and could not block the subsequent shockwaves. The temperatures of 1,000 degrees constantly scorched his flesh and organs. His life was counting down to its final moments. At this moment, Anluok's mind could no longer feel pain. Only his purest faith remained. Death and pain were but trials and tribulations one must endure on the way to heaven. Anluok did not fear death, but if he could send the wizard before him to hell, then surely the Lord would reward him even more in heaven. Anluok's vocal cords had already been damaged, but as he faltered, a glimmer of light flashed at the tips of his burning fingers. It was the purest light of death, the glimmer quickly expanding. Flames retreated, rubble crumbled, everything in front of it swiftly dissolved under such power. Frost curtain. Lin stretched out his hand, solid walls of ice crystals rising one after another. But they were of no use. They were shattered almost instantly. However, Lin managed to sidestep and avoid the deadly light by using less than a second's delay. Behind him, the pure light struck the turbulent sea, blasting a spray of water 10 meters high. Anluok was relentless, casting again, this time a broader and unavoidable apocalypse storm. Just then, Bai Gu spoke. Sharp sonic waves instantly swept across the field, causing Anluok's movements to imperceptibly pause, and the storm that had just gathered also dissipated. But soon, the archbishop turned his head, his pupils flickering with dark golden luminescence. Without any apparent movement, Bai Gu seemed to be choked. The sharp sonic waves abruptly stopped. The terrifying backlash instantly penetrated the witch's mental defenses, causing the girl's body to collapse limply to the ground, coughing up blood. Johnny quickly rushed forward to help the young witch, checking her condition. Fury also appeared on Lin's face. Dozens of magic missiles appeared in the air and then quickly ignited, turning into countless miniature white phosphorus fireballs, speeding towards Amluok. Third circle divine art, holy barrier. Faced with swarms of fireballs, Amluok dared not intercept them directly and immediately switched from offense to defense. Even though he had a trace of divine power enhancing him, his current condition did not allow for the use of higher-order divine arts continuously. He could only respond with two holy barriers. The invisible barrier collided with the exploding fireballs, and it quickly shattered, but the second holy barrier behind it remained intact, blocking all the remaining white phosphorus fireballs. At that moment, Lin extended his right hand forward and clenched it forcefully. The flames scattered around Amluok and sticking to the invisible barrier, as if guided by some force, quickly gathered together and formed into a giant hand of fire, grasping Amluok firmly in its palm. Crack! The sudden change caught the archbishop off guard. The already ravaged holy barrier was instantly crushed by the fiery giant hand, forcing Amluok to burst forth with divine radiance from within his body to combat the terrifying white phosphorus fire. Lin and Amluok simultaneously gambled with the little strength left in their bodies, aiming to decide the outcome with this strike. Dazzling divine light interwove with surging flames, each canceling the other out. At the same time, Johnny, who was holding by Gu, shouted angrily. Several magic power spheres appeared around the girl, spinning and shooting toward the archbishop. Under normal circumstances, Amluok would not have considered such feeble magic worth his attention, but the incoming magic missiles now turned into the last straw that broke the camel's back. The balance that was originally stalemated was immediately broken, and the giant fiery hand slowly penetrated the dazzling divine radiance, squeezing the archbishop, who showed a reluctant expression until he burst. Until the moment of his death, Amluok suddenly realized that the two witches he had always overlooked were not as useless as he had imagined. Watching Amluok's body being crushed by the flame demon hand, Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then quickly scanned the surroundings with great vigilance, terribly worried that his act of killing Amluok might provoke divine wrath. Fortunately, his worries did not materialize, and the terrifying aura in the air gradually dissipated. It was finally over. Lin's body swayed, nearly falling to the ground. After a whole night of continuous fighting, his magic power and physical strength were entirely depleted, leaving him immensely exhausted. A voice from the brain chip reverberated, and Lin, supporting his body, looked at Bai Ge lying unconscious in Johnny's arms and asked, "I don't know. Her condition is very bad. She needs immediate treatment," Johnny said with great concern. Lin looked toward the surging sea, thinking that since Laud could receive the signal he sent and acted according to the plan, he should have arrived by now by the time. But why can't he see even a shadow of the ship now? Chapter 45-42 Return Home. Return home immediately. Seeking follow-up readings. Chapter 45. Chapter 42 Return Home. Return home immediately. Seeking follow-up readings. A few minutes earlier, above the mist sea, a burly man clenched the long knife in his hand and savagely swung it toward Laud, but as the blade fell, it suddenly stopped. His fierce expression gradually became incredibly conflicted as he carefully spoke out. "Mr. Laud," the cripple, gritted his teeth and said, extending his right hand straight out, revealing a very prominent flame mark on the back of his hand. As he spoke, Laud's heart also clenched fiercely, but this was an utterly unavoidable choice. From the beginning, he had little faith in a certain wizard's bold and outrageous rescue operation. So when he noticed that the town harbor was suddenly in chaos, and all previously laid plans had come to an end even before they had begun, Laud immediately judged that the wizards staying in the town would soon be done for. Exactly because of this, Laud made a decisive decision, taking advantage of the chaotic situation in the harbor town to organize a getaway. Thanks to the church focusing most of their efforts on dealing with Lin and the others, they had managed to take control of this ship without much effort and, taking along those portable assets, sailed away from the harbor town. Now the only thing causing Laud concern was the flame mark on his hand. If the wizard lord found out he had fled when facing peril, he might drag him to hell right before dying. For him, who didn't understand much about magic, the only countermeasure he could think of was to cut this hand off. The muscular man, conflicted, held the knife but hesitated to strike, and Laud's mood fluctuated uncontrollably until, annoyed, he grabbed the long knife himself. It would be faster than all this dithering. At the bow, a sailor suddenly shouted loudly. Laud instinctively looked up, seeing a fireball rising from the docks at the harbor and bursting open in the night sky. Laud was somewhat surprised. He had thought that deceitful and ruthless wizard was most likely dead. He hadn't expected the other party to actually make it back to the harbor docks. Thinking this, he involuntarily looked toward his first mate, who was holding an alchemical monocular. "I see many black armor guards. They've all come out, and Archbishop Anluoke is there too." Those wizards seemed to be surrounded. The executive officer swallowed hard, struggling to speak. Laud immediately understood. They had been pursued to this point. Thinking briefly, he spoke straightforwardly. Since the other party had already successfully lured Anluoke and his followers to the prearranged location, he naturally wouldn't act so heartlessly. Shooting a distant volley wasn't much trouble, but coming ashore to support was out of the question. Laud didn't believe that in such a predicament, the others could make any significant moves. It's not like he could advance to a great wizard on the spot and then destroy these thousands of elite guards with a few spells, right? This was beyond unbelievable. Over 300 sailors and guards immediately took out the oilcloth-wrapped arrows they had prepared, lit them with torches, and drew their bows to shoot the arrows toward the distant harbor, completely disregarding accuracy. After all, the wizard's command had been merely to hit the harbor docks. Laud glanced briefly and did not look again, restless as he gestured with the long knife in his hand. To cut or not to cut? Just how much should be cut? This is a question worth pondering deeply. Just as Laud had made up his mind and was about to take action, the entire ship suddenly shook violently. A loud booming sound erupted beside his ear, followed by an immense force that knocked him to the ground and sent him rolling to the base of the mast, where his head slammed hard against the crossbar. Laud's head buzzed, his clothes soaked by the waves he had rolled through. However, at his question, the first mate did not reply, his gaze fixated blankly towards the direction of the port docks, muttering under his breath. "It's all over, all over," Laud frowned in dissatisfaction. Could it be that the battle at the docks had been decided, and those wizards were all done for? Laud turned his head to look and immediately took a sharp breath at the scene before him. He realized it wasn't the wizards who were done for, but the entire port town itself. A massive cloud of dust was rising from above the city, and the originally dim night sky had now turned a blazing red, as if something had ripped through the darkness. What had been a prosperous and splendid dock was now nothing but ruins, with thick smoke billowing and intense heat waves sweeping upwards, turning the sky a fiery red, and a dense rain of fire falling from that vast cloud of dust, creating a hellish scene. Laud swallowed hard, his legs trembling. Even though he was too far to see clearly what had happened on the docks, he understood that under such power, the so-called black armored guard and church priests were inconsequential. Could it be that he had really misjudged, and the opponent was actually a powerful wizard in deep hiding? The magic they named fireworks was terrifying. Laud wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The fall of a port city was indeed the most brilliant spectacle he had ever seen. "Mr. A sailor stuttered, asking. Before Laud could respond, a dazzling light of death shot from the docks and struck the sea hundreds of meters away, creating a wave tens of meters high. The sailed battleship shook violently again, and Laud immediately jumped up, shouting in panic. "Return to port." The sailors hurriedly pulled the sails and adjusted their course, not daring to delay a moment. To everyone on board, this was undoubtedly a bare warning from the mighty wizard. If they did not return to port now, the next spell might well strike their ship. Laud hastily changed into a proper set of clothes and tidied up his appearance. Although his legs were still a bit wobbly, He managed to wear his most welcoming smile, preparing to meet the fearsome wizard and no longer mentioning anything about cutting hands. A brawny man beside him vigorously pulled on a rope, feeling very fortunate about his earlier judgment. Thankfully, he had not acted a cut earlier, or else he would have been the one cut down. Chapter 46, 43 Divine's Projection. Please follow. Chapter 46, Chapter 43 Divine's Projection. Please follow. Under the diligent efforts of the sailors, the sailboat made its way through the surging waves and stopped at a dock that had not yet been completely destroyed. Feeling the rolling heat waves in the air, and despite being mentally prepared, Laud's heart still shivered uncontrollably as he stared closely at the harbor, now reduced to ruins. The smile on his face grew even more eager than before. "Mr. Laud, you've finally arrived. I thought you might have already sailed across the sea successfully," Lynn said, as he walked up the planks that had been laboriously set down, accompanied by Johnny and the unconscious Baigu. "Ha ha ha, wizard sir, you jest. How could that be possible? It was simply a change in our plan, and since we could not receive your further orders, we had no choice but to drift on this ocean and wait." Laud laughed heartily, explaining with ease. Lynn did not expose the other's intentions, as he and the ship gang were never really acquainted. Their cooperation was merely temporary, based on the threat from the church and the goal of sailing to the wizard land. Hence, even though he suspected that they might have abandoned him to escape, Lynn was not angry. Mr. Johnny, standing aside, interrupted their conversation, eagerly asking. Laud glanced at the unconscious Baigu and immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Without delay, he had his assistant call for the ship's physician. They were well prepared with various medicinal herbs for any emergencies that might arise during the crossing. However, after examining Baigu, the ship's physician could only shake his head in helplessness. The Lady Witch's physical injuries are not serious. Her current state might be, perhaps it's an issue in another aspect. Upon hearing this, Johnny immediately thought of the scene where Baigu used Soul Scream against Amluoke and suffered the backlash herself. This was likely a wound at the level of the soul. Seeing that the ship's physician was out of options, the silver-haired witch could only look at Lynn with the last shred of hope. 071 Lynn silently called out in his mind. Initial assessment suggests the target has suffered severe mental trauma. Lynn was rather helpless. He also needed to make it back. And while the Federation's technology was advanced, their understanding and research on consciousness and the soul were quite limited, with most of the data being top-secret documents, which were definitely not accessible to someone of his standing. Therefore, under the imploring gaze of the witch, Lynn could only bring himself to shake his head firmly. Johnny's beautiful sapphire eyes instantly dimmed, but soon she felt the little witch in her arms quiver slightly. "Baigu!" Johnny shouted with surprise. "So cold my head hurts so much." The girl of about 13 or 14 curled up, her eyes tightly shut, lips slightly parted, breathing becoming more rapid, and as her lips trembled as if in a dreamy murmur, she called out her family's names unconsciously, her voice growing weaker, her hands shaking as if trying to grasp something ephemeral. Johnny held Baigu tightly, tears flowing down unstoppably, sobbing uncontrollably. Watching such a scene, Lynn could not help but sigh. He was not capable of handling everything. All he could do was move forward slowly and take Baiju's trembling hand into his own, trying to provide some comfort. A system alert suddenly echoed in Lynn's mind, causing him to pause. Watching the girl's vitality fading away, he hesitated for a long time before finally speaking in his mind. Beneath the perceptible gaze, a glow invisible to the naked, I was coursing up Baiju's arm and into his body, taking about half a minute before it finally stopped. Special energy entity absorbed, estimated to be convertible into 12% energy reserve. Lynn immediately responded in his mind, although he didn't know what the luminescence absorbed by the intelligence brain was. He could be certain that the magic power had recorded it before, and so it could be directly excluded. That left only one possibility as soul. A sudden, inexplicable speculation flashed through Lynn's mind. Over the past few days, a number of people had died in front of him, and he had even personally killed more. Yet, it was the first time the intelligence brain had prompted him. Was there something unique about Bai Ge? As Lin felt a pang of sadness, he was also filled with confusion. His expression changed once more because Johnny, who was holding Bai Ge, also staggered and fell down. Everyone present was startled, and Laud glared fiercely at the physician, urging him to do something quickly. If this wizard lost his temper, they were all doomed. After a frenzied examination, the conclusion reached allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Johnny had simply fainted from excessive fatigue and overwhelming grief. Lin didn't answer. He knelt down and placed his hand on Bai Ge's abdomen. Intense ice crystals emerged around the girl and eventually formed a massive ice coffin, sealing her in the center. Although he had no way to save her now, once in Wizardland, perhaps the wizards proficient in various arcane magics would have a solution. A sailor suddenly shouted loudly. Laud and the others immediately turned their heads to look. During the delay, the sailing warship had already left the harbor and entered the mist sea. Despite the distance, they could clearly see the red glow above Harbor Town slowly fading away. The support from the church must have arrived. Lin quickly came to this conclusion. Earlier, the Archbishop Amloak had no solution for the white phosphorus fire, so it must have been higher-ranked clergy who resolved the crisis in Harbor Town. The next moment, a gigantic apparition of a goddess, large enough to cover the entire city, appeared in the sky above Harbor Town. Her body, transparent as crystal, reflected a dazzling light under the silver moon that compelled one to approach, kneel, and prostrate before her in confession of their sins. Divine's projection? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lin watched as Laud and the others beside him shuddered in fear, curling up and cowering on the deck. The faceless apparition of the goddess slowly cast her gaze in their direction. Fortunately, by then, the dense fog had already surged around them, and the entire sailing warship vanished from the sea surface in an instant. Chapter 47, 44. Cardinal Edwell, please follow. Chapter 47. Chapter 44. Cardinal Edwell, please follow. Great Lord, please save your believers. After the apocalyptic scene descended, the entire seaport town instantly plunged into chaos. The makeshift militia that had been organized were completely incapable of maintaining order, and figures could be seen running frantically in the streets and alleys. The raging inferno that started at the docks only grew with the wind, threatening to envelop the entire town. Move the flammable objects away and create a sufficiently clear area. Where's the fire brigade? The acting captain of the guard, Tyrus, shouted hoarsely, attempting to implement the isolation technique passed on by Lord Adrian to block the spreading flames. Regrettably, the morale of the entire guard had almost collapsed. Many dropped their weapons and ran crazily toward the outskirts of the town, completely ignoring his commands. Seeing the surging flames drawing ever closer, Tyrus felt utterly desperate. Just then, a voice as loud as thunder boomed in his ears. At that moment, as if time had stopped, the entire panic-stricken crowd of the chaotic port town came to a halt, all simultaneously stopping in their tracks to look up into the night sky. The dust cloud that had shrouded the town seemed to be torn apart by some formidable force, and soon after, a dazzling white radiance descended from the heavens, covering every corner of the town. Under this blanket of white light, everyone felt a renewed vigor infusing their weary bodies, and despair and fear in their hearts quickly dissipated. A man whose leg had been crushed by a falling rock in the disaster discovered, to his amazement, that his leg had miraculously healed. His face immediately lit up with fervent devotion. The fire that had covered half the city, known as Hell's Fire and the Devil Incarnate, was rapidly extinguished by such power, leaving no trace behind. Soon after, that pure and unblemished white light slowly converged, forming a projection of a holy and noble goddess. She looked down upon all living beings, her eyes twinkling with stars, exuding mystery and majesty. The devil is dead. Great Lord of the stars, Elara, thank you for your salvation. Lord, I wish to confess my sins. Countless residents of the port town fell to their knees, praying incessantly, expressing their gratitude for the grace of the Lord. Many fervently kissed the ground, demonstrating their devotion. Among all present, Tyrus was the only one who managed to maintain some semblance of reason. After being bathed in the white light, his heart too surged with fervent devotion, yet he did not kneel immediately. It was as if some miraculous force restrained him. At some point, a middle-aged man dressed in a red and gold robe, wearing an iron mask, appeared beside him. Tyrus immediately recognized the man's identity from his attire and greeted him with great respect. "Where is Anluoc?" Edwell looked around at the townspeople devoutly praying on the ground and asked bluntly. 2 days earlier, Holy City had received a call for help from Anluoc. The Archbishop of Nordland Territory, leading a company of elite guards in pursuit of several wizards, had almost been wiped out, and even the use of divine descent technique couldn't leave the adversary behind. According to the protocols of the Judgment Court, a formal wizard, no matter how challenging, did not warrant his personal intervention. However, Anluoc specifically mentioned in his letter that the wizard was very young and was likely to become a threat to the church in the future. More terrifying yet was the wizard's ability to wield a very unique hell's fire, which could, if it spread, burn down a town within a short period, and Anluoc had no way to counter it. Taking this into account, to ensure absolute certainty, he decided to personally go to the seaport town. Along the way, sensing the fluctuations caused by an outburst of divine power, he left the priests who were accompanying him and rushed over alone at the fastest speed. Regrettably, he was still one step too late. "The situation is like this, Your Eminence. Earlier tonight, 2 devil worshippers broke into Harbor Town and set fire to the granary." Tyrus recounted the events as succinctly as possible. When Edwell heard that the wizard responsible for destroying the harbor docks was the same one being pursued by Anluoc, his expression immediately turned grave. A great wizard had been hiding his power, infiltrating the Nordland territory in disguise. It didn't take much to deduce that he was plotting some sort of insurrection against the Empire and the Church. With this in mind, Edwell looked through the eyes of Divine's projection, across the ruins of the harbor docks and the vast sea, and saw the sail-powered warship disappearing into the fog. Estimating the distance, Edwell quickly abandoned the thought of taking action. Even using his strongest divine arts, he couldn't pose a threat to a great wizard at such a great distance. To Edwell, the revelation of a deeply concealed great wizard for the mere price of half a harbor town seemed a fortunate affair indeed. Previously, he had considered Anluoc to be incompetent, being so embarrassingly outmaneuvered by a formal wizard. Edwell was ready to strip him of his archbishop's status after this incident. But now, it seemed to be a faultless defeat. Anluoc's loss was solely because the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, the casualties of Harbor Town were far lower than he anticipated. Edwell originally thought that such a disaster would cost at least half of the tens of thousands of townsfolk, but judging from the number of souls taken into the Holy Land, less than 5,000 had died, including 3,000 of the Black Armor Guard. This was nothing short of a miracle. It was all per Lord Adrian's commands, Tyrus said, showing no intention of taking credit, his face filled with indignant expressions. However, Lord Adrian followed Archbishop Anluoc into the port, and now I'm afraid he must be, Edwell remarked regretfully. To quell the chaos in Harbor Town within such a short span and quickly organize militia and guards to evacuate the townspeople, Adrian truly had been a rare commanding talent. Edwell inquired once again. Tyrus hesitated, as these were not matters within his purview as the captain of the guard. Fortunately, at that moment, Merk, the Lord of Harbor Town, arrived. Upon learning of the Archbishop's request, he promptly had someone fetch the intelligence that Anluoc had previously entrusted to him. However, as Edwell perused the parchment scroll, his expression quickly solidified. Karl, the illegitimate child of Viscount Sidelon of the Empire, only 17 this year, had disappeared 6 months ago, and the wizard Koru they had apprehended had been to Sidelon territory at around the same time. It was conjectured that this wizard named Carl could be one of Koru's apprentices. Edwell snapped, highly dissatisfied. This was complete nonsense. A formal wizard apprentice of under half a year was capable of casting magic that destroyed half of Harbor Town? The spies in Nordland territory must have lost their minds. The Lord of Harbor Town trembled and did not dare to respond. Edwell paid no further attention to Merc, but instead took out a golden book from his waist and flipped to the latest page. Using his finger as a pen, he inscribed new information onto it. Name, Carl, true name unconfirmed, extremely dangerous, great wizard. Crimes, murder of Archbishop Amlok, annihilation of 3,000 Black Armored Guard, destruction of half of Harbor Town. P.S. The hierarchy of church personnel is based on a certain religion, roughly as follows: priest, bishop, archbishop, cardinal, cleric, saint, judgment chief, and other high-ranking church officials. Pope. Chapter 48. 45. How long has it been since you last experienced battle, Father? Chapter 48. Chapter 45. How long has it been since you last experienced battle, Father? At midnight, within the Pedro family's estate, a relentless series of explosions and roars could be heard from outside. Yet Ivina, who was now leaning against the corner of the wall, appeared as if she heard nothing. The sharpened wooden spikes had severed the leather thong, which lay scattered beside her. Her pale, jade-like fingers trembled ever so slightly as she flipped through the yellowed pages of the diary in her hands. Sacred Calendar 708, November. The Pedro family has been blessed with a new addition that looks so small and tender. The name is Ivina. Another day of training. As the eldest son of the Pedro family, I must work even harder. Are you watching me practice my swordsmanship, Ivina? Then I need to perform even better. Sparring, how I miss it. The way I first held a sword. This time it's my turn to be the teacher. 10 moves, I'll give you some face. But there's no need to cry if you lose, right? You're really cute, Ivina. 37 moves, it's only been 4 months. No, I definitely didn't use my full strength. I should be more serious next time. I lost. I actually lost. How is this possible? It's so embarrassing in front of you. As your brother, I must try harder to win back. Ivina, why can you so effortlessly learn the techniques I can't master? Sacred Calendar 722, July, the first night assessment. If I pass, I could become a priest, right? The Pedro family would surely see better days. From morning to night, nothing but training, it's meaningless. I fear I may never pass the night assessment. Father, why do you look at me with such expectations? That look again. Do you hate me, Ivina? I understand how you feel, a useless one stealing the chance that rightfully belongs to you. If it were you, you would surely make it my sister. Maybe without me. Everything will get better. Ivina, I will give you everything you want. That's the only way. The girl with brown hair flipped through the pages of the diary one after another, through the cold words discerning her brother, whom she envied so much, who received all of father's expectations, yet who couldn't do anything right. She had once resented such injustice. Her own efforts and the swordsmanship she took pride in were nothing but tools in her father's eyes, meant to attract the attention of the Duke of Nordland's son. If she had had the chance, she could have definitely passed the night assessment, definitely have revived the Pedro family, and definitely have made her father realize her worth. Therefore, for a brother who had access to all the family's resources, could any time receive formal knight's guidance, yet repeatedly failed, Ivina harbored an intense dislike, even hatred. You're really cute, Ivina. Her fingers traced over the pages that were tightly wrinkled, and as she observed the words, the girl's body shuddered slightly, tears glistening as they rolled down her cheeks, falling continuously onto the pages. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ivina murmured to herself, her mind blank, tears uncontrollably streaming from her eyes, her heart filled with deep regret. Ivina had never hated herself so much. She had thought she had forgotten how to cry. That surely was a privilege reserved for those in the spotlight. Outside the estate, the flames surged continuously, But inside the room, a deadly silence reigned, only the suppressed, intermittent sobs echoing without ceasing. It was not until the room's door was violently flung open that the girl turned her head in confusion. The Baron Pedro, who rushed through the door, surveyed the disarrayed room, and, upon seeing Ivina, who seemed frightened and silently weeping in a corner, was suddenly overcome with anger and asked irritably, "Do you have any idea how much chaos is out in the world, Ivina? Why are you just sitting here alone like a fool? Where's Loth?" During the conversation, another blast sounded from outside the estate. Ivina asked, holding the diary wet with tears close to her chest, her head bowed low. "Those damn wizards are running rampant in the port town, using a terrifying form of witchcraft to blow up the entire dock. Priest Adrian is dead, Priest Danny is dead, and so is Knight sick. Even Archbishop Anlok couldn't escape," Baron Pedro said in a terrified tone. Previously, he had suggested joining this witch hunt to gain experience in front of the Archbishop of Nordland Territory. Now he thought that if Amluok had agreed, he would be dead at the port docks by now. Hearing one venerable name after another being declared dead, the brown-haired girl was shaken. She couldn't help but recall the words that echoed in her ears before Loth left. "It's all so insignificant, Ivina. To become a wizard, is this your choice, brother?" It was rumored that one could become a wizard with forbidden power by offering their soul to the devil. But as a price, that person often changed dramatically, and their soul would gradually sink into the abyss. And all of it was for her. "Where's your brother? You haven't answered me. Where is Loth?" Baron Pedro said as he clenched the girl's wrist fiercely, demanding loudly. Ivina said softly, well aware that if the news of her brother becoming a wizard got out, the entire Pedro family would be destroyed instantly. Baron Pedro paused, and a terrifying look crossed his face. "I'm telling you, even if your brother is really dead, the title of Baron will never be yours," Baron Pedro said angrily. No matter the circumstances, he would never let an outsider take over the Pedro family, not even if they were exceptional. "In that case, I'm leaving." Ivina broke free from the grip that held her, tucked her diary into her chest, and turned towards the door without hesitation. "Stop!" Baron Pedro had not anticipated that Ivina, who never dared to defy him on normal days, would dare to resist him so brazenly. A surge of intense anger flooded his heart, and he drew his sword with its scabbard from his waist and slashed fiercely towards Ivina. Clang, the sword and its scabbard flew out of his hand, spinning as it fell to the ground and emitted a low, deep thump. Baron Pedro stood frozen in place, a 3-finger-long, exceedingly sharp wooden spike already lying across his neck. Ivina asked Baron Pedro with a complex expression. Baron Pedro broke out in a cold sweat and sat down suddenly on the ground, only then realizing that Ivina's swordsmanship was far more expert than he knew and had even surpassed his own completely. Ivina dropped the wooden spike from her hand and stepped out the door without looking back. "Where are you going, Ivina? And Loth?" Baron Pedro finally came to his senses and began to bellow loudly. "My brother is already dead. You can think of it as if I killed him, father," Ivina said softly. "And I am leaving the port town to see the world. P.S. This concludes the first volume. There's been quite a lot of groundwork laid, so I ask for everyone's understanding. The plot of the second volume is coming up next." Chapter 49, 46 Lynn. I smell the scent of being framed. Please follow. Chapter 49, Chapter 46 Lynn. I smell the scent of being framed. Please follow. Tap, tap, tap. Raindrops continuously smashed onto the deck, bursting with crisp but low-pitched sounds as Lynn, situated inside the cabin, woke from his recurring nightmare. After recognizing his surroundings, Lynn couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The sudden apparition of the goddess the night before had brought him considerable psychological pressure. Thankfully, she did not seem to have followed them. They should be safe now. Lynn sat upright, rolled off the hard wooden bed, casually grabbed a cloak hanging near the door, and then opened the cabin door to step onto the deck. The gentle sea breeze carried droplets of seawater that hit his face, bringing with them the taste of salt and moisture, and dispersed the stale air within the cabin. Lin looked up into the distance, where a thick fog spread across the sea surface, enveloping the entire sailing ship, allowing only a glimpse of about 3 to 5 meters beyond the vessel. This fog seemed to possess some mysterious power. Even when he used the first-level magic, Tick's far vision technique, he couldn't see through the white mist to the farther reaches. Sailing under such conditions was undeniably dangerous, not only making it hard to discern direction, but also increasing the risk of crashing into rocks. "Wizard, sir, are you awake?" A familiar voice sounded from behind, and when Lin turned around, there was limp Laud. However, compared to the previous night, the man seemed somewhat dispirited, clearly having been scared quite a bit. Lin did not answer Laud's question, but instead directly asked, "Is this the Mist Sea?" Under normal circumstances, it would take about half a month to sail from the port town. As for how we determine our direction, Laud took out a compass with great care. Lin, curious, leaned in closer. The compass was round, made of wood, and the surface was inscribed with many complex runes and patterns. The most eye-catching part was the needle on the top, motionless, pointing in the direction the ship was heading. Could it be a compass? Lin wondered to himself, then heard Laud explain. This compass was crafted by the great wizard Hellram, an alchemical creation. This was their reliance on navigating through the Mist Sea. No matter where they started, they only needed to follow the direction indicated by the compass to find the wizard land. Incredible! Lin picked up the compass and examined it closely. His interest piqued in this great wizard Hellram, whose name he had now heard twice. It seemed that Amluoke had gone through so much trouble to lay out a scheme against a few wizard apprentices, using Laud to get his hands on this compass. Handing this object over to the church would certainly be an enormous merit, as he could not decipher the runes on the compass. Lin simply took note of them, then handed it back. Of course not. Lin shook his head. He dared not admit that. At present, he was but a wizard apprentice who had only recently encountered magic. Being mistaken for a formal wizard was one thing. Thanks to the aid of the smart brain, he indeed could do many things that only formal wizards could do, but he was still far too distant from the level of a great wizard. If it weren't for the help of the 1,000+ people from the ship gang, he would have been unable to set up a trap capable of destroying the entire port thus. The devastation of Amluoke and the others was less a product of magic and more the power of science. Seeing Lin shaking his head in denial, Laud appeared somewhat skeptical. Last night, he had personally witnessed that terrifying explosion, absolutely a display of great magical power. But recalling how the other party had previously requested a large amount of materials, Laud guessed that this fireworks, witchcraft probably required a special ritual to be prepared in advance in order to use such a strong spell out of ordinary circumstances. If that's the case, once we reach the wizard land, I'm afraid you will face some censure, Laud said with a sigh. Lin's expression suddenly changed, his gaze toward Laud laced with a hint of danger. He faintly sensed the smell of being framed. Under someone's benevolent gaze, Laud hurriedly began to explain. Although he has been running the sea route from the port town to the wizard land, it was the great wizard Hellram who created this route. In straightforward terms, the entire ship gang was nothing but a tool in the other party's hands, whether willing or unwilling. Each year they needed to transport some scarce resources to the wizard land. Because of their consistent secrecy over more than a decade, no major mistakes had happened. However, because of Johnny and the others, this transportation route was now totally destroyed. If Lin were also a great wizard, then naturally there wouldn't be much to worry about, but if not, he needed to be prepared to be held accountable, which was why he specifically asked to confirm. Thanks to Laud's explanation, Lin quickly grasped the situation, feeling somewhat troubled. He naturally understood the importance of this sea route. This pot should have been carried by his mentor, Crow. If it weren't for the latter's audacious plan to abduct the Duke's second daughter and being caught red-handed, how could the church possibly trace the clues all the way to the port town? Lin asked. There should be more. The Mist Sea also connects to another important port, The capital city of the Sika's empire, Vikner, said Laud hesitantly, although not entirely certain. He guessed that inside the city of Vikner, there must be others doing the same thing as him. I understand, Lin nodded. It seemed that things hadn't developed to the worst-case scenario yet, but he had no intention of carrying this blame. He needed to find a way to shake it off. While pondering, Lin casually continued to inquire about various pieces of information regarding the wizard land from Laud. He was too unfamiliar with this place, and lacking sufficient information could easily lead to disadvantages. Through several questions, Lin came to understand that the wizard land differed from what he had previously imagined. It was not a refuge established by a group of wizards persecuted by the church, but rather an enormous island that had existed hundreds of years ago, with its own cities, ports, and a population of a whole 600,000, almost a small kingdom in its own right. Except that there were no king and nobles here, replaced instead by wizards and various schools, with the highest authority being held by a wizard council comprised of several legendary wizards. Chapter 47, The Eye of Death. Chapter 47, The Eye of Death. The advanced political system of Wizard Land left Lin astounded as it quickly moved into a democratic parliamentary system. But after some reflection, he found it normal. A high-level wizard alone is an army, and if such power is not granted corresponding rights, it only breeds turmoil. So there, the status of wizards was almost akin to that of nobility. Once you reach the port, you will indeed be shocked by the sight, Laud said with a lot of feeling. Over the years, he had been to Wizard Land a few times, and it felt like a farmer who had always lived in a village, suddenly arriving in Viknal, with the shock being indescribable. Then I am indeed looking forward to seeing such a sight, Lin said with a smile. As they were talking, a sailor suddenly came over and whispered a few words into Laud's ear. Lin nodded. He had many questions to ask Johnny and quickly made his way towards the cabin. Watching Lin walk away, Laud did not follow. Instead, he looked up at the misty sky, where drops of rain pierced the white fog and fell onto the deck. Although this little bit of wind and rain did not affect the journey, Laud felt a sense of unease in his heart since they had left the port a bit too late this year to evade capture by the church. Hopefully, the sea would quiet down a bit before they crossed this area. Lin followed the sailor towards the inside of the cabin while the wooden ship kept rocking, the air filled with a faint stench of decay. Fortunately, he had gotten used to these medieval, poor sanitary conditions over the days, and this was considered good already, given that Laud had arranged separate cabins, so they did not have to squeeze in with the rest of the crew. The leading sailor stopped in front of cabin door. Looking at Lin, memories of the harrowing scenes in the port town flashing through his mind, his pupils revealing a trace of fear. Lin paid it no mind and pushed the door open to enter. The cabin was only a few square meters in size. The silver-haired witch was leaning against the wooden headboard, her gaze fixed out of the fog-veiled window to the ocean. Dim light flickered through the window and shone on the young girl's pale cheeks, revealing an unhealthy beauty. Perhaps hearing the sound of the door, Johnny turned her head, her delicate profile shadowed in semi-darkness. Looking at Lin, who walked up to the bedside, she fell silent for a long while before suddenly speaking. Lin paused, then softly replied, "I have preserved her body in ice. Perhaps the high-ups in Wizard Land might have some way to help, but—" While he said so, Lin knew the hope was faint. Never mind whether those powerful wizards had the capability. Even if they did, it was unlikely they would rescue a mere wizard apprentice. He did so mainly because Baigu, who was extremely afraid of death, had dared to enter the port town to rescue him in the face of an almost certain death situation, which had touched Lin somewhat. Secondly, the unknown energy absorbed by the neural implant last night also concerned him a great deal. Johnny seemed not to have heard Lin's words and continued to repeat them softly. Lin sighed inwardly. Given the girl's mental state, he feared it was futile to ask anything further. He was just about to let Johnny rest when a soft, slightly warm body crashed into his embrace. Lin paused momentarily, not yet comprehending, before the sound of the girl's sobs reached his ears. Vigo is dead. The teacher is dead. And Kent. Well, Buck, Barton. With each name she called out, Johnny's voice choked up more. Her shoulders shook uncontrollably, and tears streamed down her cheeks, dampening Lynn's robe. The girl's voice was tight with sobs. She spasmodically revealed everything that had happened in Nordland territory. Crow had the chance to escape when the clerics discovered his group, but he chose to stay behind to cover their retreat. That was why she alone had escaped. Before leaving, she had promised her teacher that she would return every apprentice safely to Wizardland. But apart from themselves, everyone else had died. Lynn stood quietly, not interrupting the girl's outpouring. He understood that what Johnny needed was only a way to vent the fear, grief, and despair that had built up over more than 10 days, and that she could not express to outsiders. The intermittent crying lasted for over 10 minutes. Only then did Johnny's emotions begin to stabilize. It was only then that she realized she was embracing Lynn, his clothes soaked with her tears. The girl, somewhat embarrassed, released her arms, and suddenly the atmosphere in the cabin became somewhat awkward. Johnny, looking slightly flustered, wiped the tears from her eyes and said in a low voice, "You think too highly of me, Johnny." Lynn shook his head. At that time, he hadn't even crossed over yet. With the original Carl's capabilities, he would most likely have been captured as well. And what you did was already enough, and it was good, Lynn said earnestly. Johnny was neither a master tactician nor a cunning elder like Laud. In Carl's memory, she was just a girl with a knack for magic who liked to sit under shady trees, reading books. For Crow to entrust the lives of these wizard apprentices to Johnny's efforts was unrealistic. This dilemma had always puzzled her. Although they were all Crow's apprentices, they weren't close on regular days. Yet, in Wooter Town, Lynn was willing to face danger alone, leaving a path for them to escape. Of course, it's because all of you standing there was really affecting my performance. Lynn's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back, choosing instead a more tactful tone. Johnny looked at Lynn blankly, about to say something when suddenly the cabin shook violently without warning, throwing them toward the wooden wall. Before Lynn could steady himself, a series of terrified screams came from the deck above. P.S. I intended to split this part but clicked the wrong button, so I'll just split in the next chapter instead. Also, it's a new month, so I'm seeking monthly votes, recommendations, favorites, and followers. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.